I never thought I would face such a difficult choice. I was originally the only son of a wealthy family, but I was abducted at the age of 3 and spent my childhood in an orphanage. When I was 16, my father suddenly found me, took me home, and immediately arranged a marriage for me. It is said that my fiancée is a woman with both talent and beauty. At that time, I thought it was the favor of fate, but I didn't expect it to be the beginning of endless pain. After returning home, I realized that my father only regarded me as a tool for his business interests. My mother and sister were full of indifference and contempt for me, and all the love and care in the family were given to the adopted son. They laughed at me for having no culture and taste, and I endured it silently, just because I still had expectations for family affection. I tried to understand them and tolerate their coldness and prejudice. However, what hurt me most was that my fiancé actually joined forces with the adopted son to plot against me. And my 6 sisters were even more worried that I would take away the family property, so they designed to frame me and tried to exclude me. At this moment, I was full of confusion and pain about the future. Should I break off relations with them and return to the orphanage? I'd rather stay in this house. I also want someone to give me sincere advice. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Rebirth Back to the Wedding. Today is the day that Shin Yunin and I get married. For her, I purposely spent a huge amount of money to organize such a grand wedding. I want her to become the world's luckiest bride. However, just before the new couple exchanged rings at that moment, my wife, but suddenly wearing a wedding dress, turned to leave the venue, even if I retained her without a trace of hesitation. And just like that, people who were just envious of us. Now, there is only anger, contempt, surprise, regret, sympathy, but most of all, ridicule. I was incredibly introspective. What had I done wrong? I thought I could be happy with my lover for the rest of my life under the witness of this 1,000-year-old tree. But it seems that the legends are all false. Just as I was filled with doubt, my father slapped me across the face, and I fell heavily to the ground, my father's curses ringing out shrilly and piercingly. Ningmyun, if I had known that you were this kind of trash, I shouldn't have brought you back from the orphanage. I, Ning Songmu, am truly unlucky to have a waste of a son like you. I struggled to open my eyes, and the sight of them put me in a trance. What's going on? Am I not dead? You punk. Your wife has run away, and you're still here, pretending to faint. Aren't you ashamed of me enough? Hurry up and get up for me. You punk. My father dragged me roughly from the floor by my collar with one big hand. The pain coming from my face and back. This was my once favorite father. Just as I was filled with doubt, it made me sure of one thing. What's in front of me is not a dream. Self has truly been reborn. Born again at a 24-year-old wedding. Reborn on the most humiliating day of his own life. Get off me! Reaching out and pushing the grim-faced Ning Songmu away with force, Ning Muyun staggered to his feet against the tree. The beating sound coming from his heart made him feel very solid. Although my body is still weak, it's great to experience being alive again. For Ning Muyun, 30 years of life in her previous life was a nightmare that she could never forget. But initially, Ning Muyun's life was also good. When her parents gave birth to Ning Muyun, the Ning family already had 6 daughters. He was the youngest, and his parents and 6 sisters doted on him. But it all came to a screeching halt at the age of 3. That day, Ning Muyun's favorite 6th sister said she would take him to an amusement park. After going there, 6th sister quickly disappeared without a trace. Ning Muyun thought that 6th sister had lost her and was in a hurry as she searched around the amusement park for 6th sister. At that moment, a kind-looking aunt ran over to Ning Muyun and said kindly that she could take Ning Muyun to find 6th sister. Ning Muyun, who was eager to find his sister, didn't hesitate for a second and directly followed. Later he realizes that the kind-looking aunt is actually a human trafficker. The traffickers threw Ning Muyun into an abandoned junkyard. There were also a couple of abducted children there. Ning Muyun is the bravest and the most beaten. One day at noon, while the traffickers were taking a lunch break, Ning Muyun seized the opportunity to try to escape with a few children. The process was treacherous, and Ning Muyun, who was severely injured, finally broke free from that cage with a few children. The trafficker was arrested. But Ning Muyun, whose life was in danger, had also lost all his memories. By the time Ning Muyun had recovered from his serious injuries, half a year had passed. Knowing nothing, Ning Muyun was sent to an orphanage in this way. At 3 years old, he lost everything. The orphanage director gave him the name Ning Muyun, Ning Muyin thought it sounded familiar, but he didn't know that it was originally his real name. Orphanages are tough, with scrambling, fighting, and bullying. Ning Muyin, who was only 3 years old, had suffered a lot. But he grew up tenaciously. One day, 13 years later, the 16-year-old Ning Muyin was suddenly picked up from the orphanage by the housekeeper and returned to the Ning family, and also got a marriage that ordinary people could only dream of that day. Self will be married to Xin Yunyan, the daughter of the famous Xin family. At that time, Ning Muyin was very happy and felt that Self was the luckiest person in the world. But these two things, which he thought were heavenly good at the time, brought him endless hurt for the next 14 years of his life. Upon returning to the Ning family, Ning Muyin realized that there were two more people in his long-absent home. Ning Jibwa, the adopted son that Ning Tsangmu carried home. Ning Tsangmu said he carried back from the orphanage. Ning Ranran, the new daughter of the Ning family after Self was abducted, Self's seventh sister. Returning to the Ning family, Ning Muyin treasures this family relationship and loves this family with all his heart. I never thought that my heart would be fed to the beasts. The father, Ning Tsangmu, is stubborn and arrogant. From the day Self rejoined the Ning family, no matter what Self did, as long as he didn't see eye to eye, he would either insult or slap him. It is also called strict fatherhood. But the same in a family Ning Jibwa is to break the family's antique celadon vase. Ning Tsangmu is also warm words and soft words. Never touch him a finger. This is what Ning Tsangmu calls strict father education. The mother, Mei Yuan, favors her adopted son and dislikes Self. After Self returned to the Ning family, she had never looked at Self with a straight eye. Self had used every effort to get her to compliment her just once. But not only did she not care, but she also disliked herself for being uneducated and unruly, and beat and scolded her. Anything that Self neglected to do a little invited a violent slap from her. But Ning Jibwa deliberately inserted 3 chopsticks in the rice against his grandfather. But Mei Yuan was extremely sheltered, embraced in her arms to avoid the punishment of her beloved son for his grandfather. That's what she values most about her adopted son's upbringing. Oh, uneducated and unruly. As for Self's 6 sisters, in the face of Self, this lost 13 years of his own brother, but not after the reunion of intimacy. Instead, they were uncharacteristically disliked and hadn't given Self any good looks at all. Whenever they have done something wrong, they will invite their collective insults, slaps, and even punches and kicks. On the contrary, Ning Jibwa, who had broken a little oil skin on his hand, was crying out. Those few eccentric sisters were like babysitting babies, scrambling to coax Ning Jibwa. And once again, they had to insult and chastise themselves for not taking care of their dear brother Jibwa. Oh, as for the youngest 7th sister, she even bluntly asked Self to die in front of everyone. Tell Self to get the hell out of the Ning family, saying that Self was in her way, dividing her family's love for her dear brother Jibwa. The saddest part is that not one member of the family said she was wrong. They have also pointed the finger at themselves, scolding themselves if they have made Ning Ranran angry somewhere. Haha, if this can be called love, Self really hopes that this family can be loved so much for more than 10 years. As for Ning Jibwa, he's no slouch either. Underneath the banal and ordinary exterior is a heart of unquestionable mischief. The planting of evidence against Self began when Self returned to the Ning family. Preening, playing the poor guy, spreading rumors, teabagging. He's done everything he can do to Self. It wasn't that Self hadn't thought about resisting, but whenever Self found evidence and put it in front of the Ning family, they would always say it was fake. It's the same every time. Prejudice is an insurmountable mountain. Ning Muyin was unable to change the prejudice in their hearts and could only become more and more silent. It's because of that bastard Ning Jibwa. Let this family treat Self more and more harshly. Who can believe it? After returning to the Ning family for only a short year, Self had become as skinny as a bone, bruised and battered. 13 years in an orphanage hadn't even made Self this miserable. If it wasn't for my grandfather's protection in the first few years, I probably wouldn't have lived to see the day I was killed at the age of 30 in my previous life. Snap. A loud slap directly to the face. You beast! How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die? The blood-red slap marks on his skinny cheeks stung raw, and Ning Mian lifted his eyes for a cold glance. The coldness in his eyes caused Ning Sangmu's figure to tremble, and the angry curses that were about to be exported were blocked in his throat, unable to be uttered. Snap! Ning Mian, you uneducated thing! Who told you to treat Dad like this? Another person slapped a heavy hand on the other side of Ning Muyun's face. The skinny face, the corner of the mouth that was hit with a gash, blood flowing. Ning Muyun stared coldly at the long-haired beauty in front of him, his heart churning with fury. Ning Shuxian, a famous jewelry designer, Ning Muyun's second sister. With her long flowing hair, she is the dream girl of many young handsome men in the Magic City. But only Ning Muyun knew that this seemingly gentle and watery second sister was actually a lunatic. Suffering from bipolar disorder, she gets hysterical from time to time. When she's sick, she hates to destroy the whole world. Aside from Ning Muyun, no one in the family was willing to be near her in those moments. Every time, it was Ning Muyun who detoxified her bipolar disorder. Every time, Ning Muyun's body was left with many scars. But in return for such dedication, this second sister had a dull backstabbing. Almost strangled himself over a design. Second sister, don't you touch this bitch. Beware of him dirtying your hands. Fourth sister Ning Yanjun pulled Ning Shuxian back, but her small feet kicked forward. The sharp soles of the high-heeled shoes dug into the calf by half an inch, and the pants leg was instantly drenched in blood, hurting so much that Ning Muyun almost couldn't stand. Ning Yanjun, a well-known lawyer in Magic City, suffered from a spinal condition due to being sedentary for a long period of time. Ning Muyun had tried everything he could think of to ease her injuries, and it took every effort to heal her. Self was almost sent to jail by her. Even if you don't end up in jail, you've got a false criminal record on you. A criminal record? It caused Self to lose his innocent reputation forever, and also made Shin Yunyin misunderstand Self. It led to even greater grievances afterward. Snap. Ning Muyun, you're such a wolf-hearted thing. Shouldn't have picked you up from the orphanage in the first place. If you're still a human being, get down on your knees. Apologize to Daddy. Ning Luoling, a well-known violinist and the sixth sister of Ning Muyun. Because of playing the violin, Ning Luoling suffers from cervical spondylosis. In order to cure her with acupuncture, Ning Muyun did not hesitate to experiment with his own body. The disease was cured, and Ning Muyun's body had many more pinholes. A bruise was exchanged for Ning Luoling's even more violent curses. It's funny, Self didn't even complain about her deliberately bringing Self to the amusement park and losing her. She hates herself instead, that resentful gaze, as if it was her who had been left in the orphanage for 13 whole years. Even once, almost strangled himself with the strings. As for the eldest, third, fifth, and seventh sisters who did not speak, they didn't just stand by and watch, they didn't even come. At this point in my previous life, Self was still mentally excusing them, saying they were busy. But how can you be too busy to attend your own brother's wedding? Jibo, you should stay away from him in the future. This kind of thing doesn't have the slightest bit of upbringing and will only disgrace our family. Mom, don't talk about Brother Muyin like that. Although Brother Muyin might have done something wrong to attract Yin Yan's anger, but he is also very poor right now. Let's just sympathize with him. It's better for our Jibo. Something so unruly. He doesn't deserve to be my son. Mei Yuan, the biological mother of her own blood, held Ning Jibua, a young man in his 20s, tightly in her arms. Those who know are mother and son, but those who don't think Ning Jibua has not been weaned. His face was full of love, but the words he spat out were vicious. Whether it's the green tea man's tea talk or the eccentric mom's extreme favoritism, it wasn't the first time Ning Muyun had heard these words. But no matter how many times he heard it, Ning Muyun felt sick to his stomach. Looking at these brutes as you spoke, and I spoke in a conspiratorial manner, mocking and insulting, Ning Muyun laughed. Self in his previous life had given everything for them and suffered humiliation. But in the end, only one collective betrayal. In his previous life, Self died under the combined operation of this group of them. Was 30 when he died. This is the family that Self gave everything and got. Our Yin is really pitiful to have to marry a loser like you. Bai Yin, Shin Yunyin's mother, Ning Muyun's mother-in-law in her previous life. Hardened speech, vitriol, vanity, and arrogance. After Self and Shin Yunin got married in her previous life, she kept looking for a home for Shin Yunin and often brought it into the house in front of Self. I've worked hard in that house, and I've been treated with respect, but this bitch treats me like a servant. Between the usual words, it was even more full of contempt. If it wasn't for Self, she would have been beaten to death for gambling. But in his previous life, Self had laughed the hardest in his last moments before he breathed his last. Her dying ears were filled with this bitch's snarky comments. Shouting, you need to review yourself. Is there something you've wronged Yun Yin again? Made Yun Yin angry. Otherwise Yun Yin would never have run away from the marriage. Shun Wenshan, Shun Yunyin's father, Ning Muyun's father-in-law in his previous life. If Bai Yin was a true villain, he was a hypocrite, posturing, self-important, and full of superiority. Beneath the facade of morality is the heart of a villain. On the surface, he is the helmsman of Shun Group, but in reality, he is a lewd villain who only keeps mistresses and plays with women. If it wasn't for Self in his previous life, Shun's group would have gone bankrupt. But he was so righteous and moralistic as to criticize Self at the moment before he died in his previous life, and smash the most precious thing in Self. Let Self die in peace. Seeing these people again after being reborn, Ningmian only felt unusually nauseous. These nominal relatives are worse than animals. The Self in his previous life had actually worked hard, endured, and suffered humiliation for the sake of these people. It's not worth it when you think about it that way. Looking at the smiling Shun Yunyin on the wedding photo, the gentleness in Ning Muyun's eyes slowly dispersed, and icy cold filled the whole body. Shun Yunyin, Self's wife. No one could say she wasn't a good woman just by looking at that cold exterior. But Self, who had lived with her for 6 whole years in his previous life, understood the woman's nature very well. Cold-blooded and self-serving. Profit-oriented, cold-blooded animals. But then Self realized that she wasn't cold-blooded. Only cold to himself. She can be very passionate about her childhood friend. The enthusiasm was enough to melt the ice. But to myself, it's a piece of ice that won't melt for 10,000 years. Poor Self also transplanted half of her liver in a previous life. After the surgery, Self, who was full of pain, was rewarded with an even harsher reprimand from her. Even the last look he saw before he died was a look full of disgust in her eyes. Oh, what a woman! Self was really blind in his previous life. Being born again, Self will definitely not work hard to maintain this twisted marriage. All the grudges and feuds between Self and these brutes. Everything, it's all going to come to an end today. Ningmuyun, are you deaf? Hurry up and kneel down. Apologize to Dad. Ning Luoling reached out and gestured at Ning Muyun, constantly uttering reprimands there, her cold and arrogant tone as if she was scolding her subordinates. Ning Jibwa leaned in Mei Yuan's arms, sneering coldly as he waited for Ning Muyun to kneel in public. Ning Jibwa knew that Ning Muyun listened to those sisters of his the most. Let's not talk about making him kneel. Even if he was asked to slap himself, he would definitely do it. Now this bitch of a 6th sister told him to kneel, and he will. Mei Yuan just looked at Ning Muyun in disgust, annoyance filling her eyes, her sight without a trace of warmth. Why would such an uneducated thing come back? Might as well die out there early. Not as good as Jibbo at all. He doesn't deserve to be my Mei Yuan's son. Bai Yin and Xin Wenshan, moreover, were looking at Ning Muyun in a teasing manner, as if they wanted to see how standard the kneeling posture could be. In their eyes, this loser is a wimp who treats his family with respect. He can be so obedient to his family. In the future, you'll be able to be so obedient to your own husband and wife. The thought of having such an obedient subordinate in the house in the future. Bai Yin and Xin Wenshan felt more comfortable in their hearts and laughed even more happily. Ning Shuxian and Ning Yanjun were also waiting on the sidelines for Ning Muyun to kneel, that sight in their eyes quenched with poison throughout. He couldn't wait to go up to himself, kick Ning Muyun to his knees, and then give him dozens of slaps. Originally, I thought that Ning Muyun was getting married today and indulge him a bit. But now it seems that this bitch doesn't know any better. Just have to be taught a good lesson with a slap, as usual. Ning Tsamu even stood there with a straight face, arrogantly waiting for Ning Muyun to kneel down to himself. This punk, he dares to make a move on Self. So tired of living. Gonna have to put him in the hospital for a few months after the wedding. Otherwise, this punk will be even more lawless in the future. There was no hint of concealment in these people's expressions, and Ning Muyun knew what they were thinking at a glance. Looking at these beasts in front of him, Ning Muyun couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Self was really blind in his previous life. I can't believe I consider these beasts family. Ha! Seeing Ning Luoling laughing, Ning Muyun became even more angry and opened his big mouth to sternly reprimand. Ning Muyun, what are you laughing at, you bitch? Hurry up and kneel down for me. What the fuck are you barking at? Di Tujong, the mother-son bond, is written off. What did you say? Say that again, you wolfish thing. Ning Luoling couldn't believe her own ears. Is this the same brother who usually treats himself with respect and beats and scolds? Isn't he afraid he'll slap himself? What? You didn't hear? Ning Muyin had a cold smile on his face, and the words he spat out were hostile. I said, what the fuck are you barking at? Good. Good, you uneducated thing. How dare you scold me? Ning Luoling stared wide-eyed at the outspoken Ning Muyin in front of her, as if she was dreaming. How dare this bitch talk to self like that? Curse you! Ning Muyin laughed mockingly. I'm not scolding you. I'm praising you. Can't you bitch understand that I'm praising you? You dare to call me a bitch? You're really looking for death. Ning Luoling angrily rushed forward, and in passing, she wanted to slap Ning Muyin again. Snap! The loud slapping sound rang out again. But the slap hit Ning Luoling in the face. Ning Muyin backhanded Ning Luoling with a slap that caused her to veer backwards. Ning Luoling couldn't hold up that vigorous force and was directly knocked to the ground, her ghostly blue gown stained with dirt, looking rather wretched. After freezing for a moment, the messy Ning Luoling stood up sluggishly. The bright red palm prints were unusually visible on the delicate face. The tingling sensation made Ning Luoling realize that this wasn't a dream. That obsequious, respectful, beat and scolded Ning Muyin unexpectedly threw himself a slap. Ning Muyin, yo, but how dare you hit sixth sister? See if I don't beat you to death today. Ning Yanjun took 3 steps and raised her foot in a gesture to kick Ning Muyin in the stomach. The heels of high-heeled shoes are as sharp as knives. Once kicked, damage can occur to the organs. What a poisonous heart! A cold light flashed in Ning Muyun's eyes, and his right foot rose at great speed, violently kicking outward. Bang! Ning Yanjun takes a head kick. The whole person made a graceful curve in the air, before crashing into the champagne tower before coming to a stop. The gorgeous and elegant champagne glasses shattered in unison, and the glass slag mixed with the transparent wine slurry smashed onto Ning Yanjun. It made Ning Yanjun, who was dressed in a matte black dress and was high and beautiful, look like she had been fished out of the water and was unusually wretched. Fourth sister, Ning Shuxian hurriedly ran to Ning Yanjun and helped her up. Fourth sister, are you all right? Ning Yanjun covered her stomach and lay in Ning Shuxian's arms with a pale face, so painful that her speech was intermittent. Heir, second sister, help me well? Teach this. Bitch. Ning Muyun, you're simply a wolf with a heart of gold. How dare you hit your fourth sister like that? In the face of Ning Shuxian's hoarse cries, there was not a single fluctuation in Ning Muyun's eyes. What? They're only allowed to hit me? I can't fight back. You. Ning Shuxian looked at the smiling Ning Muyun and stayed in place, at a loss for words as she looked at her unfamiliar blood brother in front of her. On the other side, Ning Tsangmu Mei Yun, Shin Wenchan Bai Yin, and the 2 couples were dumbfounded. Is this still the original courteous and contrary Ning Muyun? How dare he hit his sister? Fourth sister. Sixth sister. Ning Jibor ran to Ning Luoling's side, as if he was being whisked away by a dog, and before he could say anything, 2 lines of tears flowed down like they didn't need money. Brother Muyin, you gone too far. You did something wrong yourself and made Yin angry and run away from the wedding. It's not like it has anything to do with fourth sister, sixth sister, and the others. Why did you hit the sixth and fourth sisters? Look at what the fourth and sixth sisters have become. You're so out of line. After hearing this, the 3 Ning Shuxian sisters all looked at Ning Jibua with touched faces. It's still Jibua's brother who's good and has been the most heartfelt to them. Thinking of this, the 3 sisters stared at Ning Muyun with hateful gazes again, as if they wanted to tear Ning Muyun apart. After seeing the 3 sisters' eyes become fierce, Ning Jibua quietly lowered his head, appearing to be sad, but actually revealing a sinister smile where no one could see. Ning Muyun, you've caused a big trouble this time. These dear sisters of yours will definitely beat you to death this time. Let's see what you can do this time. Shin Yunin ran away from the wedding. Serves you right. So, what if you're engaged? You'll never get her. She'll always be mine. Snap. What a familiar tea talk. Ning Muyun smiled, laughing and clapping. I say, that bastard, can you act a little more fake? Why are you shedding tears so quickly? Where did you hide that I drop? Ning Jibua glared at Ning Muyun with a resentful gaze, but quickly covered it up. Brother Muyun, I know you're in a lot of pain right now, but you shouldn't take it out on your sisters either. If you want to take it out on me, then just take it out on me. No matter how you hit me, I won't blame you. Ning Shuxian's three sisters were touched to the point where their hearts were sore and their eyes were hot, and their ill feelings towards Ning Muyun became even stronger by a few points. Ning Muyun, you bitch. See? You're not even half as good as Ji Bo's brother. Yeah. Ning Muyun smiled brightly, smiling with a hostile look in his eyes. Bastard, that's what you said. No matter how much I beat you, you won't blame me. Brother Muyun, I just... Ning Jibo instinctively felt a hint of bad luck and just wanted to speak to stall for a bit. Ning Muyun didn't give him a chance to escape at all, ruthlessly grabbing his hair and lifting him from the ground. Ah! Ouch, 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 ouch. Ning Muyun, what do you want? Ning Shuxian felt that something was very wrong with Ning Muyun at the moment and only wanted to free Ning Jibwa from Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun simply ignored them, grabbing Ning Jibwa's hair and lifting him in midair like a small chicken. The tearing pain coming from the roots of his hair caused Ning Jibwa to grimace in pain. Bastard, don't think I don't know about the things you've done. Ning Jibwa panicked for a moment and covered it up with a roll of his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. Acting confused? Ning Muyun laughed, his eyes filled with hostility. Bastard, I'm telling you, I understand all the things you've done over the years. Don't think you can hide it from the world with your little plotting and scheming. And don't even think that you think you'll be okay with them protecting you. One day a bastard. You'll always be a bastard. It's not over between us. Hearing these words, Ning Jibwa also tore off his disguise and looked at Ning Muyun with a pair of resentful eyes, whispering, Bastard, you quickly put me down. Believe it or not, I'll let Mom and Dad clean you up. Ning Muyun smiled brightly. Now that it's come to this, do you think I still care about them, these animal parents? You, shut up. Snap. Ning Muyun backhanded Ning Jibwa, slapping him upside the head. Thinking of all the traps and grievances she had suffered in her past and present lives, Ning Muyun's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Grabbing Ning Jibwa's hair and slamming it into the ground was a hard slam. Ning Jibwa's disgusted face slammed to the ground. Ning Muyun didn't give him a chance to get up and stomped on that greasy head again, rubbing it back and forth on the ground. That thick skin rubs against the ground. It looks like it's eating grass. Ah! Ning Jibwa groaned out in pain, but Ning Muyun's heart grew angrier and angrier. That's the bastard. He's the one who turned himself inside out. This is the bastard that ruined everything for self. That's the bastard. The one who got himself killed in his last life. Anger instantly ignited reason. The blazing blood seared Ning Muyun's soul like lava. Bastard, let me tell you. Today I'll collect some interest first. I'll play with you slowly in the coming day. I'll play you to death in this life. Ning Muyun raised his right foot and stomped on Ning Jibwa's arm and thigh fast and hard. Bone cracks accompanied by screams stretched through the venue. Jibwa, son. Ning Muyun looked around the crowd with a sneer on his face. In the eyes of the crowd's hatred, the high-fashion leather shoes aimed at Ning Jibwa's crotch and stomped down hard. 2 clicks. 2 eggs burst in response to the trampling of the hard soles. Miserable screams resounded throughout the wedding. When the people present saw this scene, their eyes widened in shock, and they let out a gasp of surprise. The 3 Ning Shuxian sisters and Ning Tsangmu were stunned when they saw this scene. The only one who reacted was Mei Yuan, who came forward screaming, You bitch, let go of my son. Pain. It hurts so much. Even though she had already decided to sever her relationship with them, she heard her own mother call herself that. Ning Muyun still felt as if his heart was cut to the bone. This is Self's own mother. Mei Yuan defiantly pushed Ning Muyun away and hugged Ning Jibwa in her arms. Son, you're okay. The egg-crushing Ning Jibwa had long been too sore to speak and could only stare at Ning Muyun with a pair of resentful eyes. Mei Yuan noticed Ning Jibwa's eyes, and a ball of anger surged in her heart. Son, Mom's taking it out on you. Mei Yuan stood up, her fierce gaze fixed on Ning Muyun, gritting her teeth so hard she couldn't wait to eat him alive. You bitch! See if I don't beat you to death today. Ning Muyun looked at Mei Yuan, who was rushing towards Self, and only felt doubly miserable. This is the real mother that Self has been waiting for 13 years in the orphanage. This is what has been the spiritual backbone of Self all along the way. Ha 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 ha! Even a dog wouldn't treat his own flesh and blood like that. This woman, she really is worse than a dog. The whistling of slaps rang out. Ning Muyun closed her eyes in pain, Hit it. After this slap, the mother-son bond between us is written off. Chapter 3: Formal Dissolution of Marriage. Snap. A fierce slap slapped Ning Muyun's face viciously. Mei Yuanyuan didn't hold back, slapping out with such force that the backlash hurt her own hand. Such a vigorous slap added another blood-red slap mark to Ning Muyun's face, and blood flowed once again from the still-healing wound at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Ning Muyun's miserable state, the two Ning Xin families present breathed a sigh of relief in unison. That's right. This was the usual respectful, rebellious, beat and scolded trash Ning Muyun. His sudden defiance just now really startled these people. In case this punk becomes a bad bully, then how will they climb on top of him in the future to do their bidding? Luckily, it was just an accident. After the wedding, we'll give him a good beating in private. Let him learn a lesson. Let's see if this punk dares to resist in the future. Mei Yuanyuan looked at the blood-red slap marks on Ning Muyun's face, and her heart ached unnaturally. Motherhood drove her to want to ask Ning Muyun if it hurt. But halfway to her hand, Mei Yuanyuan suddenly remembered Ning Jibua. His dear son was hurt so badly by Ning Muyun. Once again, the anger that rolled through her destroyed the motherly nature that had been stirred in her nature. In the end, the only thing left behind was a heart of vengeance towards Ning Muyun. This bitch! How dare you hurt my son so badly? This unruly bitch must be cleaned up to take it out on Jibua. Anger churning, Mei Yuanyuan used all her strength to fling out another slap. But just at the moment when the slap was about to hit Ning Muyun's face, Ning Muyun directly stretched out his hand and ruthlessly clamped down on Mei Yuanyuan's wrist. Mei Yuanyuan didn't expect Ning Muyun to dare to resist. You bitch! Don't let go of... Yet, before the words were finished, Ning Muyun slowly opened his eyes. The scarlet eyes were like ferocious beasts scaring Mei Yuanyuan. Mei Yuanyuan suddenly felt that what she was facing was not the beating and scolding Ning Muyun, but a ferocious and tyrannical, bloodthirsty beast. The subdued Mei Yuanyuan froze in place, her strands trembling and shivering. But only after calming down did Mei Yuanyuan react to the fact that self had been surprised by Ning Muyun. A strong sense of humiliation instantly spread throughout her body, provoking Mei Yuanyuan to even greater anger. Mei Yuanyuan instantly swung her other hand, ready to continue giving Ning Muyun a vicious slap. How dare you look at me like that? You bitch! You're really tired of living. Mei Yuan swung her arm up and slapped it out. Snap! Crisp, loud slaps rang out throughout the wedding venue. Mei Yuan was jerked off. She was slapped hard across the face by Ning Muyun's backhand and slapped away. The guests present were stunned to see this scene. What's going on here? Mrs. Ning has been slapped? The groom has slapped his own mother's face? Mei Yuanyuan, who was dressed in a big red gown, slumped on the ground, half reacting to this fact. Self was actually slapped in the face? Self was actually slapped by Ning Muyun? Self was actually slapped by this unruly, uneducated bitch Ning Muyun? Mei Yuanyuan screamed and climbed to her feet, grimacing, glaring deathly at Ning Muyun and hissing at the top of her voice. You little brute! How dare you hit me? I'm your mom, huh? You uneducated dead bitch. How dare you hit me? I have to beat you to death today. Ning Muyun only felt an evil fire rush straight to his head. How dare she call herself mother? How does a bitch like her deserve to be her mother? Bitches like her who are harsh and abusive, who beat and scold, who don't do half of their job as a mother, have the right to call themselves mothers. Anger seared Ning Muyun's soul like lava. At this moment, Ning Muyun, he could no longer hold back. Rushing forward, he grabbed her by the hair and ripped it off. Accompanied by miserable screams, Ning Muyun grabbed her by the hair and slammed her face down on the table. Smoothly, he drew the table knife from the cake and compared it to her neck. Punk, let go of your mom. Bitch, let go of mommy. The cold, glittering blade was close to Mei Yuanyuan's neck. No one would doubt that as long as Ning Muyun gave a slight tug, Mei Yuanyuan would be blood. Splattered on the spot, the dizzy Mei Yuanyuan felt a coldness in her neck and immediately came to her senses, staying there trembling and not daring to move. Even his voice became shaky. Bitch, you, what do you want? Adverse son, don't hurt your mom. Bitch, don't you dare hurt mommy. Ning Muyun indifferently swept a glance at the crowd without paying any attention, only lowering his head to the shivering Mei Yuanyuan, and said grimly, Mei Yuanyuan, from now on, don't let me ever hear from you again. Such words as, you're my mother, you're my son, why can't I talk? Ning Muyun suppressed his anger as the cold blade gently slashed upwards, and a bloodstain instantly surfaced on Mei Yuanyuan's white neck. Wife! Ma'am L! Ning Songmu and the others were so scared that their livers exploded, but when they saw Ning Muyun's grim look, they didn't dare to go forward and could only stare dryly from where they were. You! Don't! Hurt! Me! Ning Muyun cast a sidelong glance at the crowd and whispered angrily. Mei Yuan. Ask yourself with a clear conscience, do you deserve to be my mom? Mei Yuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if she had lost something forever. You! Ning Muyun lowered his head and said grimly. Mei Yuan, I'll warn you once more. If I ever hear those words about you being my mother from your mouth again, I'll kill you alive. I'll do what I say. Ning Muyun, you piece of trash. Quickly let go of your mom. Ning Songmu couldn't hold back any longer and ran forward, wanting to kick Ning Muyun away to save Mei Yuan. A cold light flashed in Ning Muyun's eyes as he violently kicked out a leg. Ning Qingyu was caught off guard and kicked to the ground. Struggling to his feet, he covered his chest on the ground and gasped in pain. Dad! Mom! Ning Shuxian's three sisters and the egg-crushing Ning Jibwa were dumbfounded as they watched the scene in front of them. What's wrong with Ning Muyun today? Usually, he'd just take it obediently anytime Mom and Dad beat him. So why did he suddenly learn to resist today? And you're fighting back so hard? Is this still the same weak and deceitful Ning Muyun? Ouch! Hubby, why is this little brute so fierce? How can we Yun Yin still marry him? It's a good thing that our Yun Yin escaped the wedding, or else she wouldn't have been beaten to death by this little brute. Bai Yin skimmed up her mouth and hid behind Shin Wenshan, talking sarcasm with an indignant face. Shin Wenshan, on the other hand, put on a moralistic appearance. Waste! You're like this. How can I trust you with my daughter? You've really let us down. It's really bad luck for the Ning family to have a son like you. Get out! What? You little brute still dares to scold us? Bai Yin immediately jumped out from behind Shun Wenshan and shouted in a savage and shameless rage. You're really looking for death. Ning Muyin turned his head, coldly looking at these two bitches with a furious cry. Get the hell out of here! Shin Wenshan was furious and rushed forward in a mischievous manner. You piece of shit! Say that again. Ning Muyin casually flung her hand away from Mei Yuan. Carrying the scarlet table knife again, he slowly walked toward Shan Wenshan. The lingering aura around him made this moralistic hypocrite tremble in fear. Don't you come over? Shin Wenshan forced up his courage and asked in a trembling voice, What do you want? Ning Muyin condensed at Shun Wenshan and roared in a stern voice. Can't you hear me when I tell you to get lost? You! Shin Wenshan was so angry that he was trembling, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Ning Muyin, but he couldn't say a word. Point again, and I'll waste your hand. Shin Wenshan immediately lowered his hand. Ning Muyin glanced at him disdainfully and coldly spat out a sentence. Waste! After cursing, Ning Muyin crossed over to this hypocrite and turned to walk onto the stage. Bai Yin, who was hiding behind Shin Wenshan, was stunned and froze for half a day without reacting. Is this still the same respectful, beating, and scolding little punk? Is this little punk crazy? How dare he treat us like that? Isn't he afraid we'll make Yunyan divorce him? Shin Wenshan, on the other hand, was so angry that his body was shaking and his legs were trembling, but he didn't dare to say a word more. As Ning Muyin walked onto the stage, the eyes of the guests were suddenly on him. The host was also a little intimidated by the groom after seeing what had just happened up close. Give me the microphone, please. Oh, here. Thanks. The host was afraid that Ning Muyin would follow the trend and also slap himself. So he hurriedly handed over the microphone and left the stage in the twinkling of an eye. Ning Muyin tapped the microphone, and the dull tapping sound instantly resounded throughout the wedding site. Thank you all very much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my humble servant Ning Muyun's wedding. But you all have just seen it. The female soil of Shun Yunyan has abandoned my humble self and left the wedding site. A wedding is a ceremony where two people start a family. But it's clear that Lady Earth Shun Yunyan doesn't want to start a family with my humble servant. So, Ning Muyin turned her head to look at the beautiful wedding photo, and the last glimmer of light in her eyes went out. I declare that I, Ning Muyin, and Miss Shun Yunyan officially break off their engagement as of this moment. What? Ning Muyin wants to break off the engagement? The people in the room were stunned. Who among the people present didn't know that Ning Muyin liked Shin Yunyan for 8 whole years? For 8 years, Ning Muyin had used everything to love and protect Shun Yunyan. That deep love was very famous in the entire upper-class circle of Magic City. Now this affectionate Ning Muyin even wanted to break off the engagement with Shun Yunyan. It's almost like the sun is beating down. Has the world gone mad? Adversary, what are you talking about? Ning Muyin turned his head and looked at Ning Sangmu, who had climbed up from the ground with a surprised look on his face, and said in a cold voice, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me when I say I want a divorce?" Adverse son, you shut up. Ning Sangmu couldn't care about anything else. He hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed to the stage to snap twice. The newly reborn Ning Muyin, whose body was already a bit tired after the cordial treatment of the Ning family earlier, did not have the time to dodge over, and suffered 2 slaps in the face, and his cheeks swelled up once again. Who told you to break off your engagement with Yunyan? This is a marriage set by the elders of our Ning and Shun families. It's not for you to decide. Don't even think about breaking off the engagement. I won't agree to it. Ning Muyin stared at Ning Sangmu with a pair of icy cold eyes. I'm not applying. I don't need your permission. You. Before Ning Sangmu could finish speaking, Bai Yin popped up, pointing at Ning Muyin and crying. You little brute. You said such words in front of so many people. How are you going to let us Yin Yan behave in the future? Ning Muyin felt great irony. She, Shun Yunyan, skipped the wedding in front of so many people. How does she make me behave in the future? Bai Yan's face immediately changed when she heard this, and she cursed with a snarky face. Bah, you little brute still need to be a human being? You don't deserve our Yin Yin at all. It's a blessing in your 8 lifetimes that our Yin Yin can marry you. How dare you pick on our Yin Yin? Told you. Hurry up and take back what you just said, or I'll let my daughter take care of you. Ha ha ha. Ning Muyin smiled cheerfully. Bai Yin, you're such a bitch. Since you've never been able to look at me, then why don't you let your daughter divorce me? You happen to find her another good one after I divorce him. Huh? No. Hearing the word divorce, Bai Yan's face turned white and she immediately refused. You can't divorce Yun Yin. Why? Since you can't see me, after I divorce Shin Yun Yin, you can look for your dragon's son-in-law with impunity. Isn't that just what you wanted? Why don't you agree? Chapter 4 Break off all relations. I don't care. A layer of panic flashed in Bai Yan's eyes, but her mouth remained aggressive. Anyway, you little brute can't divorce Yun Yin. I won't let Yun Yin get a divorce either. Just die, you little brute. Ning Muyin wondered. No matter in her past life or present life, this bitch Bai Yin could not see self. If you don't like self, why don't you let Shin Yun Yin divorce self? Do you like to discuss yourself that much? Ning Muyin looked at Bai Yin with a puzzled expression and was about to ask why. Shin Wenshan stepped up very smoothly. Okay, Ning, I know you're angry right now. This matter of Yun Yin is also at fault. But you're a big man. A man should give way to a woman. You can't embarrass Yun Yin just because of these things. When Yun Yin returns, I'll give her a good talking to. You can't get up in arms about a divorce just because of that. The marriage between the two of you was personally decided by the elders of the Ningxian families. You can't be allowed to play your little game and withdraw from the marriage if you want to. As a man, you should be a little more generous and be more tolerant of Yun Yan's little problems. After all, it's a blessing you've enjoyed if our Yun Yin marries you. So now you go on stage and announce to everyone that you were just bullshitting, just joking around with everyone, and that's the end of it. Otherwise, I'd really have to teach you a lesson. Nice guy. If she didn't know Shin Wenshan's nature, Ning Muyin could have really been fooled by his bullshit. If Bai Yin is explicitly bad, this Shin Wenshan is willfully bad. After Self and Shin Yun Yin got married in his previous life, this old thing has been openly and secretly pua to Self. They talk a big game, but in reality, they are unconscionable. How dare you pose as an elder with this kind of thing? It's shameless. Look at this father-in-law and mother-in-law. Ning Muyin only felt very ridiculous. Shin Wenshan and his wife have always looked down on Self, and in their previous lives they have been disparaging Self since the day they got married. On the surface, they are saying that they are not worthy of Shun Yun Yin, and they want to cherish Shin Yun Yin. But secretly, he was constantly looking for a son-in-law for Shun Yunin. This kind of cutthroat behavior was something that Ning Muyin did not understand even to his death. But having died once, he no longer wanted to accompany these two hypocrites and play this guessing game. Now that you've decided to get a divorce, this couple is reluctant to do so. Didn't they want to find a good one for Shin Yun Yin? Why don't you agree to divorce yourself? What the hell for? It doesn't matter what it is though. Ning Muyun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly quieted his mind. In his previous life, on the wedding day, Self also encountered Shun Yunin fleeing the wedding. At that time, Self wanted to withdraw from the marriage. But at that time, when Self had just said that he wanted to withdraw from the marriage, the Ning and Shun families started to insult Self without any agreement. It seemed as if it was Self's fault that Shun Yunin had run away from the wedding. Later, there was no way out. Self, for the sake of grandfather's wishes and the responsibility of the two families, had to endure, helplessly fulfill the marriage contract. Unexpectedly, a 6-year-long, dark, and suffocating married life opened up. It wasn't until I was killed in a previous life that I was finally relieved. Thinking back to those depressing days, Ning Muyin would still feel that life was worse than death. Live again. Self will never make the same mistake again. No matter what they say or do, they can't stop the decision that Self has made. Self is going to withdraw from the marriage now. Are you all deaf? What I just said was not an invitation to you. It was an announcement. I want to break off my engagement with Shun Yunyin. I want a divorce. In the face of Ning Muyun's repeated resistance, Ning Tsangmu was enraged. Shut up, you rebellious son. Kneel down for me. Ning Tsangmu rushed in front of Ning Muyun, ready to show his strict father's authority with 2 more loud ear scrapes. The swinging arm slammed downward but stopped just as it was about to whip at Ning Muyun's face. The hand could no longer move. It was Ning Muyun who clamped down on his wrist. Looking at the furious Ning Tsangmu in front of him, Ning Muyun's eyes were filled with hostility. Ning Tsangmu, have you fought enough? You rebellious son. How dare you fight back? I'll beat you to death. Ning Tsangmu swung up his other arm, about to slap Ning Muyun in the face. A cold light flashed in Ning Muyun's eyes as he gripped Ning Tsangmu's wrist and twisted it backhandedly, then kicked Ning Tsangmu's knee hard with his toe. Ah! With a crisp crunch, Ning Tsangmu's arm twisted at 90 degrees. The mournful screams instantly resounded throughout the venue, hearing the hearts of the many guests jump. Ning Tsangmu knelt in front of Ning Muyun in agony, holding his broken arm. Ning Muyun stood in place, looking down at the maggots writhing underground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. In terms of the Ning family, who does Ning Muyun hate the most? Naturally, it was Ning Tsangmu who scolded Self the most and was biased and double-standardized. He was the source of Self's bitterness in the Ning family, and an accomplice in a previous life that led to Self's death. More than that, he's an animal who doesn't deserve to be a father. Rebel son, how dare you do this to your old man? Old me, I will call the police to arrest you. I'll put you in jail. Doesn't matter. Ning Muyun smiled disdainfully and slowly crouched down with a cold face, saying in a cold voice to Ning Tsangmu, Ning Tsangmu, even if I'm arrested at the police station, I'll only compensate you a little for your medical expenses. But if you get to the police station, you may not get out again. You, what do you mean? Ning Tsangmu froze for a moment, staring angrily at the extremely strange son in front of him, and asked in a low voice, What do you mean? Ning Muyun smiled, the corner of his mouth lifting into a dangerous arc. Ning Tsangmu, how did Ling Xiaodong die? You should know better than I do. Ning Tsangmu's pupils locked extremely tightly, staring incredulously at Ning Muyun as he nervously asked, How did you know? Oh, if you don't want people to know, unless you're already there. Not only do I know about this, I know where that evidence is. Ning Tsangmu, do you need me to call the police for you? Ning Muyun tossed his cell phone up and down in his hand with a mocking look on his face. Ning Tsangmu's right hand pointed at Ning Muyun and kept trembling. His face was pale beyond recognition, and his eyes were filled with panic. You, honey, daddy. Mei Yuan and Ning Shuxian rushed to the front and helped Ning Tsangmu up. You bitch! How dare you put your hands on your father? We shouldn't have brought you back from the orphanage back then. Ning Muyun, you're really a wolf with a heart of gold. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath if you treat dad like this? Wrath of God. Ha 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 ha. Ning Muyun suddenly laughed out loud. How can there be divine retribution? If there's divine retribution, how come these beasts didn't get their comeuppance? The crowd was startled as they looked at the suddenly laughing Ning Muyun. Ning Tsangmu pretended that nothing had happened, forcibly endured the pain, and roared, Rebellious son, I'm telling you, unless you sever your relationship with us, I will never agree to you breaking off your engagement with Shun Yunyan. Just die of this heart. Severance. Ning Muyun smiled disdainfully. Yes. What? Ning Sangmu was a bit turned around. Didn't this kid value his family the most? How can you agree to break it off? The three sisters, Mei Yuan Yuan and Ning Shuxian, also looked at Ning Muyun in a daze. What's wrong with him today? Normally when Self and others said a harsh word about him, he would have to apologize. Why don't you apologize today? How dare you hit someone? Is he out of his mind? Ning Muyun ignored the gazes of these people and simply picked up the table knife and walked towards the 2,000-year-old trees. The two families watched his movements dumbfounded, not understanding what he was up to. Just then, endless dark clouds converged here, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, they darkened the entire clear sky. Dark clouds covered the sun, and a cool, cloudy wind swept over the wedding site, and the people present felt chills run up their spines. Standing in front of the ancient tree, Ning Muyun picked up a table knife and made a cut on his index finger, and blood immediately gushed out. Ning Muyun used blood and wrote his own name on the ancient tree with a single stroke. When she saw the words cloud and smoke on the tree, Ning Muyun paused for a moment, but quickly continued writing. When Ning Muyun finished writing, what appeared on the trunk was a line of bloody words. I, Ning Muyun, sever my ties with Shin Yunyan and dissolve the marriage forever. After writing it, Ning Muyun threw the table knife to the side and turned around to go back on top of the stage. The guests looked at each other in disbelief, confused as to what drug Ning Muyun was selling. Ning Muyun ignored the gazes of the crowd and raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. His fingers then dripped a pool of blood on his chest. The Emperor's heaven is above. Hutu is the witness. I, Ning Muyun, swear by blood. From today onwards, I will sever all ties with the entire Ning family. We shall not recognize each other in this life. If this oath is violated, 5 thunderbolts, heaven and earth will be destroyed. The words just fell. The blood-colored lightning struck straight above the 2,000-year-old trees. Deafening thunder resounded throughout the venue. Blood-red raindrops sprinkled all over the ground in a blink of an eye. The crowd in the room watched this in front of them with jaws agape. What's going on here? The entire Ning family, looking at Ning Muyun, who was straightening up on the stage, were shocked. What's going on here? Did heaven and earth recognize his oath? After saying that, Ning Muyun threw down the microphone, took off his customized suit jacket, and threw it on the stage, wearing only a white shirt, stepped on the red carpet, and left the scene. The people present, looking at Ning Muyun's back, were all frozen at the scene, unable to say a word. No one noticed that the bloody words Ning Muyun had written on the ancient tree had completely disappeared. The blood rain only lasted for a few moments before it faded in color and became transparent and flawless again. The rain quickly diminished, and the downpour quickly turned into a thin curtain of rain. The two Ningxian families were frozen in place, watching Ning Muyun's back gradually fade into the rain and disappear. Dad! Mom! Jibwa fainted. Hearing Ning Shuxian's words, Mei Yuanyuan's spirit lifted, and without caring about the injury in her neck, she hurriedly pounced on Ning Jibwa. Son, you wake up. Don't ever scare Mom. Son, are you okay? Ning Luoling glanced at Ning Jibwa's moist crotch and her face changed drastically. Mom, Jibo seems to have been trampled there. Huh? Mei Yuanyuan's face went white with fear. Jibo is so seriously injured. What can we do? Mom, don't you worry. I'm going to ask the chauffeur to drive right now. We'll take Jibo to the first hospital there right away. Fifth sister, she's a doctor there. She can definitely save Jibo. Right? Mei Yuanyuan held Ning Luoling's hand tightly. Luoling, you quickly go and get the driver to drive. Don't let anything happen to Jibo. Mom, don't worry. I'm going now. After Ning Luoling finished speaking, she turned around and left. Mei Yuanyuan guarded Ning Jibwa. And even though she was in tears, her eyes still didn't blink for fear that Ning Jibwa would make any mistakes. Ning Shuxian picked up Ning Yanjun and walked slowly over to Ning Sangmu. Dad, are you okay? Ning Sangmu covered his twisted arm and struggled to stand up. It's nothing. Your sixth sister has gone to the car, and in a few moments we'll go to the hospital so your fifth sister can take a look at our injuries. Dad, this can't just be left alone. Ning Yanjun covered her stomach and said with a pale face, This bitch Ning Mian hurt Jibo and you so badly. I will definitely not let him off. Let's call the police to arrest him now. Ning Sangmu became anxious as soon as he heard about the police. No police. Chapter 5, Anyone who calls the police, I'll kick her out of the house. Ning Yanjun's eyes widened as she looked at Ning Sangmu. who was filled with anger, with a surprised expression. Dad, I know you can't bear to teach that bitch Ning Muyun a lesson, but he's just gone too far this time. Not only did he beat Jibwa to death, but he also struck out at us, his relatives, and twisted your arm. Tell me, are there a few such sons in this Mordor who have no respect for their elders and commit crimes? If we don't teach him a good lesson this time, he'll be even more lawless in the future. I think calling the police is fine. Let him go to jail for a few days. Let's see if he's still arrogant in the future. I'm calling the police right now. Are you deaf? Ning Sangmu glared angrily. When I say no police, no police. Are you deaf? Dad? What are you talking about? Ning Yanjun was truly frozen this time. Ning Shuxian couldn't look away either. Dad, since when do you care so much about that bitch? You're that reluctant to let him do his time? I'm doing this for his own good. If he continues to be so lawless, how much trouble will he have to invite for our Ning family? Shut up. Ning Sangmu didn't want to explain too much and just gave the Ning sisters and Mei Yuan, who were present, a savage look. I'm telling you guys, none of you will call the police about today. Anyone who calls the police, I'll kick her out of the house. No mercy. Dad, why? Why are you so biased in favor of that bitch Ning Muyun this time? Ning Shuxian and Ning Yanjun looked incredulous. There's no why. If I say no papers, I say no papers. Anyone who calls the police, I'll kick her out of the house. Do you hear me? Facing Ning Sangmu, who was close to a violent rage, Ning Yanjun had no choice but to give up her intention of calling the police. In his heart, he was even more resentful of Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun, you're such an animal. Dad treats you so well. I can't believe that's how you treated Dad. You twisted Dad's arm. This lady is not finished with you. You must be sent to jail to make you eat. You bitches just wait. Just as Ning Yanjun was thinking about how to implement these spiteful thoughts, two black Rolls-Royce Phantoms pulled up in front of a few people, and the doors quickly opened. Dad, Mom, second sister, fourth sister, I've called big sister, and the girls. They're on their way to the first hospital right now, ready to meet us. Quickly take Jibwa and get in the car. We're going to the hospital right now. The two sisters, Mei Yuan and Ning Shuxian, carefully helped Ning Jibwa to the car and waited for Ning Sangmu to sit down. The two Rolls-Royces quickly closed their doors and headed toward the hospital. Ning Muyun greeted the rain curtain and watched the familiar Rolls-Royce speed past, without a single fluctuation in his cold brows. Just as the Rolls-Royce was pulling out of the Forest Park gate, a silver-gray Maserati MC20 drove slowly into the park gate in the same direction as the Rolls-Royce. The car looked familiar, and Ning Muyun recognized it at once. This is Shun Yunyin's car. It was a wedding gift from Self to her. Just now, she was driving away from the wedding site in a newlywed gift given to her by Self. Ning Muyun swept a glance at Shun Yunyin in the driver's seat of the Maserati. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized this wife, who had been with him for 6 years in his previous life, and was suddenly overwhelmed with thoughts. The gray memories kept coming back, and the footsteps never stopped. A man in a car traveling in 2 parallel straight lines, rubbing shoulders for a moment. Shin Yunyan looked at the silhouette in the rain outside the car and felt unusually familiar, but she didn't step on the brakes and just drove straight toward the wedding site. Ning Muyun stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look at the streamlined rear of the Maserati, and quickly withdrew his gaze. Once again, he walked slowly forward towards the park gates with nothing but determination in his eyes, never looking back. The Maserati was like a ray of light quickly pulling up to the wedding site. Shin Yunyan, in a white fishtail wedding dress, stepped on a pair of white satin high heels and walked down from the car with light steps. Looking at the chaotic and wretched wedding scene in front of her, Shin Yunyan's cold and colorful face was filled with doubts. What's happening here? Why is it so chaotic? Smokey, you're finally back. You don't even know what that punk Ning Muyun did just now. Bai Yin ran to Shin Yunyan's side as if she had been wronged by the heavens and kept complaining. Ning Muyun, what did he do? Where is he? Shin Yunyan looked around and did not find Ning Muyun's figure. Her heart was a little annoyed. It was the look in the eyes of the guests in the room that gave her some pause. It seemed like scorn and pity and some contempt, and the complexity of the look confused her greatly. Stop it! Shin Wenshan put on a majestic face and walked over to Shin Yunyan and said, Yunyan, that punk Ning Muyun made too much of a scene just now. How dare he say he wants to break off his engagement with you in front of all these people? He didn't even put the face of our Shun family in his eyes. No way. Shin Yunyan furrowed her clear brows her upturned nose inhaling slightly. Ningmian, he will never break off the engagement with me. He can't afford to. Oh, foolish daughter. You really know people's faces and not their hearts. Bai Yin spoke with a look of exasperation. You don't know. That little brute is acting like a madman today. First he slapped his second and sixth sisters, and then he kicked his fourth sister to the ground, and stomped Jibwa on the ground afterward, and stomped that kid's that. Ouch! That miserable scream. It's scary. That? What that? Bai Yin was embarrassed for a moment and whispered, It's that thing that men have. Xin Yunyin couldn't maintain her cold face as she listened, and asked with an odd expression on her face. Mom, you're really talking about Ningmiyun? So there's a fake? Mom would lie to you? Bai Yin added, pointing to the table knife thrown on the stage and gesturing up and down. His mom went up to stop him and was slapped to the ground by that little brute, and he had a knife then on his own mother's neck. Almost. Just killed his mom. Your Uncle Ning went up to him to teach him a lesson and had his arm twisted. Your Uncle Ning and his family just carried Jibwa to the car and took him to the hospital. Daughter, you must be careful of that little brute Ning Miyun. He's really a bit off today. Xin Yunyin became more and more puzzled in her heart. Mom, are you really talking about Ning Miyun? How could he do that? He's usually the one who cares the most about his family, so how could he have done it? How can he say he wants to break off his engagement with me when he swore he would love me well for the rest of his life? Mom, you're not lying to me, are you? Daughter, Mom is so wronged. What Mom just said is true. Fearing that Xin Yunyin wouldn't believe her, Bai Yin pulled her above the stage and pointed to the streak of blood and said, This is where that little beast was just now, telling the guests present that he wants to break off his engagement with you. Here again, he made a blood oath that he would sever all ties with the entire Ning family. Everyone present saw it. If you don't believe me, go ask them. See if Mom lied to you. Xin Yunyin looked at Bai Yin, still skeptical. Mom had always looked down on Ning Muyun, and Self knew it. Although Mom wouldn't lie to Self, such a polite, gentle, and kind person suddenly became so violent. Xin Yunyin was still a bit unconvinced. Yunyin, what your mom said is true. Xin Wenshan saw that Shun Yunyin didn't believe him and pointed to the guests around him. If you don't believe me, ask anyone, they all saw it. That punk really did those assholes. Faced with the double proof of her father and mother, Xin Yunyin finally put down the doubts in her heart and believed in this fact. Although she believed it in her heart, Xin Yunyin was getting more and more puzzled. What on earth had happened that could cause Ning Muyun, who had always treated people with gentleness, to have a drastic change in temperament? It's so confusing. The wedding scene was a mess, but Xin Yunyin didn't care about that. She was going to personally ask Ning Muyun what had happened. Why say those things? Xin Yunyin turned around to leave, and when she stepped on something, she suddenly stopped and looked down. The face that had been so bland was instantly filled with rage. What was at his feet turned out to be the wedding gown Self had given him. He just threw himself on the ground and left the wedding site. This is outrageous. Self must have a word with him. Xin Yunyin angrily picked up the wedding dress that Ning Muyun had thrown on the ground and turned around, about to head out. Seeing that Xin Yunyin was about to leave, Bai Yin hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly, Daughter where are you going? Xin Yunyin's face was like frost. I'm going to find Ning Muyun. He went too far today. I'm going to find him and ask for clarification. Daughter, that little beast has gone mad today. You'd better not go to him. What if he hits you? Chapter 6 Shun Yunyin. I'll go to him to get a statement. No way. Shun Yunyin frowned. Mom, Ning Muyun, he doesn't dare to hit me. Just relax. But Bai Yin wanted to say something else, but Xin Wenshan had already walked up. Yunyin, although that punk did something very out of character today, you're at fault too. You shouldn't have left the venue without saying a word while a wedding was taking place. That punk likes you though, but what you did today really pissed him off too. You might as well apologize properly to that punk. Before Xin Yunyin could answer, Bai Yin was unhappy first. On what grounds? It's his great fortune that our Yunyin can marry him. What did our Yunyin do? Is he that angry? It's just that I was away for a while when I got married. That's a mistake. Who is Yunyin to apologize to him? Seeing Bai Yan's strong words, Xin Wenshan just wanted to persuade a few words. Remembering again that Ning Muyun had spoken out against Self today, he was also holding a wave of anger in his heart. The words that were meant to be persuasive were not persuaded out of his mouth. Xin Yunyin didn't want to hear Bai Yin continue to talk about these things and quickly opened her mouth to change the topic. Mom, don't you worry. I am not going to apologize. I left the scene today because of a sudden emergency. It's not like I did anything wrong. Why apologize to him? Bai Yan's heart was relieved when she heard Shin Yunyin say this. That one heavily made-up face was full of smugness. Daughter, it's good of you to think so. You must never apologize to that little brute. No, why should I apologize to him? He should be the one to apologize to me and your dad. He did those beastly things to your father and me today in front of all those people. He's lost face for both of us. And apologize to him? I shucks. And we have a score to settle with him. Shin Yunyin frowned slightly. What did he do to you too? He called the two of us fuck off in front of all those people and called your dad a loser. Bai Yin danced around performing what Ning Muyin had just done, not realizing that Shin Yunyin's face was becoming more and more somber. Mom, Ning Muyin, he's gone too far. I'm going to find him now. Shin Yunyin wanted to continue to get on the car. Shin Winshan thought of something and stopped her again. Daughter, that punk looks out of place today. You have to be careful. He just said in front of all those people that he wants to divorce you. So many people present heard it. You mustn't let him divorce you. And make him publicly apologize and say that Self was talking out of his ass. Or there could be big trouble. Shin Winshan said and sighed somewhat helplessly. Dad also knows that you don't want to marry Ning Muyin. But this marriage is very important to the Shun family. You also know that our Shin family hasn't had a good time these past 2 years. If he divorces you publicly, all of us in the Shun family will suffer. You mustn't let him get a divorce. In the face of Shun Wenshan's instructions, Shin Yunyin waved her hand unusually confidently and said, Dad, you don't have to say anything. I understand everything. I will honor this marriage no matter what. As for Ning Muyin saying he wants to withdraw from the marriage, Dad, don't you worry. Ning Muyin, he will never divorce. From the time he was betrothed, he has always cherished this marriage with me. Whatever he usually does, he is very considerate of me and has never once made me angry. How could someone like him want to divorce me? He's just playing a trick on you, don't fall for it. In the face of his confident daughter, Shin Winshan smiled with a majestic face and said with a pretense of generosity, That's a relief. Daughter, even though that punk was so rude to father me today, I didn't want to pursue him. Just tell him to pay attention in the future. No, Bai Yin was not happy to hear that. That little brute did this to us today. It made us lose face in front of our relatives and friends. If he wants to marry you, he must apologize to us on his knees in front of everyone, or he'll never marry you. Shin Yunin's eyebrows were covered with an inextricable layer of dark clouds. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Ning Muyun did those excessive things. I won't just let it go. I'll make him apologize to both of you. It will be to your satisfaction. After Shin Yunyin finished speaking, she carried Ning Muyun's soaked gown to the car. A rush of engines sounded. The smooth lines of the Maserati MC-20 turned into a shadow, hidden into the rain and fog. Bai Yin stood there with a smug look on her face, as if she had already seen the scene where Ning Muyin would kneel down to her in front of everyone. Shin Winshan looked at the messy wedding scene. The heart is full of depression. How did a good wedding turn into what it is now? Alas! While Shin Winshan was worried about what to do at the wedding site, the First People's Hospital of Magic City, the spacious white hall was filled with patients who came to see the doctor. The flurry of people made the hall seem unusually chaotic and noisy. Right in the middle of this tumultuous tide of sound, tada! 3 sharp and rhythmic taps of heels were quite loud. It was enough to hear the immense eagerness of the sender. The crowd in the middle of the hall looked up, only to see 3 rather elegant beauties hurriedly bursting into the hospital lobby and rushing towards the 2nd floor. Hey, isn't that Ning Yushi? Why is she here? I recognize her. I even saw that movie she made. What's the big star doing in the hospital? It looks so anxious. I don't know, it's probably to visit a patient. The 3 sisters ignored the comments of passersby and went straight outside the operating room. In the middle of the empty and quiet corridor, only Ning Luoling and Mei Yuan sat on the cold bench, anxiously waiting for Ning Jibua in the operating room. Mom, how's Jibua doing? Mom, I just heard the news and rushed over from the theater. Is Jaibi okay? Mom, is he okay, brother? Mei Yuan looked up, her eyes still streaked with tears. Sijia Yuyan ran. You're all here? Mom, what the hell happened? Ning Sijia, the eldest of the Ning family, walked up and asked in a small voice. Weren't you guys going to attend that little brute Ning Muyun's wedding? How did it turn out like this? As soon as she heard the words Ning Muyun, Mei Yuanyuan became so angry that her hands trembled. Don't mention that bitch. Mom, what's wrong? Did he make you mad? The three Ning Sijia sisters looked at the furious Mei Yuanyuan and asked cautiously. Mei Yuanyuan was so angry that her face turned white and she trembled. Ning Luoling was afraid that she would get angry. So while stroking Mei Yuanyuan's back to help her smooth out her anger, she gave the three sisters a good account of what had happened today. However, perhaps it was because they were unwilling to admit that Ning Muyun had severed their relationship with them. Ning Luoling didn't tell the three sisters about severing their relationship. The three sisters who had just arrived at the hospital immediately exploded with anger when they heard about the things Ning Muyun had done. What did you say? Not only did that little brood beat up Shuxian and the girls, but he also made a move on Mom and Dad. Chapter 7. Sister, he's disowned us. Yeah, big sister. Ning Luoling nodded, also saying with an incredulous expression, that bitch is like crazy today. Not only did he beat Jibwa to death, he stomped that thing of Jibwa's. Outrageous. A thick layer of gloom covered Ning Sijia's face. This little beast, it's getting more and more lawless. When he gets back, I'm going to break his legs. I definitely won't let him off the hook this time. I, Ning Sijia, will never have this brother again. Ning Yuyin, the third oldest member of the Ning family, did not look any better. This bitch really doesn't deserve to be our brother. We treated him so well. How dare he treat us like that? Shouldn't have let him off the hook that time before. Big sister, this time we must beat him to death alive. Keeping such a scourge, it's also a disgrace to our Ning family. Ning Ranran was even crying with an indignant face. I've told you all before. It's time to get this bitch out of the house. You just won't listen. Now it's good. This bitch has beaten Brother Jibwa to this state. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you guys, Brother Bo wouldn't have become what he is now. In the face of Ning Ranran's crying, the Ning Sijia sisters didn't say anything more even though they felt upset. After all, not kicking Ning Muyun out of the house was indeed an oversight on their part. Mei Yuanyuan lowered her head even more in self-recrimination, without stopping to recite why he hadn't kicked Ning Muyun out of the house in the first place. Her son wouldn't be so miserable if she kicked the bitch out of the house. Ning Sijia had no place to vent her evil fire, and subconsciously wanted to vent it on Ning Muyun. Sixth sister, call that little brute. Tell that little brute to get his ass to the hospital within 10 minutes. Yeah, sixth sister, tell that bitch to get her ass to the hospital right now. I have to slap him dozens of times today. Sixth sister, tell that bitch to come over quickly. I want that bastard to kowtow and apologize to Brother Jibo. Faced with the three sisters' request in unison, Ning Luoling nodded in approval. Taking out his cell phone, he called Ning Muyun. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Ning Luoling glanced at the cell phone in surprise and hung up. Dialed again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. The three sisters of the Ning family surrounded Ning Luoling, wanting to wait for the phone to connect before raging over the phone. But the delayed call made the trio feel very annoyed, and at the same time, they felt that something was wrong somewhere. Ning Luoling was also very strange. In the past, when self-called, Ning Muyun would pick up the first time. What's going on today? Why can't you get through on the phone twice? Ning Luoling dialed the phone again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. 3 times the same response finally made Ning Luoling think of something. Big sis, he seems to have blackballed me. Huh? All 3 sisters froze for a moment at the news, then all said in unison, no way. How could that little brute, who is usually afraid of missing our calls, have blacked you out? He must be up to something again. Sixth sister, you hit him a couple more times. I just don't believe it. That little brute dares not to answer your calls. Ning Luoling did as he was told. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Ning Luoling hung up the phone and said with great consternation, Big sister, he really did pull the plug on me. Outrageous. This damned little beast. What a lawlessness. Ning Sijia was going crazy with anger. Sixth sister, give me his phone number. I'll call him. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Ning Sijia looked at the L phone in her hand and hardened her anger so much that she pressed down the cell phone screen. This little brute, he even blacked out my phone number too. Third sister, you call that little beast? Yes. Big sister, Ning Yuyin picked up her phone and waved it in front of her face, waiting for the face recognition to unlock. Immediately, he entered the cell phone number he had gotten from Ning Sijia and called it. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Ning Yuyin looked at the cell phone in her hand in dismay, unable to believe the fact that Self had also been blacked out. This bitch! How dare you really blackball me? Third sister. I'll do it. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. The three sisters froze. What the hell is going on here? Ning Muyun, who usually spoke in a fine voice and didn't dare to reject Self and the others at all. I can't believe I blacked out my Self-sister's phone today. The dismay was followed by an even greater wave of anger. Ning Sijia suppressed her monstrous anger and hissed in a low voice. This little brute, I will never let him go. I will not recognize him as my brother again, even if he dies on his knees in front of me. Me too. Ning Yuyin wasn't willing to lag behind either. I'll only have Jibo as a younger brother from now on as well. This bitch Ning Yuyin will never want to call me third sister again. Ning Ran clenched her small fists, her eyes filled with anger. I don't have such a bitch a brother. I'll beat him to death if he ever dares to say he calls me a sister again. Looking at the three sisters who were talking to each other, Ning Luoling, for some reason, suddenly felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Big sister, third sister, seventh sister. He has disowned us. The cursing came to an abrupt end, and the three sisters looked at Ning Luoling in puzzlement. Sixth sister. What do you mean that little beast has disowned us? Sixth sister. Did that bitch say something? Sixth sister. What do you mean by that? Ning Luoling glanced at the three sisters and looked down at her toes in a lost voice. At the wedding site, he swore to heaven and earth with his blood, saying that he severed all ties with the entirety of our Ning family. He will never recognize us again if he violates the oath. Just on what? Just 5 thunderbolts, heaven and earth? The words fell, and the cold corridor was frighteningly quiet. Chapter 8 Jibe is permanently incapacitated. Sixth sister, don't be fooled by that bitch. Ning Ran broke the quiet first. That bitch must have an ulterior motive for saying those things. Don't you fall for his tricks. Severance. Cut. That's a nice thing to say. Is he willing to cut us off? Ning Yuyin chimed in. Sixth sister, you're still too kind. I've seen all these kinds of tricks in the entertainment industry. That bitch's words are the only thing you still believe about him. Ning Sijia even had a sneer on her face. Sixth sister, don't you know what that little beast is? As long as you can stay in our Ning family, you can beat him and scold him. And how could he ever want to cut ties with our family? Looking at the unusually confident trio of sisters, Ning Luoling didn't say anything else. Would Ning Muyun really be the same as what Big Sister and the others said this time? Ning Luoling felt vaguely in her heart that Big Sister and the others were afraid that they would be disappointed this time. The lights in the operating room suddenly went out. The three sisters immediately stopped cursing Ning Muyun, and together with Mei Yuan and Ning Luoling, they surrounded towards the operating room in unison. Fifth sister, how is Jiba doing? Ning Shirwei, who had come out of the operating room, took off her mask and shook her head grimly at the crowd present. That bastard Ning Muyun hit too hard. Those two things of Jibo's are all rotten. There's no way to keep it with today's medical technology. In order to save Jiba's life, those two things can only be removed first. Mei Yuan's face turned pale when she heard this, and she hurriedly grabbed Ning Shirwei and asked, Shirwei, what do you mean? What's wrong with Jibo? Ning Shirwei didn't move and broke free from Mei Yuan's hands. Disgusted, he rubbed his hands together. Mom, I mean Jibo is permanently sterile. In other words, Jibo will never be able to have children again. Huh? Mei Yuan froze for a moment, then fainted. Mom! Mom! Mom, wake up! Mom! The four sisters rushed to help Mei Yuan on the chair, and Ning Luoling carefully held her. What should we do now, big sister? Ning Sijia's eyes were filled with a scarlet glow, and her hands trembled with anger. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill that little beast. Ning Yuyin was also trembling with anger. That bitch! He put Jibo in this state. I won't let him go. I'm going to make him pay. Ning Ran was even more furious and cried out. No way. I absolutely can't let this bitch go. He hurt Brother Jibo like this. I will never let him go. I'll call the police now. Let the police arrest him. No police. A sharp cry scared the three sisters, and they turned their heads in unison. What met his eyes was Ning Songmu, whose right hand was bandaged, while Ning Shuxian and Ning Yanjun, who each had palm prints on their faces, were supporting him at the side. The two sisters glanced at the trio that had just arrived at the hospital and didn't say much. Dad, are you okay? Dad, are you in pain? Ning Sijia and Ning Yuyan came up first to care about Ning Songmu's condition. Only Ning Ranran remained very excited. Dad, that bitch beat Brother Jibo up like that. I'll make sure he goes to jail. I'm calling the police. No reporting. Ning Songmu rushed to Ning Ranran like an enraged lion. Why? Ning Ranran's eyes were filled with incredulity. Dad, that bitch beat up Brother Jibo like that. Why can't we call the police? There's no why. Ning Songmu said in annoyance. When I say no report, I mean no report. Dad, what are you doing? Dad, that bitch did such an outrageous thing. Wouldn't it be good if we sent him in for a few days in jail? In the face of successive discouragement from the eldest and third daughters, Ning Songmu shouted in a violent rage. Shut up. The three sisters were stunned when they heard Ning Songmu's words. Dad, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't you usually discipline that little brute? Why did he do such a lawless thing today? Instead, you don't care? Ning Songmu swept a circle of the surrounding women and said in a chilling voice. All 7 of you listen up. No one calls the police about today. This is a private matter for our Ning family. Anyone who dares to call the police, I'll kick her out of the house. Never recognize her as my daughter. Do you understand? Dad? Asterisk 7-inch. Shut up. Ning Songmu was like a pale lion lecturing his own pride. Do you hear me? Facing the furious Ning Songmu, the 7 sisters could only force themselves to endure it even if they were angry. We heard you. Dad. That's enough for today. Let's go check on Jibo first. The door to the operating room suddenly opened, and several nursing earth pushed a hospital bed out of the operating room. Son, Jibo, asterisk 6-inch. Brother. Ning Songmu and his group gathered around Ning Jibo in unison, unable to stop the tears from flowing down their faces. Now Ning Jibo, all wrapped up like a mummy, especially the crotch. It's even wrapped up like a bowling ball. Families, get out of the way. We'll push to the ward, and you'll see. Fine. After Ning Muyin stepped aside, the Earth Protectors carefully pushed Ning Jibo towards the VLP ward. Ning Songmu and his group followed carefully behind. Ning Ranran was the only one standing still, holding her cell phone to capture a video of the crowd escorting Ning Jibo to the hospital room. Ning Muyin, Yobit, do you think that I won't have a way to send you to jail just because Dad won't let the police be called? Humph, falling into my Ning Ranran's hands. Don't even think about it. Ning Ranran quickly used editing software to match the recorded video from earlier with text. To wit, Ning Muyin is a beast worse than a pig or a dog. Not only did he beat up his own father and mother, but he also beat up his own younger brother and stomped on his brother's balls, making his brother lose his fertility forever. The whole thing is unconscionable and animalistic. When the video was done, Ning Ranran posted it on her own short video account with 7 million followers. Again, at Magic Police at the time of posting. Only when this was done did Ning Ranran put down her cell phone with satisfaction. Moodily, he stepped towards the VLP ward. Brother Jibo, Ranran took it out on you? Don't you worry. That bitch will definitely be put in jail for a meal. But until then, those internet greetings will be enough for him. Bastard, dare to hurt my brother Jibo. I'll make sure you die. Chapter 9. Turns out he's just a stand-in. Ning Muyin didn't realize that an incomparably violent storm of public opinion was brewing on the internet. He had just gotten down from the cab and was now in a well-known villa area in Magic City. The thousands of square meters of garden villa in front of them was Ning Muyin and Shun Yunyin's new house. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar villa in front of her, Ning Muyin couldn't help but feel a mixture of flavors in her heart. It was here that Self lived for 6 whole years after his marriage in his previous life. During that time, Self did his best to serve Shin Yunyin's family, but it doesn't get half the respect. Gained only bitter betrayal and entrapment. Those 6 years of gray and depressing life. Even now, thinking about it still makes Ning Muyin gasp. Close your eyes and take a deep breath for a while, after feeling your mind calm down. Only then did Ning Muyin slowly open his eyes and slowly walk towards the villa area. The villa was just renovated. Everything in the house was new, including the combination lock on the door. Ning Muyin stopped in front of the door and extended his thumb toward the fingerprint lock. Though fingerprint authentication failed. Ning Muyin smiled to himself. It was just like his previous life. In his previous life, Self was similarly fingerprinted when he came to the new house to drop off his luggage the day before the wedding. But after the wedding in the previous life, as now, the fingerprints are failed authentication, Ningmian didn't know who had deleted Self's fingerprints. After the wedding in his previous life, Self returned to his new room alone. The authentication of the fingerprints failed, leaving Self sitting outside all night. It wasn't until the next morning, after Shun Yunyin returned, that Self entered the room. Self in his previous life was unwilling to delve into who really did it. Self will not go deeper in this life. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have to anymore. Ning Muyun remembered the password in his memory and tried to enter it. Click! The gate opened slowly. The memory of the scene in the new house came to life once more. Ning Muyun felt her own heart beating violently. Everything in front of him felt suffocating. When he saw the wedding photo placed in the center of the living room, a tyrannical aura even instantly filled his body. It immediately gave Ning Muyun the urge to destroy everything here. Luckily, what was left of his sanity suppressed the tyranny in his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly pack up his self and get out of here. Get out of this hellhole that's suffocating him. Stepping up to the second floor, Ningmian glanced at the new room with a large red double happiness plastered on the door. Turning, he walked into the cool study on the other side. It was where all the things Ning Muyin had brought to her new home were stored. In a previous life from the day we got married, Self and Shun Yunyan then rested in each of the two rooms. She was in the new room, Self was in the study, and both parties did not interfere with each other. Under the same roof, but the most familiar strangers. Ning Muyin closed the door to his room, took off the dress pants and leather shoes he was wearing, and threw them on the floor. This outfit was the wedding dress that Shin Yunyan had bought for Ning Muyin. The Self in his previous life treasured this set of clothes so much that he couldn't even spare a bit of dust to get it stained. But only afterward did he realize that the dress was bought by Shin Yunyan for another man. It was the man who didn't want it that gave it to Self. The moment he learned of this news in his previous life, Self immediately burned the outfit. I hated to set this villa on fire afterward as well. After picking out a set of casual outerwear to change into from the old clothes brought from the Ning family, Ning Muyun then carried a small bag towards the stairs. As Ning Muyun's firm and steady footsteps sounded, the double happiness on the new room became shaky. Finally, a breeze blew, and double happiness fell helplessly, limp on the ground, no longer able to move. Standing in the spacious living room, Ning Muyun looked at the familiar presentation in front of him, and then looked at the large blue roses in the garden, and once again fell into silence. Ning Muyun knew that Shin Yunyan didn't like Self. From the first time we met, we knew. The reason she married Self was solely because of the wishes of the Ningxin families. More precisely, it was the last wish of the deceased elders of the Ning and Shen families. At that time, Self, who had just returned to the Ning family, did not feel that there was anything wrong. No one is happy to be suddenly informed that they are to marry someone they have just met. I was naive enough to think that as long as I was good to her and took good care of her, I would be able to make her fall in love with me. Now it seems that Self is a joke. They met at 16, married at 24, and died at 30. 14 years of careful care is a stone that should be warmed. Unfortunately, Shun Yunyin, this woman was colder than a stone. 14 years of hard work. And in the end, what you get in return is a bitter betrayal and a reckoning. One could even say that Self died at her hands. Without her call, Self would not have fallen into the trap of those two bastards and scum. In the 4 years after the marriage, Shun Yunyin was extremely neglectful of Self. Feel free to spend the night out, and an inquiry from Self is rewarded with a stern reprimand from her. Said she married Self, but only because of the wishes of her elders. She and Self are nothing more than legally married. Between the two parties, there was no emotion. Said Self had no business telling her what to do as a husband. Ridiculous. 8 years of devoted care, and all you get is 2 sentences. No feelings. No qualifications. Her parents and brother also look down on Self. I've done my best to take care of them, but they only treat me as an inferior. Over time, self-centeredness has cooled. After that, for the sake of the two families' business, Self suppressed his feelings to maintain this false marriage. But then Self realized that she was not without feelings. She liked someone else who looked quite similar to Self. It wasn't until that moment that Ning Muyun realized. Turns out Self is just a stand-in. That man was Shun Yunyan's childhood friend and had known her since she was 8 years old. In Shun Yunyan's eyes, that person was full of advantages. Loyalty and sincerity, warmth and easygoingness, preciousness of character. In short, a polymer of all that is good in the world. But Ning Muyin knew that these were just that man's disguises. It was this childhood friend who had a noble character in Shun Yunyan's eyes. But he did the thing where he forced someone to have an abortion to force them to jump off a building after the junkie girl fucked the woman. Hypocrite, scum, and lecherous are the most apt adjectives for that man, even after their own marriage, but also repeatedly looking for opportunities to wonder. Drugs to stun Shin Yunin. Want a fangirl dry her. It was Self who blocked and sabotaged that scumbag over and over again. But every time, after Shin Yunyan woke up, as long as that man casually said a few words, Shin Yunyan would then believe his words and turn around to insult and rebuke Self. Said Self was spitting blood. Self is not angry. It is not easy to collect the iron evidence that cannot be moved and put it in front of Shin Yunyan. But even so, that man just casually babbled a few sentences, and Shin Yunyan believed it. He also said that Self was planting evidence and that he would call the police to teach Self a lesson. Oh, it was thought that that depressing married life would continue uneventfully. But things took a turn for the worse later on. After the 5th year of marriage, Shin Yunyan fell ill. Chapter 10, Shun Yunyan. You're not qualified to tell me what to do. She's very sick. Hepatocellular carcinoma. Chemo is painful. At that time, Shin Yunin had long since lost her beautiful face. Her withered description caused a hidden pain in Ning Muyun's heart. Even the most hard-hearted person can't remain indifferent after 5 years of living together under the same roof. But her parents and brother can. She's lying in a hospital room. Her parents and brother were outside, discussing where to roam when she died. Sick and unattended, her once cold eyes became dead gray. That childhood friend with a noble character in Shin Yunyan's eyes did not come to the hospital to see her once. He told her that he had gone abroad, but Ning Muyin had seen him in a nightclub near the hospital, with 2 sultry women in cool clothes in his arms. That year, Ning Muyin was tired, and her parents and brother would only eat and drink. Ning Muyin had to manage the company's affairs while taking care of her. People with cancer are mentally unhealthy. From time to time, thoughts of lightness would arise. Ning Muyin was going to do everything he could to enlighten her every day. Cursing, beating, hysteria. Ning Muyin endured them one by one. Within 6 months of her contracting cancer, Ning Muyin's hair had turned half gray. Finally, the iceberg beauty was melted by the hot fire that was Ning Muyin. After 5 years of marriage, Shun Yunyan cried like a child in Ning Muyun's arms for the first time. She said she didn't want to die, and she wanted to have a cute baby. Ning Muyun was heartbroken, taking her in his arms. He solemnly told her that she would never die as long as Self was around. After a year of painful chemotherapy, things finally turned around. Liver source found. It's Ning Muyun himself. It was after an unintentional blood donation that Ning Muyin realized that Self could supply Shin Yunyan with half a liver. Facing a skinny, bony wife, Ning Muyin didn't hesitate, didn't say anything, and didn't want her to worry. Have everyone hide the surgery from her and have it done quietly. Restored to health, she is once again as beautiful as ever and treats herself very differently than before. Intimacy, attachment. The two also began to plan for a child. Ning Muyin smiled happily. At the time, Self thought that after 29 years of waiting, Self had finally found love. Although after the operation, Self often suffered from pain all over his body because he was missing half of his liver, it was all worth it as long as he could see her smiling face. Unfortunately, 5.5 years of companionship is no match for 2 phone calls from that scumbag's false sense of humor. Shin Yunyan changed back to her original appearance. The illusory love went completely up in smoke. Everything went back to the way it was. In the midst of Shun Yunyan sheltering again and again, that scum's guts grew bigger and bigger. The action is even more reckless. Until finally in Ning Jibua that bastard together, with the help of those relatives of Self, and Shun Yunyan killed Self. The last sight Self saw before he breathed his last in his previous life was Shun Yunyan standing in front of that scum, looking at Self with a disgusted face. That scum, on the other hand, was behind Shin Yunyan, looking at Self with a mocking face, his eyes full of sinister. Self was only 30 years old when he died in his previous life, and it just happened to be Self's birthday. The familiar sound of an engine sounded outside the door, freeing Ning Muyun from her painful memories. The sound of the engine was all too familiar to Self. It's Shin Yunyan who's back. Duh. The gate slowly opened, and Ning Muyin coldly watched as a long-haired beauty carried a dress and walked in with a condescending stride. Ning Muyin, what did you mean by what you said at the wedding site today? What do you mean you're breaking off your engagement with me? And who told you to call my parents names? And you beat up your parents at the wedding. I think you're really crazy. Did you go out without your medication today? And who gave you the nerve to throw the clothes I gave you on the floor? Faced with Shun Yunyan, who was like a succession of pearls as soon as she entered the door, Ning Muyin did not respond in any way. Seeing this cool woman again, Ning Muyin only felt very sick. When Shun Yunyan saw the disgust in Ning Muyun's eyes, an evil fire arose in her heart. Ning Muyun, how dare you look at me like that after all these wrongdoings? Are you still a man? The tyrannical aura once again filled Ning Muyun's surroundings, and the words that came out of his mouth carried an anger that had been suppressed to the extreme. Shin Yunyan, where were you at the wedding just now? And who the hell did you buy that wedding dress you're carrying in your hand for? After hearing Ning Muyun's angry tone, Shin Yunyan was stunned for a while before saying somewhat sheepishly, "What are you talking about? Surely it's for you." "For me? Huh?" Ning Muyun was smiling on his face, but his heart was incredibly miserable. Shin Yunyan, do you take others for fools? You really think I don't know? That piece of clothing in your hand is what you bought for Wu Minghui. You gave it to me after he didn't want it. Shin Yunyan, you really make me sick. Shin Yunyan, who had been exposed to the truth, was infuriated, and a ball of anger was instantly ignited in her heart. Amir Ning Muyun, how dare you get angry with me? What's even more outrageous is that it has the audacity to question self. It's so anticlimactic. Under her anger, the words Shin Yunyan uttered were even more chilling. So what if I just bought it for Wu Minghui? You're no match for him. And what's it to you where I go? What are you? Who do you think you are to control me? Huh? Ning Muyun smiled. Shin Yunyan, then who are you to tell me what to do? What the fuck are you? Shin Yunyan was frozen at the scene. She could not believe what she heard. Ning Muyun, who has been treating himself carefully, dares to talk to himself like this? Ning Muyun, I'm your wife. Why can't I control you? Ning Muyun laughed mockingly. What a wife. Running away from the wedding scene in front of so many people. Are you worthy of being my wife? Shin Yunyan knew that she was in the wrong, and her tone softened again. That was an emergency on my part. It's not like I meant to run away from the wedding. Urgent. Ning Muyun smiled and opened his mouth, but the words he uttered were vicious. Your emergency is to go to the airport to say goodbye to Wu Minghui, your childhood sweetheart. Shin Yunyan, you really make me sick. Shin Yunyan's eyes widened as she asked incredulously, You followed me? Stalking you? Isn't that kind of thing obvious? Do I still need to follow you? Ning Muyun. Shin Yunyan hissed angrily. You're just my legal husband. There are no feelings between us. You're not qualified to meddle in my affairs. Ning Muyun smiled to himself. There's that line again. Huh? That's right, I'm not qualified. So please get out of the way. I'm leaving. Shin Yunyan stepped on her high heels and blocked in front of Ning Muyun. No leaving. If you don't make it clear today, you're not leaving. Ning Muyun's face clouded over. Shin Yunyan, you are nothing more than my legal wife. There are no feelings between us. You're in no position to tell me what to do. Now, get the hell out of here right now. Chapter 11 Shin Yunyan, you're such a bitch. I'm not qualified? Shin Yunyan was so angry that her little face turned white. Ning Muyun, you son of a bitch. I'm your explicitly married wife. How come I'm not qualified to control you? And what about the fact that I'm still the husband who marched down the aisle with you? Am I in a position to control you? Shin Yunyan, who was blocked by her own words, did not know what to say next. Ning Muyun looked at the dumbfounded Shun Yunyan in front of him, and only felt great irony in his heart. All right, Miss Shun, you just keep staying here. When I'm gone, no matter if you're looking for a lover boy or bagging, no one will stop you. Ning Muyun. Shin Yunyan was so angry that her little face turned white. I did not seek a lover, nor have I been harboring. I'm not keeping a gigolo. Ning Muyun's face was horribly indifferent, and his tone was just as cold. I don't care. What? Shin Yunyan froze for a moment when she heard this, looking at Ning Muyun incredulously, her eyes full of incomprehension. Ning Muyun, what do you mean by that? Literally. Shin Yunyan, we're getting a divorce soon. After the divorce, no. After I'm gone in a little while, you can do whatever you like. You can go abroad to find your childhood sweetheart, or you can go to some bar and find a gigolo to bag. You can go abroad to find your childhood sweetheart, or go to a bar and find a white boy to keep. None of this is any of my business. I don't care a bit. It's over between us. Ning Muyun finished coldly and lifted her small bag to leave the place. No going. Shin Yunyan stepped on her satin heels and reached out to block Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun, you make your words clear. What do you mean it's over between us? Shun Yunyan, you don't understand Chinese? Ning Muyun's eyes were as dark as if they had sunk into an abyss. It's over between us. It's as simple as that. It's over. Shin Yunyan was so angry that she trembled and burst into tears. Ning Muyun, how could you say such things to me? You swore to me that you would love me for the rest of my life. Have you forgotten? I forgot. Ning Muyun's face was terribly gloomy, and his hostile words zapped Shun Yunyan's guts. Everything I told you before is null and void. This is a clean break between us. From now on, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. Now you've heard it all. Hearing Ning Muyun's icy tone, Shin Yunyan wanted to get angry, but for some reason her heart was a little flustered. Ning Muyun, I was a bit hasty in today's matter. I shouldn't have left you to see off Ming Hui, but he's leaving the country soon. After he leaves the country this time, he'll never come back. We've been childhood friends for so many years. I can't not go to see him off, can I? Hearing the word Ming Hui, Ning Muyun's tone once again became tyrannical. Shin Yunyan, you listen to me. I've said it before. There's nothing more between us. It's none of my business whoever you like to send it to. Even if you divorce me today and marry him tomorrow, it's none of my business. Ning Muyun left after saying that, without stopping in the slightest. Shin Yunin panicked and blocked in front of Ning Muyun, pulling on Ning Muyun's sleeve and begging bitterly. Ning Muyun, I really have nothing to do with Ming Hui. Why can't you listen to a word I say? Are you still a man? Shin Yunyan, what exactly do you want to do? Ning Muyun's patience had been depleted to the extreme, and his hands had unnaturally clenched into fists. Shin Yunyan glared at Ning Muyun in a justified manner. Number one, you will apologize to me. I left the wedding today for a completely valid reason. You shouldn't have doubted me like that, and you shouldn't talk about me like that. I'm so upset right now. If you're a man, you should apologize to me. Second, you will apologize to my parents. They're your elders, and soon to be your mom and dad, even if they both don't like you. And you shouldn't have insulted them in front of all those people. It puts them to shame. You should apologize to them if you still know how to be polite. Third, you will apologize to your parents, no matter what they did to you. They are your parents. You shouldn't have hit them. If you're still a human being, you should go and apologize to them. Fourth, you're going to go back to the wedding with me and announce to those guests that what you said today was nonsense, that you have no intention of divorcing me. You're the one who said you'd love me for the rest of my life in the first place. You can't go back on your word like that. You have to come back with me and explain to those people. Shin Yunyan was still talking to herself there, completely unaware that Ning Muyun's face had become increasingly somber. Fifth, you're going to visit Ning Jibwa in the hospital. You shouldn't have beaten him like that. No matter how unrelated, that's still your brother. Sixth, you need to call and apologize to Ming Hui and say you. Shut up. Ning Muyun suddenly copied the vase in front of him and smashed it hard on the ground. The sharp cracking sound scared Shun Yunyan into letting out a mournful scream. Ning Muyun, are you crazy? What are you doing? Shin Yunyan looked at Ning Muyun, who was like a fierce beast in front of her, and felt a wave of fear in her heart as she involuntarily stepped back. Ning Muyun tried to suppress his anger and said in a cold voice, Shun Yunyan, I'll repeat myself. You are nothing more than my legal wife. There are no feelings between us. You're in no position to meddle in my affairs. Let me hear you telling me what to do again, and I won't be surprised if I don't treat you right. Shin Yunyan's temper also came up, and she blurted out in anger. Ning Muyun, I'm telling you, today you must do as I say. Apologize to me, my parents, your parents, and Jibwa Minghui, and the rest of them, or I'll divorce you. Yes. Ning Muyun sneered. That's not exactly right. Shin Yunyan, the Civil Affairs Bureau, isn't closed yet. You take the documents. We're getting a divorce now. Only then did Shin Yunin react to the fact that it was Ning Muyun who had been wanting a divorce, so she quickly changed her words. No way. I will never divorce you. Ha ha ha. Ning Muyun laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes, her smile filled with sadness and desolation. Shin Yunyan, you're such a bitch. Ning Muyun, how dare you call me a slut? Shin Yunyan couldn't believe her ears. Ning Muyun, who had always liked herself the most, even called herself a bitch? Shin Yunyan, You're not only a bitch, it's also a blind, stupid bitch. Ning Muyun, don't you go too far? Don't think I'm afraid to divorce you. Shin Yunin looked angrily at her husband, who was laughing freely in front of her, and her eyes slowly filled with tears. Shin Yunyan, are you deaf? I've always wanted to divorce you. It's you. You've been dragging your feet about getting a divorce. Shin Yunyan, if you really want a divorce, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Don't pester me here. Chapter 12, if you don't sign, I'll sue you for divorce. Just a few moments away from... Shin Yunyan was just about to agree, but suddenly remembered her father's commission. Her face changed, and she said indifferently, Ning Muyun, I'm telling you, I will never divorce you. The smile on Ning Muyun's face completely dissipated, once again turning into that cold and icy look. It doesn't matter if you want to or not. I've decided to divorce you. After Ning Muyun finished speaking, she carried her things and headed out the door. When Shin Yunyan saw that Ning Muyun really wanted to leave, she panicked in her heart and grabbed Ning Muyun's sleeve to try to pull him back. Ning Muyun, stop right there. Ning Muyun flung himself violently, his sleeves directly rolling up, revealing the hideous scars on his arms. Shin Yunyan couldn't withstand that force and was directly thrown heavily to the ground, falling on her buttocks. Shin Yunin was in pain, and her eyes were on the verge of tears. Ning Muyun, you asshole. Ning Muyun stopped the moment she was about to walk out of the room. Shin Yunin subconsciously rejoiced, thinking, this guy is really trying to escape. Humph, I knew it. You couldn't leave me. Ning Muyun, quickly pull me up. Ning Muyun said in a cold voice without looking back. Shin Yunyan, I'll have my lawyer give you the divorce papers tomorrow. After you sign the papers, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the divorce papers. Don't worry, I won't take any of the things given to you. Ning Muyun. Shin Yunyan was exasperated and burst into tears. Ning Muyun, I'm telling you, I will never sign it. I will never divorce you. Doesn't matter. Ning Muyun's voice was so cold that it didn't have a trace of emotion. I'm going to divorce you whether you sign or not. You sign, and I'm clean. Everything here is yours. If you don't sign, I'll sue you for divorce. Divide the property with you. Sign it or not. It's up to you. Ning Muyun finished speaking and walked out, never looking back. Ning Muyun, you come back. Get your ass back here. In the midst of Shun Yunyan's mournful shouts, Ning Muyun carried her small bag and walked out without looking back. Only Shin Yunyan was left sitting alone in the living room, whimpering nonstop. Ning Muyun, you son of a bitch. I hate you. Woo 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 woo. Ning Muyun walked out of the gate of the villa area and looked at the brilliant flaming clouds in the sky, his heart bursting with relief. All the things that had not been said in my previous life were now being said. Ning Muyun only felt as if a large burden had been lifted. The whole body relaxes. On Shun Yunyan's side, just prepare to go through the divorce process. As for the Ning family, Ning Muyun's eyes once again flashed with a hint of hostility. Tomorrow we'll go to those beasts and make an end of it. Taxi. Ning Muyun waved and stopped a cab. Master, go to Fengxian Street. Okay. Just after the cab pulled away from the gates of the villa area, a woman got out of an Audi A4 parked at the back of the road. The woman looked at the direction Ning Muyun left with a cold smile, then got into the car and slowly drove into the villa area. Shin Yunyan sat alone in the living room and cried until she couldn't catch her breath. A slightly chubby woman suddenly walked in the door. After the line of sight touched Shun Yunyan, gloating was clearly shown in his eyes. But it was soon replaced by a look of cordiality, and just that shade of gloom covered it up. Smokey, what's wrong with you? Vivi, you're here. Shin Yunyan tearfully looked at her best friend Lu Xiaowei, who walked in, and very aggrievedly jumped into her arms. Smokey, don't cry. What the hell happened? Vivi, what to do? Shin Yunin cried until she couldn't catch her breath. Ning Muyun, he had to divorce me. Lu Xiaowei didn't move and stepped back, skillfully hiding the disgust in her eyes. Smokey, take it easy. Tell me what's going on first. Shin Yunyan sobbed as she repeated to Lu Xiaowei what she had just said to Ning Muyun. Lu Xiaowei's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but she put on an angry face. Smokey, this Ning Muyun is so unlikable. Didn't you just leave a little bit in the middle to send off your childhood friend? What's wrong with that? Who is he, Ning Muyun, to say that about you? Yes. Shin Yunyan nodded in resignation as well. Wei Wei Minghui and I really don't have anything. We're just childhood friends who grew up together. We have an innocent relationship. Ning Muyun, And yet he thinks there's something between Ming Hui and me. He had to divorce me. Vivi, what am I going to do? A trace of resentment flashed in Lu Xiaowei's eyes, but her tone of voice grew gentler. Smokey, don't be afraid. That Ningmiyun is just lusting after you. You don't pay any attention to those tricks of his. He made up his mind that you wouldn't dare sign it. He wants you to go to him and apologize. His kind of trick. I don't know how many times I've usually seen it. Who can you scare? Didn't he say he'd have his lawyer send you divorce papers tomorrow? Tomorrow the lawyer brings it and you just sign it. I can't believe that guy really wants to divorce you. He's been in love with you for 8 years since he met you. With a relationship that deep, I don't believe he can break it off all at once. Wait until tomorrow when you sign. Ningmiyun will naturally panic. When the time comes, you'll just wait for him to apologize to you. And later on, you can use this thing as a handle to threaten him properly, so that he never dares to make any more trouble. From now on at home, it's not all up to you. Shen Yunyan listened and nodded frequently, and her tears gradually stopped. Right? That's what I thought. I knew from the beginning that he was playing the lustful game. Vivia, thank you so much. Without you waking me up, I really fell for his trick. Lu Xiaowei smiled gently and touched Shen Yunyan's hair affectionately. Smokey, you're getting raw, just saying that. We're the best of girlfriends. In the future, if you have anything else, just come and ask me. I'll help you out. Guaranteed you won't suffer. I got it. I really thank you this time. Vivi, we're going to be best friends for life. Yeah, we're besties for life. Lu Xiaowei said this sentence unusually affectionately. Only the eyes are cold and terrible. The cab sped down the flat tarmac road, cars backing up on either side. Ning Muyun sat in the back seat, thinking about where to find a house. Since deciding to cut ties with those brutes, Ning Muyun then had no intention of returning to the places that had suffocated him. The first order of business was to find a house for self to land in before the sun went down. Mordor is big, but small. It was one of the largest cities in the Divine State, inhabited by countless people and covering a vast area. But when one tries to get a foothold here, one realizes that there is not a single space left for the self in this small place. After contacting a familiar real estate agent on his cell phone, Ning Miyun then put down his cell phone and turned his head to look out the window at the extremely fast backward traffic to fall into memories. On the day he died in his previous life, Self was also driving fast on the road like this. Chapter 13, There's No Such Thing as a Bad Day in Life. Self was working that day when he suddenly received a phone call. The call came from Shun Yunyan herself. She said something had happened to herself and asked Self to come to her rescue. Self, who had never been a dangerous driver, didn't let off the gas that day on the road. The car sped right up to 200 kilometers. Ning Miyun only remembers that at that time, the cars on both sides of the road were also like today, turned into a backward streaming shadow. What's on your mind, young man? Why do you look so sad? The voice of the master taxi driver broke Ning Miyun out of her memories. Oh, nothing, just remembering something bad. Ning Miyun forced a smile, took his eyes back to the car, and began to rest his eyes. The master taxi driver slightly turned the steering wheel, lightly stepped on the gas pedal, and overtook a GTR while taking another sip from his teacup. Lad, look away. There's no such thing as a bad day in life. When God closes a door for you, he also leaves you a window. When you're bored, you look elsewhere more often, and it might just be another different life. Ning Miyun was silent for a long time, and finally gently let out a mouthful of turbid air, nodding his head and reluctantly smiling. Master, thank you for comforting me. Hey, the master taxi driver waved his hand. What's the point of thanking me? All of it worked because you figured it out. I'm just giving you a little advice. All things in life are self-made decisions, and outsiders are but spectators. Lad, don't look so sad. Life is so beautiful, and you're so bitter. How can that be? Come, Uncle will play you a song. Let's relax. Facing this talkative brother, Ning Muyun's heart was also much lighter, and she smiled a bit more naturally. Master Cabby reached over and removed a disc from the visor and inserted it into the CD player. Within moments, the tuneful, inspirational song resonated through the car. Drink a few, I'm not drunk. Drink a few, I'm not drunk. Soju as dry as possible to open, lest I lose my mind. Soju, try to pull to open. The master taxi driver's voice became lighter as he listened to the melodious song. Boy, my favorite is that little pony from Heroes of Might and Magic. Look at him, a man who went single-handedly to Maplewood Pavilion on his own to avenge Brother Howe's death. In the end, even if it was death, and did not hang his head in shame. Uncle, love this kind of young man the most. The taxi master glanced at Ning Muyun from the rearview mirror. Lad, don't you think a man lives for a backbone? Right. Ning Muyun smiled and nodded. A man should have a backbone. Hey, that's right. The master taxi driver nodded in satisfaction. Man, no matter what hurdles you encounter, you can't lose your backbone. Become downhearted. The hardest thing is to die. Do you think so? Yes. Ning Muyun nodded solemnly, noticing that the flaming clouds in the sky were becoming more and more radiant. While the two were enjoying the music, the CD player suddenly developed a problem. The mellifluous sound of the music became shrill and harsh. Ouch! This broken machine! You can't even make Uncle listen to a song properly. Forget it! The master taxi driver turned off the CD player and turned on the radio. Boy, the CD player is broken. Let's live to listen to the radio. Both. Ning Muyun smiled and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the car. After a rustling sound, the radio blared through the car. The recent downward trend in the share price of Huangfu International is still affecting the stock market. It's rumored that the chairman of Huangfu International had an accident 7 days ago and died in a car crash. Huangfu International has been down for a week straight. Shareholders have been making sell-offs in the face of today's situation at Huangfu International. And the whole stock market is in a slump as a result. The master taxi driver could not help but exclaim when he heard the news. This company is so awesome. It can even influence the stock market now. The chairman must be very rich then. But what's the point of having money? Lives are gone. What good is more money? Boy, don't you think so? It's... In the face of her brother's exclamation, Ning Muyun casually coped and fell into her memories. Huangfu International. This company is a supergiant multinational. With businesses spanning countless industries, it can be called a super enterprise that has gathered the entire industry chain of miniature. In his previous life, the year of Shun Yunin's chemotherapy, self-replaced her in the management of Shun's group and dealt with this company once. At that time, Shun's group was already incomparable under Self's management. The company's market capitalization has appreciated by 50% from its original base. Self was wondering at the time if he could enter into a partnership with Huangfu International, take Shun's group to the next level. But after the door-to-door visit, he was told that Shun's group was not qualified at all. Upon learning this news, Self had to call it quits. After that, he operated on himself and transplanted half a liver to Shin Yunyan. While your body gets worse, you don't have as much energy as you used to. There would be no more energy to create a connection with Royalty International. However, in his previous life, he did not hear the news of the death of the chairman of Huangfu International until he died. And I don't know what's going on in this life. Iksa, boy, Bongyan Street is here. Good. Ning Muyun got out of the car after paying, standing on a historic and obsolete street corner. The mottled red bricks and ancient alleyways in front of us all reflect the traces of age. With her body in the middle of this stale environment, Ning Muyun completely relaxed. When she was 3 years old, she was rescued from a garbage collection station, and after she recovered from her serious injuries, Ning Muyun was sent to an orphanage. That orphanage is just down the street. This is where Ning Muyun grew up. The memories of the orphanage were not good, but it was still much better than that wolf's den of the Ning family. Maybe it's time to take some time out and see those people. The taxi master rolled down the passenger window and said to Ning Muyun with a smile, "Boy, get a life. There's no such thing as a bad day in life." Ning Muyun nodded and said with a smile, "Got it, master. Take care on the road. Have a safe trip." The cabbie waved his hand and was about to drive off in his cab. "Ugh, master, wait." A very familiar female voice rang in her ears. Ning Muyun followed the sound. A woman in a white shirt, a small gray suit, and a pair of matte black heels stood in front of the cab. Although the woman did not have any makeup, it could be seen that she was a beautiful woman with quite a young woman's charm. The woman was in a hurry at the moment and wanted to leave immediately. Ning Muyun froze for a moment when he saw the familiar woman, and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Han, why are you here?" Chapter 14. How about Ning Jibwa? Gurton, Ga egg? Ning. Teacher Han also looked at Ning Muyun with a surprised expression. "Why are you here?" Ning Muyun swung with the bag in her hand. "I'm staying here for a while these days, and I'm looking for a house here now." "Oh, that's great." The phone rang in the woman's hand, and she panicked. "Ning, I live in this area too. When you have time later, you come to my place as a guest. I have urgent business. Just leave first." With that, the woman got into a cab and took off. Ning Muyun looked at the departing woman and smiled helplessly. "How old are you? And you still look like this." The woman who had just left, named Han Yunxian, was Ning Muyun's English teacher when she went to college. From the first time we met, she was often adventurous, but is very nice and gets along with every student. A year after Ning Muyun graduated from college, she got married. Thinking of her husband, Ning Muyun grimaced. Han Yunxuan's husband is a scumbag. In her previous life, Han Yunxian was nearly driven to suicide because of that scum. It was Self's unintentional bump that saved her. Self also helped her put that scumbag in jail afterward. Ning Muyun stood in place, his face cloudy. According to the original time, Han Yunxian had already married that scum. Between them, the child would have been 4 years old this year. Thinking of that melancholy little girl from her previous life, Ning Muyun felt a pang of heartache. Let's see how it goes first, and if that scumbag is still the same, help teacher Han divorce him sooner rather than later. She must never be allowed to go so far as to commit suicide again. 2 identical phone rings suddenly rang. Ning Muyun followed the sound and saw a familiar real estate agent under a big tree, his old friend, Wang Hao. Ning Muyun smiled and hung up the phone, walking towards the large tree. "I say, Wang Hao, why are you calling me if you're not looking for me directly? You have more phone bills than you have room for?" Wang Hao pointed to the distant cab and said with a smile, "Aren't I afraid of disturbing your date with your beautiful wife?" "What good person? That's my English teacher from college." "Oh." Wang Hao laughed oddly. "I didn't expect, the Hall of Ning to Shao, actually like older than Self. Want me to introduce you to a few rich women, Bah! You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. What do you mean I like older?" Ning Muyun glared at Wang Hao without any good humor. "He's only 5 years older than me." "Oh, so it's only 5? Then you can't just go after it," Wang Hao said as he pretended to have a sudden realization. "I almost forgot. You're getting married today. Then you really don't have a chance with them. By the way, here, I'll give you the money for the portion you paid with it. But don't be too short," Wang Hao said, and took out a red envelope from his arms and handed it over. Ning Muyun restrained his smile and sighed helplessly. "I'm divorced." "Huh?" Wang Hao's jaw dropped in shock. "Aren't you having a wedding today? How did it turn into a divorce? You're getting divorced right after you got married? You can't be kidding me? Would I joke about something like that?" Seeing Ning Muyun's serious face, Wang Hao finally confirmed that this was surprisingly true. Ahem. Wang Hao withdrew the red envelope without moving. "It's okay. Just leave. Let's find another good one. I'll take you to the bar after we book the house later, and we'll celebrate your return to singleness. Dude, introduce you to some more good-looking sisters." Ning Muyun rolled her eyes. "All right, I just got divorced. Don't want to fall in love again just yet. You might as well tell me what great houses are out there." "Okay." Wang Hao took a look at Ning Muyun and saw that she wasn't too sad, so he let go of his heart. "As you told me before, the area should be large and the house should be clean. And I found it for you. 125 square feet, duplex structure, 1 bedroom, 2 baths, facing north and south. 11,000 a month. What do you think?" Ning Muyun was quite satisfied to hear these conditions. "Okay, let's go up and have a look." "Okay." Ning Muyun followed Wang Hao to that out room and looked around. The room was neat and tidy, with a large living room as soon as you entered. Behind the living room was a staircase, and behind the staircase was an enclosed balcony. Up the stairs to the second floor, there was also an empty hall above, furnished with various pieces of furniture. More comfortably, the second floor has an open-air balcony with a chair on it. When you look out, you can see the dilapidated old alleyways downstairs and the skyscrapers in the distance. Well, still satisfied? I went to a lot of trouble to find this for you. Ning Muyun did. Not bad. I'll rent this house. Okay, then I'll get you the contract. After the two signed the contract, Wang Hao helped Ning Muyun clean up the room again. By the time it was packed up, night had fallen, and outside the window the Magic City was officially in Night City mode. "I say, Muyun, aren't you going out for a drink with me? I met quite a few pretty sisters in this time." "Not going." Ning Muyun's face was calm, his eyes revealing exhaustion. "Just got divorced, and I want to be alone first." "Okay, then call me if you need anything." Wang Hao didn't force himself and left the house with a word. After the door to the room closed, the room was instantly silent. Ning Muyun put down her small bag and went straight up to the second floor. "Sit in that chair on the open terrace." The towering skyscrapers were already lit up with bright lights. The ancient alleyway downstairs was even louder. The whole city is full of fireworks and bursting with life. But Ning Muyin only felt a gust of desolation. 10,000 lights, none of them belonged to self. There were 2 clicks, and the eggs a grandmother was carrying scattered all over the floor. Granny rubbed her teeth in pain as she looked at the broken eggs on the ground. Ning Muyun, however, laughed happily. That bastard Ning Jibua's eggs are broken too. Turning him into a eunuch would be a blessing to the world. TCH, it's no longer appropriate to call him a bastard from now on. After all, bastards can leave offspring. What should I call him from now on? How about Ning Jibua? Gurdon Kaji Egg? When I think of that bastard Ning Jibua, he's in such a miserable state. Ning Muyin just couldn't stop laughing. It's true. Just the thought of a bastard being worse off than you makes your heart ache. I just don't know what Gurdon will get up to when he wakes up. Forget it. Let's go outside and get a grilled cold noodle. To celebrate that bastard's missing 2 eggs, let the master add 2 more this time. After locking up the house, Ning Muyin got up and entered the noisy lights. Meanwhile, the first hospital in Mordor. The mummified Ning Jibua slowly opened his eyes under the stimulation of the light. Chapter 15 Jibua. Do you want your sisters to call the police for you? Dad? Mom? Son? You're awake. Mei Yuanyuan jumped down in front of the hospital bed. Happy at the same time. 2 lines of tears keep flowing down. Jibua. Brother Jibul. Brother. Brother. The oldest Ning Sijia, the second Ning Shuxian, the 6th Ning Luoling, and the youngest Ning Ranran all gathered around. Looking at the crowd that had gathered around, a trace of resentment flashed under Ning Jibua's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Mom, big sister, second sister, 6th sister, 7th sister, you're all here. Aha! Mei Yuan nodded. When they heard about your accident, your big sister and the others came over. Your 3rd sister and their crew couldn't live without her, so they called her back again. There's a case at your 4th sister's law firm that she needs to handle. Oh! Ning Jibua responded, while his eyes kept scanning Ning Muyun's figure. Mom, where's my dad? Mei Yuan wiped her tears and sobbed. Your father is in pain after breaking his arm. Your 5th sister is accompanying him for a full-body checkup. A hint of annoyance flashed through Ning Jibua's eyes. That wasn't what he wanted to know. Mom, where's Brother Muyin? You guys didn't chastise him, did you? Ning Jibua was now very eager to hear about Ning Muyun's tragic situation. In his opinion, that bitch Ning Muyun beat self up like this, according to how this family of fools favored self. They'll tear him apart. The moment he thought of Ning Muyun's miserable face as he was beaten half to death, the corners of Ning Jibua's lips even involuntarily rose up. Jibua, don't you ever mention that little brute again. Ning Sijia was so angry that her veins flared up and her fists were clenched to the point that her knuckles turned white. Seeing how angry Ning Sijia was, Ning Jibua was overjoyed. By the looks of it, Ning Muyin should have gotten his leg broken. Ha! That bitch is crippled from now on. Yeah, Brother Jibul. Ning Shuxian also came up. Don't you mention him anymore. He's no longer a member of our Ning family. That's great. Ning Jibua couldn't help but cheer in his heart. The bitch has finally been kicked out. The Ning family fortune will all be mine in the future. Ha ha ha. Brother, stop worrying about that bitch. Everything will be fine. Ning Luoling was even more distressed and shed tears. Ning Jibua got even more excited. Old 6, who's usually the best to that cheap bastard, said so. That bitch is dead this time. Ning Ranran was even crying with red eyes. Brother Jibua, don't worry. Even if your balls are gone, you're still my brother. I'll never admit that bitch is my brother. Good, good, good. Old 7 is mine forever. Ning Jibua was so jubilant that he practically wanted to turn a few cartwheels on the hospital bed. Suddenly, he realized a small problem in Ning Ranran's words just now. What do you mean? Balls no more? 7th sister, what did you just say? Ning Ranran froze and cried even louder. Brother, I know it's hard to lose your balls, but you must be strong. Ning Jibua smiled stiffly. 7th sister, you're not joking with me, are you? What do you mean my balls are gone? Literally. The oldest 5, Ning Shirwei, helped Ning Sangmu walk in, her face unusually calm. Brother, you were too badly hurt when you were brought here. If you don't take those 2 off, you're dead. So, Ning Jibua immediately felt the sky spinning. Mindfully, he asked again, 5th sister, you said you took 2 things from me. That? What was that? Ning Shirwei looked straight into Ning Jibo's eyes and said seriously, Jibo, that's 2 of your testicles. Balls. They were all broken when you delivered them. In order for you to live, I'll have to remove it. I hope you don't blame the 5th sister. Remove. Excerpt. Remove. Remove. Ning Jibo felt that these 2 words kept echoing in his own mind. The moment the sound returns to silence, Ning Jibo finally reacted. I've lost my balls. I've become a eunuch. Grief rose from his heart, and Ning Jibo wailed out. Ning Sijia and the others rushed up to comfort them. Jibo, it's okay. Big sis will find a way to put another pair on for you later, and it definitely won't make you feel anything out of the ordinary. Yes. Ning Shuxian also tried her best to comfort. Brother Jibo, 2nd sister will design a suit for you right away. I guarantee that when you put it on, no one will ever be able to tell that you're missing something there. Ning Luoling was also heartbroken. Brother, don't cry. You can't have too many mood swings after your surgery, or the freshly sewn stitches will come apart. You'll have trouble going to the bathroom, too. Mei Yuan cried uncontrollably. Son, don't worry. No matter what you become in the future, you'll always be Mom's most manly son. Ning Sangmu saw Ning Jibo crying so miserably. His heart didn't feel good either. He silently lamented, but didn't say anything more. Ning Shirwei's face remained unchanged, her brows tightly locked, and a hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Ning Ranran was most angry. Brother Jibo, don't you cry. I'll call the police now. Arrest that bitch and take it out on you. No reporting. Ning Sangmu once again widened his eyes and stood in front of Ning Ranran and angrily rebuked. I said before that I'm not allowed to report it. Are you deaf? Ning Ranran, however, was unwilling to be obedient. Dad, look how sad Brother Jibo is. Shouldn't we take it out on Brother Jibo? Ning Jibo's green tea instincts of more than 20 years kicked in again. No. No need, 7th sister. Brother Muyan was also careless before he hurt me like this. I'll be fine. You mustn't call the police. You must not hit him. Ning Sangmu hadn't said anything yet, but Ning Sijia and the girls couldn't help themselves. Jibo, don't you worry. I'll call the police right now and take that little brood in to take it out on you. Brother Jibo, we'll report it now. Brother, you're just too nice. We'll never let you suffer this aggravation for nothing. The 3 sisters also pulled out their cell phones and prepared to call the police. Ning Jibo looked on, his heart finally feeling better. When these idiots call the police, their bitchy kiss-ass brother should be in jail. When the time comes, I'll pay someone to get him killed inside. Otherwise, I can't get rid of this bad anger in my heart. No reporting. Ning Sangmu reached out and knocked the sisters' cell phones to the ground, staring with bloodshot eyes that looked like they were trying to eat someone. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what I said before? I'll kick anyone out of the house who calls the police. Dad! A few sisters saw Ning Jibo's miserable state and quit. Did you see what that little brood did to Jibo? Yeah, Dad. That bitch treats Jibo like that. Jibo still cares about him so much. Shouldn't he be taught a good lesson? The remaining few sisters still wanted to persuade, but Ning Sangmu directly interrupted the few. Jibo has said not to call the police. Are you going to go against his wishes? Huh? Hearing these words, several sisters all turned their eyes towards Ning Jibo. Jibo, you say, do you want your sisters to call the police for you? Tapped it on Alta Ning Moon. I'm going to kill you. Yeah, Brother Jibo, if you say the word, 2nd sister will help you call the police. Brother, don't you worry about Dad. Just say whatever you want. Yeah, Brother Jibo, I'll go to the police right now if you want. When Ning Sangmu heard that his daughters were so disobedient, he was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. Facing the Ning sisters' eager gazes, Ning Jibo was tempted to agree. But if he were to agree so easily, the disguise that had been so carefully prepared for so many years would be demolished because of this short sentence. If these stupid women noticed anything out of the ordinary, it would be a bad idea to soak up the plans for the future. A little impatience goes a long way. For the sake of a happy life in the future, Ning Jibo had no choice but to bite his teeth and swallow his stomach. For the first time in his life, Ning Jibo hated his own White Lotus persona so much. In his heart, he was dying of anger, but on his face, he still had to pretend to be magnanimous and gracious. No need, Brother Mian didn't mean to. There's no need to call the police, and you guys shouldn't make things too difficult for Brother Mian. Hear that? Ning Sangmu glared fiercely at the circle of Ning sisters. Jibo has said not to call the police. Why are you guys still making fools of yourselves here? If anyone dares to mention the word alarm again in the future, I'll deal with it by family law. Throw her out of the house. Hear that? The Ning family sisters were about to be infuriated by Ning Jibua's wimpy appearance. But Ning Jibua had said so. What could they do? Is it even possible to go against his wishes? One could only nod helplessly. Ning Jibua was dumbfounded. Why don't these guys follow the rules? Obviously in the past, as long as Self did this, they would take the initiative to beat Ning Muyun and take it out on Self. Why the change of heart today? And this old thing? What kind of father are you? You didn't even call the police when your son was beaten up like this? A wave of anger immediately surged to his heart. So angry that Ning Jibua trembled all over, and then thought of his own 2 eggs that had passed away forever. Ning Jibua was so sad that he couldn't hold it in any longer and lost his voice and cried. But in order to maintain the image of myself as a good and beautiful person, I can't cry out loud yet. That whimpering and sobbing was so sad to hear and so sad to see. Ning Jibua wondered for the first time if Self had done something wrong to get retribution. When the Ning sisters heard Ning Jibua's thin, inaudible sobs, they became even more heartbroken and at the same time hated Ning Muyun even more. If Ning Muyun was standing in front of him, these sisters would definitely be able to tear him apart alive. Ning Sijia held Ning Jibua's hand and said gently yet firmly, "Jibua, big sister knows you're nice and can't bear to call the police to deal with that little brute. But when people do something wrong, they pay for it. Don't worry, big sister won't call the police. But she won't let that little brute off lightly either. You'll be in the hospital for the next few days to get better. Tomorrow, big sister will bring that little brute to apologize to you. Big sister does what she says she's going to do." Ning Jibua then felt better, but his mouth was still teetering. "No need. Big sister, I really didn't blame Brother Muyun. You mustn't give him a hard time." Ning Sijia smiled. "Jibo, you don't have to worry about this. I have my own measure. Tomorrow, I'll bring that little beast over." The remaining sisters chimed in. "Yes, Jibo, we'll bring that bitch here tomorrow to make amends and apologize to you." There. Ning Samu didn't want to hear these words again, for fear that these daughters would be encouraged to call the police again. "Shirwei, arrange for a few Earth Guards to take good care of your brother. Those of us who have been tired all day should go back and rest too. Wait until tomorrow, and we'll see Jibe." Ning Shirwei nodded. "I'll arrange it." "Well, come on, you guys, don't stay here. Come home with me. There's a whole lot of things I haven't taken care of at home, and I wonder how that wedding went." The sisters looked at each other, and although they were reluctant, they could only nod helplessly. "Honey, I'll stay here with Jibwa tonight." "No." Ning Sangmu's eyes shone with an obscure light. "Jibwa is seriously injured today. Needs to recuperate. Just let him rest alone tonight." Mei Yuanyuan glanced at Ning Jibwa, who was sobbing but also whispered, "Mom, you go back first. I'll be fine on my own. You still have injuries on your body." Although Mei Yuanyuan was reluctant to let go, she could only answer softly when she heard Ning Jibwa's words and left the ward after Ning Sangmu. Ning's family left, leaving Ning Jibwa alone in the hospital room. The white walls are incomparably neat and clean, and Ning Jibwa indignantly shed tears of humiliation. It's over, Self. This life has been ruined. This can't just be left alone. Ning Muyun, you bitch bastard. I will never let you go. I want revenge. I will kill you. Ning Jibwa in the hospital room had fallen into hysterics. The night wind is ghostly and sets off the hideous face of Ning Jibwa in the ward more sinister. The temperature of the entire ward seemed to have dropped a dozen degrees. It's eerie and makes you feel chills in your undershirt. Yinchang Tianxiang Villa area. A piano-painted Bentley slowly stopped at the entrance of Ning Muyun's newlywed villa. Bai Yin and Shun Wenshan got down from the car, their faces as gloomy as water, screaming and cursing as they walked into the villa. "That damn loser! How dare he make us wait so long for him at the wedding site? This time, I must make that punk kneel in front of me and apologize, or else it's hard to get rid of my heart." Shun Wenshan was not as angry as Bai Yin. He was now more concerned about whether the two were really going to divorce. If that trash Ning Muyun insists on divorce, then I'm afraid Shin Group will have a hard time getting through this time. How do you close those holes without that large sum of money? Thinking about the headache-inducing annoyance, Shin Wenshan also began to blame Shin Yunyan. "Why do you think you have to do all this shit at a wedding? After you're married, you can still do whatever you want? How can you be so impatient? Really? LOL." The two walked in unison to the front door. The moment the fingerprint lock was pressed and the door opened, the shards of china all over the floor made the two men's hearts stutter. It's broken. Looks like there's no deal. Bai Yin was even more anxious and shouted around. Daughter, daughter, where are you? Mom, what's wrong? Shin Yunyin walked down wearing a black silk nightgown. Her eyes were red, and it looked like she had just cried. Bai Yin saw that Shin Yunyin was intact, and her hanging heart fell again. What's going on, daughter? Didn't you ask that little beast to make amends to you? Why are there so many pieces on the ground? Did she hit you? Shin Wunshan took a step forward. Smoky, did that loser promise not to divorce you? Shin Yunyin's cold face was full of confidence, and her eyes once again reverted to the kind of domineering and incomparable state of a cold president. Dad, Mom, Ning Muyun is playing lust with me. He keeps talking about divorcing me, but in reality, he keeps waiting for me to bow down to him, and I'm not going to fall for that. Huh? Shin Wunshan frowned. Daughter, tell both your mother and I what you said to each other again. Shin Yunin nodded and told the Shun Wunshan couple again. What a little brute. What audacity. How dare he treat my daughter like this? He's really tired of living. Bai Yin kept clenching her hands in a fist as if she wanted to give Ning Muyin 2 punches right now. Daughter, this matter can't be let go like this. When he comes back, Mom will have to slap him dozens of times to take it out on you. Shin Wunshan is now most anxious about whether the marriage between the two can continue. Daughter, you can't be sloppy about this kind of thing. Although that loser really isn't a candidate to be a good husband, but he's still the young master of the Ning family. Only if the marriage contract between the two of you is established will our Shun family be able to get through this difficult time. Seeing Shun Yunyin frowning slightly, she looked impatient. Shin Wunshan only felt more anxious in his heart. Daughter, are you sure Ning Muyin is really lusting after you? Chapter 17. Ning Muyin, he begged me on his knees before I would forgive him. Of course, I saw it at a glance. Shin Yunin raised her high and proud neck, her tone carrying an unquestionable certainty. That little trick of his is just enough to fool the little underage girls. Who am I, Shin Yunyin? Can I fall for his tricks? He can't fool me. Shin Yunyin smiled with exceptional confidence, as if everything was in her grasp. Shin Wunshan, however, felt something was very wrong in his heart. If it's really what my daughter says, how could that loser have given up this afternoon? Smoke, this kind of thing is better to be cautious. Dad, don't think nonsense. Ning Muyin, he can't afford to leave me. In the face of a confident daughter, Shin Wunshan could not say anything more and was about to go to rest when he suddenly remembered something. Turning his head with a serious face, he said, Daughter, if that loser has a lawyer bring the divorce papers tomorrow, you must not sign them. Why? Bai Yin also clamored. That's right. What makes you think our daughter won't sign? Do you just want that little beast to ride over our heads? Shin Wunshan glared at Bai Yin in anger. What do you know? As long as Smoke doesn't sign the divorce papers, everything is up to us. But if my daughter signs it, there's no turning back if she angers that loser and really plans to get a divorce. Shin Yunyin shook her head, her tone light and confident. Dad, you don't know that. If I don't sign the divorce papers, he'll think he can hold me. The only way he'll feel things are out of control is if I sign it, and it doesn't go the way he expected. So yeah, this divorce papers I have to sign. Not only am I going to sign it, I'm going to force him to go to the civil court and divorce me. Don't worry, as long as I do this, he'll definitely show his true colors. When the time comes, I'd like to see how he'll come begging for me. I must make Ning Mian he beg me on his knees before I'll forgive him. Right. Bai Yin couldn't wait to call out, picking up the corner of her eye and glancing at Shin Wunshan. Daughter, you're right. Don't ever listen to your father. Definitely can't let that little brute have his way. It's just a divorce agreement. He doesn't even have to draft it. Smokey, you draft one now. When he comes tomorrow, just have him sign it. Let's see if he still dares to say those heavy words. Oh, right? Daughter, you can remember this. Make sure that little brute is cleaned out of the house. The car he gave you and this villa should never be shared. I'd like to see if he'll be as tough tomorrow as he was today. Without that money, I don't see how he's going to be able to look good without it. Shin Yunyin smiled good-naturedly. Mom, I'll draft the divorce papers later. You and my dad have been tired all day, so you guys should get some early rest. Anything tomorrow? Bai Yin nodded in satisfaction. Good. You remember, just do what Mom says. Tomorrow, as soon as you sign it, he'll absolutely be on his knees begging for it. When the time comes, you can rub him all you want. I still don't believe it. That little brute can still turn against the heavens. I'll make sure that little brute kneels down for me and admits his mistake to my face. Listening to the mother and daughter singing together, Shin Shan felt right at first, but he felt that there was something wrong. With some soul scratching on his mind, he decided to add an insurance policy anyway. So much for signing divorce papers. However, after signing the divorce papers, you should not go to the civil office. Why? Shin Yunyin looked at her self-same father in disbelief. Dad, how am I going to force him to apologize to you too if I don't go to the civil office? Yes. Bai Yin jumped to her feet and quit. Shen Shan, I can tell you, it's up to you if you want to forgive that. But I'm going to make sure that little brute kneels and apologizes to me. This is not negotiable. Shin Shan frowned in annoyance. I don't care that much. Anyway, you should not go to the civil office tomorrow. There's no legal validity to signing a divorce decree. But go to the Civil Service Bureau if he gets a head start and gets a divorce license from you. Then you two are legally married. We won't be able to use that money. Daughter, do you understand? Shin Yunyin clearly showed impatience. Dad, don't get any ideas. Ning Mian, he will never divorce me. If there's nothing else, I'll go upstairs and rest. I have to go to work at the office tomorrow. You. Shin Yunyin went upstairs without waiting for Shun Wenshan to finish. Bai Yin glanced at Shun Wenshan, snorted coldly, and went to rest as well. Shun Wenshan stood in place, looking at his wife and daughter's departing backs, his brows furrowed. Let's hope that Punk doesn't do anything impulsive. The Shun group's hold can't really be delayed. The air is fresh and cool in the early summer morning. Opening her eyes, Ningmian looked at the clean white ceiling, her spirit in a trance. It took a long time to realize that Self was still alive. The fine curtains of rain outside the window, accompanied by pattering sounds, fell drop by drop into the lake of Ning Muyun's heart. Surprisingly, Ning Muyun realized that Self liked rainy days. That kind of gloomy feeling makes Ning Muyun feel very comfortable, as if the heaven and earth and Self merge into one. On the contrary, on sunny days, looking at the azure sky always feels unusually depressing and annoying. Thinking about it, maybe it's a little dark in the Self. Leaning over the bed, he watched the tiny raindrops splatter against the glass. Very nice. It was the first time Ning Muyin had been so idle. In past lives, Self has been busy surviving and growing up in the orphanage, busy caring for his family in the Ning family, busy managing the company in Shun. Busy at the end of the day, busy comes to nothing. Ning Muyin couldn't tell you how she already felt about the city. Although he grew up in this city, Ning Muyin really didn't have many happy memories. There is mostly pain, disappointment, hopelessness, and apathy. Staying in this city always reminds me of the things that make Self sad. Self will leave the city when he's finished with those people. Go and see the sights that have not been seen since. Perhaps elsewhere, Self can find true happiness. Get up, wash up, and change into a casual suit. Use the microwave to heat up the breakfast I bought back last night. Ning Miyin carried a transparent umbrella out the door. Chapter 18. Painful Memories, Sad Places. The umbrella was bought last night and is hanging in the window of the supermarket. Ning Muyun expected to be able to use it to see through this incomprehensible world. Raindrops hitting the transparent raincloth and splattering will add a thin veil to this cold city. Exceptionally gorgeous. After going out, the rain was decreasing, and the rain curtain turned into a thin layer of rain. Pedestrians, with their breakfasts in assorted small bags, rushed to work. Among the busy pedestrians, Ning Muyun was an anomaly. He walked so leisurely, so steadily. There's a simple reason to be laid back. Ning Muyun doesn't need to go to work. During his senior year internship, he originally wanted to work for Ning's group. Recruitment, written exams, interviews, Ning Muyun did very well. The results of all scores put her first. But at the moment of signing the labor contract, Ning Sijia grabbed the neutral pen from Ning Muyun's hand and pouted it into two halves, tore the contract to shreds. The words of that day were still remembered by Ning Muyun now. Little beast, don't you try to play any tricks. I'm telling you, Ning will be Ji-Bo's sooner or later. Ning Muyun didn't say anything more, picked up the small bag, and left Ning's group. Walking down the street was frustrating. He obviously didn't have that thought, but they think so badly of Self. After that, Ning Muyun never mentioned the matter of going to work at Ning's to the Ning family again. It just so happened that a college friend wanted to start a business and was in desperate need of capital, and begged Ning Muyun to come here. Ning Muyun didn't suspect anything and invested all the savings he had accumulated since he was a child and the money his grandfather had given him to his friend. Ning Muyun wasn't in a hurry to use it anyway, and Ning Muyun was happy to be able to help that sincere friend. My friend was touched and said that in the future, even if Ning Muyun wanted to eat soft rice, she was willing to let him eat. Ning Muyun helplessly blanked his friend and waved his hand to bid farewell at this point. Later, my friend met the windfall, and the company received several rounds of investment. It's already valued at $1 billion before it even goes public. After the listing is a continuous stop. On the day of his friend's success, he gleefully approached Ning Muyun and wanted to give him half of the company. Ning Muyun refused. It's a credit to my friends that the company got big. Ning Muyun didn't want to get a piece of the pie for nothing. The friend left disappointed, but never forgot the incident in his mind. In return for Ning Muyun's snowfall, the friend turned Ning Muyun into the largest shareholder besides her. The annual dividends are enough for Ning Muyun to buy a house by the Huanglong River. Although this amount of dividends was insignificant compared to the Ning family's fortune, but it was enough to allow Ning Muyun to live a lie-flat life without doing anything. 2 ticks. The delivery man sped off on his electric bike. Ning Muyun carefully avoided it and walked forward. Older streets with some inadequate facilities. Perhaps because of the rainy weather, or perhaps because people were trying to save trouble, quite a lot of garbage was scattered outside the refuse collection point. It's full of filth and sewage. Ning Muyun held up his umbrella and walked to avoid the mud. A standing standard Mercedes-Benz C-Class deliberately drove down the street, forcing Ning Muyun closer to the dump. Between Ning Muyun's dodges, she felt that she stepped on something underneath her feet, and it was very soft. Looking down, there was a black mass paralyzed in the ground, like a person and not like a living person. Hair over his face, covered in sludge of varying colors and all black. Even on a rainy day, the acrid stench was still uncontrollably emanating outward. Without a trace of human form, like a filth-covered chaste child, it was disgusting from the bottom of his heart. Ning Muyun observed for a while and carefully stepped on it, realizing that the class figure didn't react in any way. It was instantly understood. Probably the girlfriends of the young man in the neighborhood. Either the family hates it or they don't want to wash it after use. Various reasons anyway. Throwing out the girlfriend that he bought for a lot of money. Ning Muyun shook his head and sighed. With that, he continued to walk forward. Not only was he going to go and make a break with the Ning family today, he was also going to go and divorce Shin Yun. With so much going on, I really don't have time to be sad here. Standing on the street corner and calling a cab, Ning Muyun raised his head. The rain picked up again. The raindrops wet the paper, and Sadako, without support, lay straight down. Bean drops of rain hit the pedestrians painfully, and the sewage-ridden refuse collection points became more serious. Sadako mixes with filth and becomes filthy like a puddle of slime. The cab stopped outside the villa district in the city center. The greenery and fountains everywhere on the land indicate the luxury of the place. Compared to the villa area where Ning Muyun's new wedding villa was located, the villa area here was quite old. Food stamps had just been abolished when the building opened. When completed, the first batch of people to move in here were the upper class of the Magic City back in the day. It's either rich or expensive. The Ning family, as a famous family in the Magic City, was obliged to buy a garden villa of thousands of square feet here as well. Scan the cab driver's collection code. Ning Muyun opened the car door and got out of the car with the umbrella open. Greeting the doorman, Ning Muyun slowly walked into the villa area. Into this place that broke his heart and disappointed him. Crossed the gate and walked forward along the familiar path, with a row of flowers and plants on either side. The scenery remains the same, but the people are no longer the same. The familiar street scenes around them caused Ning Muyun to fall into painful memories. On the day he turned 16, Self, who had just gotten out of class, was found by the housekeeper and told that Self was the young master of the Ning family. After confirmation, Self got into an Audi A6 and came to this villa area. The car was parked in front of a villa. 2 pitch-black Rolls-Royces were parked in front of the door. Self at the time did not perceive anything wrong with this. The family you've been away from for 13 years is far more important than some crappy car. Self tried to suppress the tears that were about to flow, trying to face his family, whom he hadn't seen in years, with a warm smile. But when I walked in the door, I saw a family sitting at the long table, eating together happily. Self said hello. However, it seemed that they did not hear it and were still enjoying their own food. Perhaps the speech was too low, and then Self raised the volume. In return, She received a stern reprimand from Mei Yuan and a resounding slap. His fists were clenched to the point that his bones turned white, and the painful memories caused Ning Muyun's head to ache. When the pain subsided, what replaced the whole body was a monstrous fury. The Ning family villa has arrived. Three-story garden house on several thousand square feet of land. The spacious mahogany door and the crystal lamps falling down from above all displayed the Ning family's considerable family wealth. However, Ning Muyun very much hated these hypocritical arrangements, as if they were this family of hypocritical brutes. After calming herself, Ning Muyun slowly loosened her fists, pressed against the doorbell on the door. Chapter 19. Ning Luoling. He can't let go of us, his family. Early morning on a rainy day. The atmosphere in the Ning family's opulent garden villa was unusually depressing. The servants present were aware of what happened yesterday at the wedding site. In the past, the respectful and obsequious young master Mu Yun had beaten up the favored young master Jibo and put him in the hospital. It said that young master Jibo's eggs were broken, now turned into a castrato. Privately, the servants were talking, but on the surface they were doing things more cautiously. No one wanted to touch his lordship at this time. On the long table of yellow pear wood, Ning Tsangmu, who had a plaster tied to his arm, sat in the main seat, holding a newspaper in one hand and viewing the recent financial news with a gloomy face. The tide of the stock market crash has also affected the Ning Group, which is mainly engaged in financial investment. The market capitalization plummeted in addition to Ning Miyun's brilliant performance yesterday, making Ning Tsangmu feel self-conscious about losing face in front of the crowd. His eyes became more and more cloudy. Even the formerly smooth white porridge and green vegetables set before them did not move at all. Mei Yuan sat in the neighboring seat, idly scooping white porridge with a soup spoon. The mind had long since drifted to the first hospital. Thinking about seeing Ning Jibo's pained look yesterday, Mei Yuan just seizes the pain in her heart. Midnight dreaming, I can't wait to raise my sword to kill Ning Muyun last night. But when she thought of that one slap, Mei Yuan winced again. With that thought, the half-faded slap mark on his face was stinging and hurting again. The heart is even more depressed. The oldest four, Ning Yanjun, and the oldest six, Ning Luoling, were both listlessly eating their breakfast. Dark circles around the eyes and depressed frowns. Nothing indicates how the two tossed and turned last night. Ning Yanjun couldn't figure out, even after thinking about it all night, why her father didn't want to call the police. Obviously, he is usually treated harshly at home, scolded, punished, slapped, and even hit like a baseball. Never saw my father loving this bitch. But when he did something that's serious, his father just wouldn't call the police. Thinking about it, Ning Yanjun could only think of one possibility. Father let that bitch loose to spread her wildness so as not to affect the share price of Ning's group. The mood was depressing, and at the same time, I felt that my father was really not easy. For the sake of the company, for the sake of the family, one can only tolerate and let that wild bitch go. But then he thought of the kick Self had gotten from him yesterday. Ning Yanjun was then furious. While wanting to share the pressure for her father, Ning Yanjun quietly had an evil thought. Since the father was afraid that a loud alarm would affect the stock price, why don't you just quietly send the bitch to jail? This would both save some face for the Ning family and take it out on Jibo. Isn't it the best of both worlds? The thought of Self being able to help her father, Ning Yanjun was in a much better mood again. A decision was also made. The main task of the law firm during this time was to send that bitch Ning Muyun to jail, lest he continues to act out, tarnishing the reputation of the Ning family. Most of all, Ning Yanjun wanted to take it out on Self's dear brother Jibo. Ning Luoling ate the white porridge in a trance, not even touching the plate of green vegetables. The eyes were sometimes struggling, sometimes sinister, sometimes guilty, sometimes resentful. It was as if he was thinking about something, and then it was as if he wasn't thinking about anything at all. The youngest, Ning Ranran, was in a good mood. While eating the white porridge, he also had green vegetables from time to time, and his little face was happy. Before going to sleep last night, Ning Ranran checked her own short video account. Posting that short video at the hospital has already gotten 300,000 retweets. When I looked at it this morning, it was more like 2 or 3 million plays. This amount of airplay is already not bad, and you can say that it has been very prominent in the category of same city. And that number continues to climb. The thought of that bitch getting netted by so many people. Right. Ning Ranran's heart just burst with joy. So what if Dad won't let me call the police? I can still get back at that bitch. Besides, Even if he didn't call the police, wouldn't they have arrested him? Self was at Magic Police last night. As soon as they see it, they will surely take that bitch away. The thought of that bitch Ning Muyun's miserable appearance when he was taken to jail by the police. Ning Ranran just couldn't sleep at night with excitement. When that happens, Self will visit the prison and secretly hide a camera to capture his misery. Make another short video that echoes the first and the last and put it on the account. That would absolutely explode. It is estimated that that one video could also add 1 million more followers to Self. Thinking about that bright future, Ning Ranran was simply too excited to stop herself. She can't wait to move forward with her self-initiated uplift program. The heart also expects the Magic City Police to quickly discover Self that video and launch an arrest of that bitch Ning Muyun. The living room became more and more silent as several people had their own thoughts. Ding dong. The doorbell rang softly, and all the people in the Ning family looked towards the front door in unison. Mrs. Liu, go see who's here. Master. Mrs. Liu took small steps to the doorway and took a closer look into the cat's eye, and her eyes widened. Master, it's the young master who's back. Jib's back? The Ning sisters twisted their heads to look at each other suspiciously. Isn't Jibwa still in the hospital? Why are you suddenly back? Mei Yuan was so anxious that she stood up and ran for the door. How can that body of Jibwa come back now? What the hell is wrong with Shirwei? How come Jibber got out of the hospital without telling me? The three sisters also stood up, ready to greet Ning Jibwa. Seeing several people running over, Luma hurriedly explained, Mistress, it's not young Master Jibo outside the door. It's young Master Muyun. Ning Muyun? Mei Yuan. Several mothers and daughters froze for a moment and stopped in their tracks in unison. Mrs. Liu, you said it was that bitch outside the door? Luma also felt very harsh when she heard the word bitch, but since she was a subordinate, she was not qualified to care about these things. One could only nod helplessly. Yeah, beat my son like that. How dare he come back? Mei Yuan rubbed her fists together, itching to open the door and give Ningmin dozens of slaps right now. Humph. Didn't he say that he wanted to sever all ties with the entirety of our Ning family? What's he coming back for now? Ning Yanjun looked at the doorway with a contemptuous face and said in a conspiratorial manner, It's not like you're trying to backtrack, is it? Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Ning Luoling glanced at the gate, her heart somehow suddenly relieved. The tone of the speech became much more conciliatory, but the words were still harsh. That bitch must know it's wrong. He can't let go of us, his family, or the favorable environment of the Ning family. Fourth sister, do you think this is good? The few people in the living room all looked towards Ning Loring. This bitch Ning Mian, didn't he want to come back? Let's just punish him by kneeling outside for a day and a night, so he can get wet and learn a lesson. And then beat him severely to take the edge off Jibbo. What do you think? Chapter 20. Ning Muyan. Are all you animals deaf? No. Mei Yuan, Ning Yanjun, and Ning Ranran shouted at the same time. That bitch hurt my son like that. How can I just let that bitch go so easily? Ning Yanjun nodded approvingly as well. Sixth sister, I know you're soft-hearted, but this is not the time for you to be soft-hearted. This bitch. Yesterday, at the wedding venue, she disgraced our Ning family. Not only did he beat us, but he broke Dad's arm in the beating. He also caused Jibbo to lose his fertility forever. You say, such a big mistake. You want to get rid of it just by getting a beating? How can it be so cheap? Ding dong. The doorbell rang for the third time. The bells rang at exactly half the intervals than before, enough to see the urgency of the person at the door. Ning Luoling felt better about herself, and her tone became more relaxed. So what do you want to do, fourth sister? It's easy. A spiteful smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yanjun's mouth. I'm going to send this bitch to jail. Let him have a good couple years in there. I don't want to discipline this bitch. Just let the prison guards discipline him. Right? Fourth sister is so right. Ning Ranran nodded with unusual excitement. This bitch should have been sent to jail for hurting brother Jibwa. Now it's only because Dad wouldn't that I didn't call the police last night. Isn't he arrogant? I'd like to see if he can continue to be arrogant after he goes to prison. I don't believe this bitch can stay hard. Ding dong. The doorbell rang for the fourth time. Right? That's it. Mei Yuan gritted her teeth and said, after sending him to jail, Mom will find someone to continue cleaning him up inside. He caused Jibo to cut off his children and grandchildren. He definitely can't be let off just like that. Let him also taste what happens to a broken son. No. Ning Tsamu threw down the newspaper and stood up, glaring angrily at the Ning family's crowd. I said no police. I said no police. What I said last night. Did you all just fart? Dad! Ding dong. The doorbell rang for the 5th time. Dad! Mei Yuanyuan's mother and a few daughters glared fiercely at the gate and walked back to the long table to persuade Ning Sangmu. Honey, you can't favor that bitch too much. Jibwa, he's still lying in the hospital? Don't you ever feel sorry for Jibwa? Yeah, Dad. Ning Yanjun was also extremely persuasive. He's right outside the door right now, trying to ask us to forgive him. Bitches like him, you don't teach him a lesson. He won't realize the error of his ways. Dad, believe it or not, I don't care what I do to him. Even if I beat him to death, he won't say a word. Ning Sangmu glanced at Ning Yanjun, indicating that Self was very skeptical. Ning Yanjun, however, took this as Ning Sangmu agreeing, and hurriedly took advantage of the heat to persuade him. Dad, as long as we send him to jail quietly, it will never affect the company. Besides, he broke your arm. Don't you want to teach him a lesson? Let's just send him to jail. Okay. Ning Luoling also chimed in. Yeah, Dad, this bitch did so many wrong things yesterday. We just sent him to jail. We didn't do anything to him. Besides, it's for his own good. Just the way he was lawless yesterday. Sooner or later he'll cause big trouble. Might as well just send him to jail, so he can learn a lesson. Ding dong. The doorbell rang for the 6th time. Dad, just listen to 4th sister and the others. You haven't seen how anxious that bitch is now. After ringing the doorbell so many times, he must have known to be scared. We just beat that cunt up and sent him to jail. It's not like we did anything to him. Dad, will you just promise us? Ning Ran shook Ning Sangmu's arm and said petulantly. Ning Sangmu was also a bit shaken. Does that little beast really know it's wrong? But didn't he blackmail me with that Ling Xiaodong thing yesterday? Did he confess last night? Ding dong. The doorbell rang for the 7th time. Hearing the urgent doorbell, Ning Sangmu finally let go of all her worries. Once again, he reverted to that condescending, self-satisfied look. Fine, just go with you guys for once. When this little beast comes in, you will beat him severely. Beat him so hard he can't move. And then send him to jail. Teach him a lesson. Yeah, honey, it's great that you figured it out. Dad, you were great. Oh, great. Long live Dad. Several people, including Mei Yuan's mother and daughter, cheered. Perhaps it was the elimination of the shadow weighing on his heart. Ning Sangmu regained his appetite. Come, you guys sit down and eat this porridge first. Let that little brute stand outside and wait first. Let him get wet in the rain. Let him learn a lesson. A few of the mother and daughter responded and sat down again. This time, one of them ate extraordinarily well and looked at the door with an amused expression, waiting for Ning Muyin to walk into the room to beg for mercy from a few people. Ding dong. The doorbell rang for the 8th time. Luma stood at the doorway and said with difficulty, Master, ma'am, why don't we just let young Master Muyin in first? Is there anything you can't say at home? Mrs. Liu, Ning Sangmu said in an unusually dignified manner. Go about your business. There's no need for you to interfere in this matter. This is our family matter. Mrs. Liu nodded helplessly, gave the gate a somewhat guilty look, and slowly walked into the kitchen. She was also puzzled. Obviously, young Master Muyin was their biological son. But why were they so harsh? Mrs. Liu sighed and walked into the kitchen, never wanting to come out and see this twisted family again. Ding dong. The doorbell rang for the 9th time. A few people at the table laughed even more. Mom, look, that bitch can't hold back. 7th sister, don't mention that bitch. I'm in the middle of eating. Don't want to hear disgusting things. 7th sister, 4th sister is right. Don't mention that wolf-hearted thing at the dinner table. Well, you guys hurry up and have some porridge. There's going to be a fight later. Got it, Ning Sangmu said with an arrogant face. All right, you guys hurry up and eat. Now let that little brute stand outside for a while first. Then we'll deal with him. The living room was once again quiet. Everyone is looking forward to the feast in a few moments. But after waiting a while, the doorbell didn't ring either. Several people in the living room looked puzzled. Dad, that bitch wouldn't be running. Boo! With a deafening thud, the door detached itself from the frame and slammed straight down on the table like a slap in the face. The huge door panel smashed everything on the long table. The Ning family's crowd looked toward the doorway incredulously. Ning Muyin put down his right foot with a fury on his face and looked disdainfully at the people present and chilledly drank. I pressed it a full 9 times. Are you beast deaf? Top did you get him up, but Ning Muyin? I'm going to send you to jail. The Ning Muyin outside the gate made the few members of the Ning family who had been to the wedding site shudder. The cold, stern look was all too familiar to them. Yesterday at the wedding site, Ning Muyin was like a madman with this cold-blooded and heartless face, beating up the Ning family. Not only did he break Ning Sangmu's arm, he also stomped on Jibo's balls. It left Ning Jibo completely barren, still hospitalized with serious injuries. Ning Sangmu frowned. Originally, I thought that Ning Muyin had come to the door to admit his mistake and beg for forgiveness, but now it seemed that this was not the case. A few uneasiness arose under the heart, and the original arrogance and self-complacency also disappeared in an instant. The three mothers and daughters who had been to the wedding, Mei Yuan, all started to be vigilant, always on guard against Ning Muyin going crazy. Only the youngest, Ning Ranran, who hadn't been to the wedding site, didn't perceive the danger, but instead angrily stood up and loudly chided. Ning Muyin, you bitch! Not only did you beat Brother Jibo to that state, he also spilled his guts here early in the morning. You're such an ungoverned lowlife. I'll discipline you today. You uneducated. You're an unruly bitch. Ning Ranran said and swung her arm up to run towards Ning Muyin, ready to give Ning Muyin a hard slap. Rin, don't over. Meiyuan was too scared to stop it out loud, but it was too late. Snap. The sound of loud slaps echoed throughout the villa. The Ning family members and the servants present all subconsciously felt their faces hurt. Ning Ranran, who had rushed over, was sent flying backwards by Ning Muyun's slap. The moment her feet left the ground, the clueless Ning Ranran felt two hot streams appear in her own nose. Very warm. Ran, seventh sister, little sister, Mei Yuan's mother and daughter exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Ning Muyin usually loved this sister the most, even if Ning Ranran's attitude is even worse. Ning Muyin is also extremely caring, holding it in his hand for fear of falling, and in his mouth for fear of melting. But today, that good brother who had always been obedient and gentle and courteous had actually slapped Ning Ranran, and he pumped it so hard, Ning Ranran got a nosebleed. Is Ning Muyin really crazy? Ning Ranran's tender face fell heavily to the ground like a puddle of mud, her hot nosebleed gurgling downward. And a buzzing sound kept echoing in his ears. Ning Ranran's mind was in chaos. What was it all about? Ning Muyin actually slapped. I slapped you? He hit me? How dare that bitch hit me? Ning Ranran raised her head, and 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed down her face, and she also roared hysterically at Ning Muyin. Dead bitch. How dare you hit? Ah! Before the vicious words were finished, Ning Ranran's delicate little face was kicked again by Ning Muyin. As the nosebleed splashed, Ning Ranran's head snapped off, and she was kicked flying to the side of the entrance hall. Ren! Such a violent kick stunned Ning's family, but when they saw Ning Muyin standing there, the whole family was trembling in fear, and none of them even dared to go forward. Only then did they realize that Ning Muyin, who had been silent all along, was so terrifying when he started a fire. Luma, who had just returned to the kitchen, also walked out when she heard the loud noise coming from the living room. But just after she came out, she was stunned to stay in place by the scene in front of her. Oh my God! Young Master Muyin actually kicked Miss Seventh. Or kicked in the face. What the hell is going on? The servants around them froze in place when they saw this scene, and none of them dared to come forward to help Ning Ranran up. Everyone was scared out of their wits by the ferocious Ning Muyin and didn't dare to move. Ning Ranran felt her face ache, and her entire head was surrounded by an aching, warm sensation. It was as if her entire face was soaked in acidic water, making Ning Ranran sore. Small mouth subconsciously opened to breathe, but it is the air back and forth in and out also let Ning Ranran gums raw pain. A few teeth are shaky. Ning Ranran wanted to stand up and fight with Ning Muyin, but 2 consecutive heavy blows had taken away all her strength. He could only lie on the ground and struggle to raise his head, looking at Ning Muyin with a pair of resentful eyes. Bitch! Bastard eye! I'm going to kill you. Beat me to death. Ning Muyin swept a glance at the Ning family's crowd and slowly walked towards the messy Ning Ranran with a cold face. The heavy footsteps were like one hypnotic talisman after another, causing Ning Ranran to instantly come to her senses, trembling so much that she angrily rebuked. Bastard! You! Wanna fuck? What? You! Don't come over. Ning Muyin stood in front of Ning Ranran and looked condescendingly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Bastard! You! Give me. Get out. Shut up. Ah. Ning Muyun stepped down, directly onto Ning Ranran's face. The soles of his shoes rubbed back and forth across the floor against that smelly face. Ning Ranran's mournful screams rang out in the living room from time to time, causing Mei Yuanyuan's heart to break as she listened. Mei Yuanyuan recklessly tried to come up and save Ning Ranran. Ning Yanjun and Ning Luoling pulled her back with a deadly grip, fearing that she would be beaten as well. Ning Mian didn't pay any attention to Mei Yuanyuan, just bent down and looked disdainfully at Ning Ranran in a chilling voice. Ning Ranran, you're a thing that has a life and no one to teach it. Today I'm going to teach you properly how to be a human being. Bastard, let go of I. Ning Ranran, when addressing another person, you should call them by their name, not bitch. As soon as the words fell, Ning Ranran received another kick in the stomach and was once again kicked out. Ning Ranran let out a miserable scream, and her entire body crashed into the long table before she stopped. Ran, seventh sister. It was only then that Mei Yuanyuan's mother and daughter awoke from their panic and hurriedly helped Ning Ranran up. Looking at the bruised and swollen Ning Ranran in her arms, the three of them dropped tears of heartache. Ning Muyun, you bitch. She's your own sister. How could you hit her so hard? Kissing sister? Ning Muyun looked at these beasts with cold eyes. What kind of real sister calls her real brother a cheap bastard? You! Mei Yuanyuan was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun, you bitch, don't you forget. It was you who said yesterday that you would sever all ties with us up and down the line. Ren is not your sister now. Calling you a cheap bastard isn't even an exaggeration. Ning Yanjun cursed Ning Muyun angrily in a series of beads. Well then, according to you, indeed it's not too much. Ning Muyun cupped his chin and nodded with feigned approval. It's good that you know it's not excessive. You bitch beat up seventh sister like this. You apologize to seventh sister. Stupid X, since she's not my sister. So what if I beat her? Who am I to apologize to an uneducated bitch like her? Anyone who calls me that, I'll beat them to death. How come you have to apologize when it comes to you? Or is bitchy a very wonderful word to your ears? Huh? Bastard Ning Yunkuan. You! Ning Yanjun hugged Ning Ranran, and her eyes turned red with anger. Ning Muyun, you dare to beat up seventh sister like this today. I will definitely not let you go. I'm going to put you in jail. Chapter 22, Why You Are Destroying It. Doesn't matter. Ning Muyun smiled wistfully. If you think you can put me in jail, then you can try. Ning Luoling also raised her head to look resentfully at Ning Muyun, but she was unusually flustered in her heart. Why did things go not at all as Self had imagined? Why is he still so angry at Ning Muyun? Hasn't he come to ask for our forgiveness? You. Shut up. Ning Sangmu interrupted Ning Yanjun's provocation and stood in front of Ning Muyun with his broken arm raised, asking with a gloomy face. Rebel son, didn't you want to sever your ties with us? Then what the hell are you doing here today? Come to play your bully in front of us? Or do you want to show us how great you are? Ning Sangmu, don't think too highly of yourself. Your opinions mean nothing to me. So what the hell are you doing back here? Ning Muyun glanced at the servant's room at the bottom of the stairs and said in a chilling voice, I'm here to come back for what's mine. There's nothing for you here. Ning Sangmu waved his hand violently, staring at Ning Muyun and hissing furiously. Everything here is my Ning family's assets. It has nothing to do with you at all. Now, you get out of here right now. Huh. Ning Muyun slowly stepped forward and coldly stared at Ning Sangmu. Ning Sangmu, don't think that your Ning family stuff is that good. To tell you the truth, in my eyes, all these people from your Ning family are a stinking pile of shit. You beasts make me feel very sick just looking at you, not to mention the things you used, which are more than worthy of being thrown in a cesspool. Ning Sangmu stared needlessly at Ning Muyun and questioned in a stern voice. And what exactly did you come back for? I'm taking everything I brought into this house. And Ning Muyun swept a glance at the Ning family's crowd. I'm going to break off legal ties with all of you. You dream. Ning Sangmu's gloomy eyes were filled with ferocity. Tell you what, I will never agree to break off relations with you. Don't you think you can stand on your own apart from our Ning family? Don't you be delusional here. Meh. Ning Muyun gasped and laughed. Ning Sangmu, are you an old thing with dementia? My account was already moved out by you on the day I got a marriage license with Shun Yunyan. In other words, I'm already on another account. I've made my own way. Now, what are you going to do to stop me? With that thick skin of yours? You. Ning Sangmu was trembling with anger, pointing at Ning Muyun and unable to speak for half a day. Damn it, I should have known better than to move the account of this rebellious son. It was originally thought that after the marriage with the Shun family, they would be able to extract that money. But it was a mistake, and it turned out to be what it is now. Shun Winshan is also a son of a bitch. If his stupid daughter hadn't gone too far, the little beast won't go crazy either. Well, now, the little beast is going to cut me off. If he breaks it off, that money will go down the drain. When the time came, both Ning and Shun would have to suffer heavily. That's fucked up. Countless thoughts mixed in Ning Sangmu's heart, causing him to feel remorse. The resentment toward Shun Winshan in his heart also surpassed Ning Muyun in a short period of time. Ning Muyun didn't say anything either, just stood in place, coldly staring at the gloomy-faced Ning Sangmu. Just as the two men confronted each other, a burning odor came in from outside the garden. Everyone in the room was surprised by this sudden appearance of fireworks. The pungent smell of smoke made all the Ning family members frown. Ning Muyun froze for a moment and suddenly thought of something, his face changing. Pushing Ning Sangmu away, he recklessly ran towards the back door. Ning Sangmu staggered to his feet and looked in shock at Ning Muyun, who had suddenly gone berserk. I don't know what happened. The people present exchanged glances and followed Ning Muyun, wanting to find out what was going on. Ning Muyun had just rushed into the garden when she saw a pile of debris burning there. Fine raindrops kept dripping onto the flames, causing gusts of smoke. Inside the smoldering fire were tattered clothes, yellowed letters, broken homemade toys, and a heavy journal. That was Ning Muyun's most precious thing. It was a birthday gift from the deceased orphanage director to Ning Muyun on his 12th birthday. It was filled with Ning Muyun's pain and suffering over the years, a testimony to Ning Muyun's life. Now, all of these things that had accompanied Ning Muyun as he grew up were burning amidst the flames. Ning Sijia, what are you doing? Ning Sijia turned her head slyly, looking grimly at Ning Muyun, spitting out dirty and vicious words. Little beast, these filthy things you brought are just like you. It doesn't deserve to stay in our Ning family at all. Little beast, you'd better come with me to the doctor today. Ning Muyun rushed into the fire without waiting for Ning Sijia to finish. Desperate to salvage something, Ning Sijia froze for a moment. She didn't think that Ning Muyun would dare to rush into the midst of the blazing fire. But soon, that consternation turned into a sinister sneer. So what if I go into the fire? Those things have burned clean. Rushing in won't save it. Ning Muyun ignored the scorching blaze and directly put his hand into the fire, trying to get those things out. But water and fire were merciless. The fire had already been doused with gasoline by Ning Sijia, and Ning Muyun had arrived too late. Even though Ning Muyun endured the burning of the flames to forcefully resuscitate. But in the end, only half a charred diary was salvaged. Everything that was left had all been reduced to ashes in the roaring fire. Ning Muyun's hands were also burned on the way to rescue, and the whitish burn wounds and large blisters replaced the originally smooth skin. Even though her hands were trembling with pain, Ning Muyun was not willing to let go of the charred half of the diary. Just keep your head down and hug your diary hard, and don't say a word. The Ning family members felt very relieved to see this scene. The bruised and swollen Ning Ran even revealed a happy smile. Let your bitch ass hit me. Serves you right, Ning Sijia said with an even more disdainful sneer. Little beast, so you have a sad moment too? When you hit Jibbo, did you think about how upset he'd be? You deserve it. This is just a little bit of my punishment for you. Now, get your ass to the hospital right now. Kneel down in front of Jibbo's hospital bed and repent for me, or I'll beat you to death today. Ning Muyun didn't reply, only asking in a chilling voice with his head lowered. Why? Why did you destroy the most precious thing I have? Why? Ning Sijia sneered spitefully. Are you deaf? Just because you beat Jibbo up like that? Ning Muyun didn't seem to hear Ning Sijia's reply and just said to himself, Why? Why are you doing this to me? I'm just trying to get back what's mine. Why did you destroy it? Ning Sijia frowned impatiently. Little beast, are you deaf or what? Didn't I say I was going to give you... What? Ning Muyun raised his head and opened his scarlet eyes as he hissed angrily. Why are you destroying it? Chapter 23, a heavy punch was swung at Ning Sijia's smelly face. I love it. What? I'm happy to do it. The rain picked up again, and Ningmian knelt in the grass with a stunned look on his face as he drenched himself in the rain and looked at Ning Sijia. Just because you like it? You're destroying the most precious thing I have. That's right. Ning Sijia's glib words were full of malice. Little brute, don't you want to sever your ties with us? I'll fulfill you. Ning Sijia sneered as she took out 2 documents and flung them in front of Ning Muyun. Here are 2 severance agreements. As long as you sign it, there will no longer be any relationship between you and our Ning family. You won't take a single cent of the Ning family's money. Well, sign it or not. Ning Muyun lowered his head, letting the cold raindrops hit his head, only to slowly stuff half of the diary into his arms and silently stand up. When Ning Sijia saw that Ning Muyun didn't say anything, she thought that he didn't want to cut ties with the Ning family. So he smiled contemptuously and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, I thought you little brute was so great. Didn't you speak so resolutely and decisively before? How come you're not signing now that I'm asking you to? Don't you want to sever ties with our Ning family? You sign it. You sign the papers, and we'll never have anything to do with each other again. Go wherever you like." Well, are you signing or not? Ning Muyun still didn't say anything and stood there motionlessly, his entire body's clothes also wet from the rain. Seeing this, Ning Sijia became even more arrogant, crossing her arms and cursing. "I knew you little beast was playing tricks on us, always coveting our Ning family's property. If you really wanted to break it off, you'd have gotten the hell out of here a long time ago and waited until today. And now you're talking about cutting us off? Abba, mouthful, wolfishness. It's better to have a dog than to have you." The Ning family members behind them came to a realization when they heard Ning Sijia's words. So it turns out that Ning Muyun, this little brute, has changed over the past few days and is trying to use a trick to escape. What a deep heart! Ning Sijia prided herself on seeing through Ning Muyun's intentions, and her speech became increasingly vicious and mean. "Little beast, don't think you can muddle through by not speaking. This little trick of yours can fool others, but in my case, it won't be eaten. To tell you the truth, I still have to throw you out today. I'd like to see what you little brute can do about it." Ning Muyun remained silent, only his hands unconsciously clenched in a fist as the cold raindrops hit the burning wounds, turning into dots of blood that splattered down. Ning Sijia felt that she had pinned down Ning Muyun, crossed her arms and put the agreement in her bosom, raised her nose with a smug face, and put on a superior appearance like a handout and said, "Little beast, do you not want to sign? Not willing to go? Hee, it's fine if you want me to agree to you staying in the Ning family." Ning Sijia coldly lowered her face and pointed at the distance and chided, "Now you get your ass to the hospital right now. Kneel in front of Jibua's hospital bed and kneel down and self-slap to beg for his forgiveness. And then you waste your own hand. And after that, go to the hospital and get a ligature. As long as you do all of these, I might be able to consider thinking about letting you stay in the Ning family and give a bite to eat. Well, would you like to?" Ning Muyun still didn't speak. Only her entire body trembled violently, as if she was suffering great pain. "Little beast, can't you hear me when I tell you so much?" Seeing that Ning Muyun had been ignoring herself, Ning Sijia lost her patience and reached out to hit. "How dare you pretend to be deaf and dumb? I'll beat you to death today," Ning Sijia said and swung her arm, which had just swung up. A swift, heavy punch broke through the rain like lightning, ruthlessly smashing into Ning Sijia's condescending, smelly face, knocking her to the ground. The smell of muddy water and weeds instantly filled Ning Sijia's nostrils, making her very wretched. "Sijia, big sister," several people, including Mei Yuanyuan's mother and daughter, exclaimed in shock. Subconsciously, they wanted to rush out, but when they saw Ning Muyun standing there with a grim expression on his face, these few people stopped in their tracks again in unison. They had seen what had just happened in the living room. No one could guarantee that if they rushed out rashly, they would be violently beaten up by Ning Muyun as well. They'd rather die than become that kind of embarrassment. Ning Sijia was lying on her back on the muddy grass. Half of her face was unconscious, and she could only feel a hot current flowing in her mouth, accompanied by a strong, rusty flavor. The rain got heavier and heavier, gradually turning into a curtain of rain. Ning Muyun slowly raised his head. A pair of cold eyes had lost focus. A dangerous aura permeated around the entire person as he walked slowly towards Ning Sijia. Ning Sijia hadn't seen Ning Muyun look so dangerous, and the habit she had developed over the years of treating Ning Muyun made her still snappishly chide in that condescending tone, even though she had become inarticulate. "Little Bastard. How dare you? Dare to hit me? I today. I'm going to beat to death. Ah, 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 ah. Ning Muyin stood in front of Ning Sijia and didn't say anything. He just bent down and slammed down hard punch after punch on Ning Sijia's face. Punch after punch after punch after punch. All of them landing. Ning Sijia was able to return the favor at first, cursing twice. But as Ning Muyin threw heavy punch after heavy punch, Ning Sijia quickly ran out of strength and could only lie there and be beaten passively. The heavy fist swung down vigorously, and the burns on his hand cracked again, the hideous blisters rupturing throughout. Ning Muyun's swung fist became drenched in blood and kept flowing outward. Ning Sijia's high and beautiful pretty face was also skinned under Ning Muyun's heavy blows. The smell of blood covered his entire mouth, and almost all of his teeth on the side were loose. The intense pain caused Ning Sijia to no longer have the arrogance she had before, and her heart was already full of panic. Ning Sijia never dreamed that this normally gentle, modest, courteous, and weak brother would be so terrifying when he started his fire. Usually, no matter how much he was beaten, he would be there to take the beating without resisting once. Why did you suddenly go crazy today? Ning Sijia couldn't figure it out, but there was no time for her to do so. Ning Muyin was quick with his punches, but in the blink of an eye, the heavy fist had already swung dozens of times. The Ning family's crowd hadn't yet reacted from their state of stagnation. The blood on Ning Sijia's face was brought up by Ning Muyun's fist as he threw a punch, splattering down onto the two half-wet protocols in a hideous shower of blood. Mrs. Liu and the crowd of servants had long been stunned by the scene before them. How could they have never imagined that Ning Muyun, who they had always thought was gentle and approachable, would be so terrifying when he started his fire? Originally, when Ning Muyun was being physically punished by this family, the servants were still privately speculating. Young Master Muyun should be weak and unable to beat the Ning family's crowd, and he didn't dare to fight back. That was why he had been bullied by the Ning family congregation for many years. But today it seems that this is not the case. Chapter 24 Ning Sijia. You and I are immortal. Now it seems that young Master Muyun is not physically weak, nor is he weak to be bullied. It was only in the spirit of kinship and courtesy that the excessive behavior of these people from the Ning family was allowed. Seeing Ning Muyun swing that jab now, he was really porous. If he really wanted him to get angry, I'm afraid that this family of the Ning family together would not be a match for young Master Muyun. For some reason, the servants felt very relieved in their hearts when they saw Ning Muyun punching Ning Sijia hard. After all, the one who usually treated Ning Muyun the worst in the Ning family was Ning Sijia, the eldest sister. Random verbal abuse, slapping, punishing, kneeling, punching and kicking, and even beating young Master Muyun to the point of serious injury and hospitalization. Too many times she had punished Ning Muyun in such a way that the servants couldn't bear to watch. Now that they saw Ning Sijia being beaten so badly by Ning Muyun, the servants felt relieved for Ning Muyun. This young Master Muyun, who had always been gentle and respectful and had been bullied by the entire Ning family, had finally learned to fight back. Young Master Muyun has finally grown up. Ning Muyun didn't know what was going on in the servant's mind and didn't have any expression on his face. He just kept swinging his fists to violently beat Ning Sijia. Under the countless heavy punches, Ning Sijia finally got scared. Today's Ning Muyun was tyrannical, like an evil spirit. This horrible image had turned into a psychological shadow deep into her heart. The body's survival instinct made the near-numbed Ning Sijia finally react. She endured Ning Muyun's heavy punches and slowly brought her arms out to protect the blood-soaked face. She is now afraid that this little brute in Ning Muyun's own eyes will beat herself to death regardless. After I don't know how many punches were swung, Ning Muyun finally got tired. After his fist slammed into Ning Sijia's slender arm for the third time, the pain coming from the collision of bones gradually brought him back to his senses. Ning Muyun withdrew his blood-red fist and slowly straightened up. Looking at Ning Sijia, who had shrunk into a ball at her feet and was shivering, Ning Muyun did not have a trace of pity in his eyes. Ning Sijia, what you did to me today, I will always remember it in my heart. Don't dare. Ning Sijia revealed one eye from the crook of her arm and looked at Ning Muyun in horror. Never again. No. No need to apologize. The hot blood burned Ning Muyun's sanity like magma, but the words he spat out were as cold as 10,000 years of ice. Ning Sijia, Aren't you like destroying other people's treasures? I'll play with you to the end. Ning Muyun Saya will definitely destroy all the things you Ning Sijia hold dear one by one. You and I are immortal from this day forward. Boom! Booming thunder came from the 9 heavens, as if the heavens had recognized Ning Muyun's vow. Ning Muyun, yo, stop it. Only then did Mei Yuanyuan react and hastily raised her voice to scold her. You bitch! How dare you hit your big sister like that? Sijia. Mei Yuanyuan rushed into the grass like a madwoman and hugged Ning Sijia in her arms. Sijia, how are you doing? Are you okay? Ning Sijia hid in Mei Yuanyuan's arms in fear, trembling in terror at the sight of Ning Muyun's cold face. When Mei Yuanyuan saw that her proud eldest daughter had turned into such a miserable state, she was so distressed that she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down, and she cursed Ning Muyun when she looked at her. Ning Muyun, you bitch a bastard. Why did you hit your big sister? She didn't just burn some of your rags, and you beat her like that? Are you still a person? You're such an animal. I should never have had you back then. I, Mei Yuan, don't have a son like you. You shall not die. Get out of here. Ning Muyun looked at Mei Yuanyuan, who was so distressed that she was in tears, and a wave of sadness flooded her heart. What a model mom. So she has so much motherly love too? So why hasn't Self gotten a slice of the pie? 14 years in a previous life, 8 years in this one. What kind of life has Self lived since he identified himself with these heartless beasts? How many times have I been beaten? Not to mention being beaten to the skin, or broken bones, cracked ribs, and bleeding internal organs. It was even cut with a knife, burned with smoke, and poured with boiling water. Which one of these animals hasn't done it before? Even many of the wounds were left by Mei Yuan as she watched. How come she hasn't shed a single tear for Self? How come she hasn't cried out for herself once? Self just hit Ning Sijia this once, and he shall not die? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. This family is really worse than animals. If I hadn't died once since, I'm afraid I would still be imprisoned in the trap of affection and responsibility. Don't dare to resist for the rest of your life, right? There was no greater sorrow than death, and Ning Muyun no longer had any interest in paying any attention to Mei Yuanyuan. The woman in front of him, who had hissed incessantly at Self, had been completely erased from her consciousness. Ning Muyun turned around to leave, and her foot suddenly stepped on the 2 soaked protocols. The protocols, flooded with hideous blood splatters, were so blinding. Ning Muyun slowly bent down to pick up the 2 documents, his hands trembling with severe pain as he unfolded them. Sure enough, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Muyun's mouth. It's really worthy of the Ning family. This kind of handiwork is truly eye-opening. The terms of the severance agreement were very bright. Not only does Ning Sijia want to give up all her inheritance rights, but she also wants to return all the things she got from the Ning family, including the ones given to Self by his late grandfather when he was alive. Self still overestimates the moral lower limits of these brutes. After scanning it again and again to make sure Self was right, Ning Muyun coldly glanced at Ning Sijia. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Ning Sijia shrank in Mei Yuanyuan's arms and kept begging for mercy. Ning Muyun ignored Ning Sijia's pleas for mercy and simply lowered his face gloomily. Ning Sijia, I won't sign this severance agreement. Once Ning Sangmu heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly spoke out angrily while the iron was hot. Rebel son, since you don't want to sever ties with us, then why did you beat your big sister like this? That's your big sister. You damned little brute. Do you still have a conscience? Ning Sangmu. Ning Muyun's sudden outburst startled Ning Sangmu. Ning Sangmu subconsciously took a step back. Rebellious son. You. What do you want? Ning Yanjun and Ning Luoling also subconsciously took a step back. Today's Ning Muyun was too dangerous, and they didn't dare to get too close. Ning Muyun silently took in the reactions of the Ning family members and ignored them. Ning Sangmu, don't misunderstand. I still say that. I, Ning Muyun, will sever all ties with the entirety of your Ning family. Ning Yanjun became enraged upon hearing this. You want to sever all ties with us, then sign. Why don't you sign? Chapter 25. Ning Muyun, who let me be abducted at the age of 3. Look at this. Ning Muyun casually flung out and unfolded the agreement, laying it in front of the crowd and tapping the place where he signed his name with a blood-soaked finger. Look carefully. There's only one person's name here, Ning Sijia. Ning Luoling was very puzzled and stared at Ning Muyun as she carefully asked, Ning Muyun, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Ning Muyun swept a glance at the Ning family's crowd and said without the slightest bit of emotion, I said that I'm going to sever all ties with the entirety of your Ning family. Ning Muyun looked askance at Ning Sijia, who was cowering into a ball, and nodded again at the agreement. In addition to her Ning Sijia, there are still 8 signatures missing here. When, as a family, you all sign your names, come back to me. Otherwise, I won't sign it. You. Seeing Ning Muyun being so arrogant, several of Ning Sangmu's father and daughter were so angry that their blood pressure soared, but there was nothing they could do about it, so they could only stand in place and sulk. It was Mei Yuan who sat in the rain and counted for a while, then suddenly looked up and asked, How come there are 8 names missing? Shouldn't there be 9 names missing? Ning Muyun knew what Mei Yuan was thinking and glanced at her coldly, saying in a chilling voice, When I say all of the Ning family, I don't include that bastard Ning Jibua. It's not a Ning. I have nothing to do with that bastard, and I don't need to cut ties with him. Rebel son. Bitch. Ning Sangmu Ning Yanjun became furious when he heard this. Shut up. Mei Yuan furiously stood up and came up to slap Ning Muyun. Bitch, how dare you call my son a bastard? I'll beat you to death. Ning Muyun, who had swung so many heavy punches, was already a bit off his feet and didn't dodge over. Mei Yuan's violent slap slapped Ning Muyun's face hard, adding a blood-red slap mark to his face. Bitch, you apologize to Jibo right now, immediately, or I'll hit. Boo! The heavy fist swung again. Ning Muyun didn't show the slightest bit of mercy and threw a heavy punch towards Mei Yuan's face. Caught off guard by a punch, Mei Yuan was smashed and collapsed beside Ning Sijia, muddy water staining her whole body, making Mei Yuan, a noblewoman who has always remained high and mighty, become a mess. Mom! Wife! Mei Yuan covered her red and swollen face and looked at Ning Muyun incredulously. In just 2 days, she had already been beaten by Ning Muyun for the 2nd time. The pain coming from her face drove Mei Yuan nearly insane. This bitch is too much. He was so unruly that he dared to make a move and dare to hit his own mother. This little beast shall not die. You hit me? How dare you hit me again? I'm your mom. How dare you hit me? Shut up. Ning Muyun bent down and lowered his head and said in a cold, chilling voice, Mei Yuan, this is the last time. Next time you dare to make a move, it'll be more than just a punch. Ning Muyun slowly straightened up and threw the agreement in front of Mei Yuan. Get those remaining 8 signatures and get back to me. Or don't call me. Bitch. Ning Muyun turned around and left without a hint of hesitation. Ning Sangmu's few people looked at Ning Muyun walking towards self, their hearts panicked, and they subconsciously asked, Rebel son, what do you want? Ning Muyun coldly glanced at these timid and cowering relatives and paid no attention to them, just walked straight out. Seeing this, several people subconsciously made way for Ning Muyun. Only after Ning Muyun had crossed over a few people did Ning Sangmu feel that he had lost face, and a wave of pent-up anger suddenly settled in his heart, exasperated. He couldn't figure out how a nice person could suddenly look like a different person. Obviously, before the wedding, this rebellious son was still respectful and obedient to the entire Ning family. What's with the sudden insanity and getting so crazy? Could it be that Shun Yunin's escape from marriage was such a great stimulus to him? Blame it on that son of a bitch Shin Wenshan. If that bitch hadn't run away from the wedding, the little beast wouldn't have gone crazy. Ning Yanjun stared at Ning Muyun's gradually fading back, her eyes red with anger, and she shouted in a stern and angry voice. Ning Muyun, you don't want to leave today. I'm going to call the police to put you in jail. Ning Muyun didn't even care and just walked forward by himself in the rain. Ning Luoling looked at Ning Muyun, who had become unusually unfamiliar and was incomparably uneasy in her heart, and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Ning Muyun, why have you become like this? Jibua, big sister, 7th sister, mom, they are all your relatives. Why did you beat them like that? Have you no conscience at all? Ning Muyun stopped his steps and silently turned around, looking slyly at the sighing Ning Luoling as he asked in a cold voice. Ning Luoling, it's been 8 years since I recognized the Ning family at the age of 16. These 8 years. How you people have treated me. Don't you know? More than once I've been knocked to the ground by you guys, and I can't move. Why didn't you speak up for me at that time? Not even a word of comfort has I ever heard from you. Why didn't you ask me if I had a conscience then? Or am I the only one with a conscience if I'm being bullied by you random people? Ning Muyun asked as he stood still, staring coldly at Ning Luoling. Now, I'd like to ask you the same thing. Are you blind not to see me being abused? Are you deaf to hear that I'm being severely beaten? Do you have a conscience? Are you still a human being? Huh? I. Ning Luoling was momentarily speechless, and in her haste, she casually said, "We're doing this to you for your own good. You live in an orphanage for 13 years. You've caught the bad habits of the outside world. If we don't discipline you, will you learn? I'm doing all this for your own good. When we beat you, it was because we hated it." As expected, upon hearing Ning Luoling's defense, the several members of the Ning clan who had just been fearful once again became righteous, looking at Ning Muyun with hostility in their eyes. The resentful eyes seemed to be saying that Ning Muyun didn't know what was good for him, and that he was enmity. For my own good? Ning Muyun laughed a little, his smile incomparably bleak. Ning Luoling, you guys are so hypocritical that it makes me sick. I didn't pick up any bad habits at the orphanage. I was the student representative at school every year of my 13 years at the orphanage. There's nothing wrong with treating people right. Even if you've picked up some bad habits, that's on you. Our responsibility? Right. I would have gotten the best elite education since I was a kid. It was all ruined by someone. Who the hell is? Ning Muyun paused for a moment and viciously gouged out Ning Luoling, who had me abducted at the age of 3 and ended up in an orphanage. Chapter 26. The police are coming. At the mention of this matter, the faces of everyone present became unnatural. Especially Ning Sangmu and Mei Yuanyuan had a rare guilty look in their eyes. On the contrary, it was Ning Luoling whose eyes became flustered in an instant. Her body trembled incessantly, as if she had been poked in the heart about something. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Ning Muyun's voice became incomparably cold. Ning Luoling, why did you take me, who was merely 3 years old, to an amusement park back then? Are you really trying to take me out? Or? Ning Muyun paused for a moment, and Ning Luoling only felt that the air froze at that moment, suffocating her to the point where she couldn't breathe. I, trying to throw me off? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Ning clan looked at Ning Luoling incredulously. Back then, when the whole family learned of Ning Muyun's disappearance, the family was devastated. Ning Luoling, in particular, couldn't stop crying every day. Mei Yuanyuan and Ning Sangmu were angry at Ning Luoling for causing Ning Muyun to wander off at the time, though. But seeing Ning Luoling in that state, it wasn't good enough to chastise her for anything else. Then the family searched for months, all to no avail. Mei Yuan instantly went all depressed and crazy. The whole home was dead, without a trace of energy. It was only after Ning Sangmu brought Ning Jibwa home that home slowly returned to normal. Over the years, the Ning family would fall into a depression whenever Ning Muyun was mentioned. Slowly, there was a reluctance to talk about him. But now that he heard Ning Muyun say this, the entire Ning family couldn't believe this fact. If Ning Muyun was really dropped by Ning Luoling, then Ning Luoling would be too scary. Seeing the many eyes focused on self, Ning Luoling was so flustered that her eyes darted about, and she slurred her words. I'm not. I wasn't. I'm. Ning Muyun didn't pay any attention to Ning Luoling, only slowly turning around and speaking quietly. Whether it is or not, you know yourself. Ning Luoling immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her entire body frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Ning Luoling, it's not over between us. You wait. I will take my time to settle this score with you. All the pain I've suffered in the last 13 years since I was abducted and sold, I'm going to give you a good taste of it. Look forward to it. Ning Muyun's few light words were like a whip that viciously lashed at Ning Luoling's body, causing her to falter. After Ning Muyun finished speaking, he once again got up and walked outside. The servants along the way saw Ning Muyun approaching, and all took it upon themselves to make way for him. Ning Sangmu, Mei Yuanyu, and Ning Sijie, and the three of them were all looking at Ning Luoling with stunned faces. Ning Luoling stood in place in a state of disorientation, muttering something under her breath. Ning Yanjun, who was holding Ning Ranran, couldn't hold back any longer. Call the police. I'm going to call the police. I'll make sure the police take Ning Muyun to jail. I'll make him squat in jail. Shut up. Ning Sangmu came back to his senses and hurriedly blocked Ning Yanjun. But Ning Yanjun was also determined to call the police to send Ning Muyun to prison this time. Dad, I'm going to call the police this time. Even if you banish me from the house, I'll admit it. I'm going to call the police today. Send him to jail. Shut up. Ning Ran, who had rested for a while and slowed down, chimed in. Yeah, Dad. I'm calling the police too. This cheap bastard hurt his brother and beat his big sister like that. I'm going to make sure the police take this bitch to jail. Sixth sister. Hurry up and call the police. Ning Ran looked towards Ning Loring. But Ning Luoling just stood there lost in thought, without any response. Ning Sangmu saw that he really couldn't suppress it this time, so he had to make a killer move. I told you, anyone who calls the police, I'll expel her from the house. Not only that, I'll also sever my relationship with her. There will be no part of the Ning family's property for you in the future either. Dad! Ning Yanjun and Ning Ran looked at Ning Sangmu incredulously. He all but beat up big sister and mom like this? Why are you still so biased in favor of this bitch? You're so out of line. Ning Sangmu was helpless, and he also hated to beat Ning Muyun to death alive. But Ning Muyun knew those things. In case the police take him into the police station and make him shake those things out. That's a lot of fun. Ning Muyun's willful injury is only 3 years at most. That thing Self did, if the police found out about it, it would be a death sentence. Even for the sake of his own life, Ning Sangmu had to stop this family from calling the police. Say no more. What I say is the decision. If any of you dare to call the police, I'll kick her out of the house, sever her relationship, and disinherit her property. I'll leave it at that. You're on your own. Hearing Ning Sangmu make such a harsh statement, Ning Yanjun and Ning Ran had to forcefully suppress their anger to dispel the idea of calling the police. In his heart, however, he hated Ning Muyun more and more. Ning Muyun ignored the tug-of-war between the Ning family members behind him and simply walked forward on his own. The moment Ning Muyun was about to walk out of the doorway, 2 police officers suddenly appeared in front of him. Hello. May I ask if this is Mr. Ning Aki's house? We have a case we'd like to talk to you about. Police? Ning Muyun wasn't afraid. He just looked back at Ning Sangmu coldly, without a single fluctuation in his eyes. When Ning Sangmu saw the police standing in the doorway, he immediately turned pale, his spine went cold, and a chill instantly filled his body. Self's worst fears had come true. The police are here. Ning Sangmu looked at his wife and daughters in the garden and tried to suppress his anger as he asked, Who called the police? Ning Ran couldn't be happier since she saw the police. Originally, she was still furious because Ning Sangmu was not allowed to call the police. Now it looks like that video posted last night is finally working. The police finally came. That bitch, Ning Muyun, is finally going to be put in jail. Thinking about this, the aching Ning Ran actually gained a few points of strength and stood up from the arms of the surprised Ning Yanjun. Said to Ning Sangmu with a joyful smile, Dad, I called the cops. Ning Sangmu felt that Self was about to be exasperated by this little daughter. I've ordered them not to call the police, but I didn't expect her to report it anyway. When did you call the police? Didn't I tell you not to call the police? Ning Ran pulled out her cell phone from her arms and proudly placed it in front of Ning Sangmu. Dad, I didn't call the police. I just did the police in this short video. Short video? It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Ning Sangmu almost gasped out a cerebral hemorrhage when he took this look. The short video clearly states above. Ning Muyun is a beast worse than a pig or a dog. Not only did he beat up his own father and mother at the wedding site, he also stomped on the balls of his own brother, Ning Jibua, leaving Ning Jibua permanently barren. That's enough information to blow up. The key thing is that Ning Ran took in the family when she made this video. With the exception of Ning Muyun, everyone had revealed their own true faces online. Chapter 27 Ning Ran, Dad, you hit me? When exactly did you make this video? Ning Sangmu grimaced and asked under his breath. Dad, that's when you guys pushed Brother Jibwa to the hospital room. You guys went ahead, and I stayed behind alone to sneak the shots. Ning Ran was unusually pleased with herself, her red and swollen face, her large eyes blinking comically. Well, I got a good shot, didn't I? Every one of you got a clear shot. None of those vlogs taken by travel bloggers look as good as the ones I took. Ning Ran was holding up her cell phone in nonstop self-appreciation. Behind her, Mei Yuan and the others watched her fall into a daze. Ning Sangmu was so angry that his lips trembled, and with a trembling hand, he pointed at Ning Ran and asked, You, why did you post this video? Who told you, Dad, not to let me call the police? Ning Ran complained with an aggrieved and disgruntled beak. Not only did that bitch beat up Dad and you and Mom, but she also beat up brother Jibo like that. I would have called the police first thing. Dad, you're strong-arming us to keep us from calling the police. I'd love to say yes, but I can't swallow it in my heart. There's no way around it. Since I can get the police uncle to punish him, I'll just have to get someone to cyber storm this bitch. That's why I made this video. I purposely filmed brother Jibo a bit more miserably. That way people will sympathize with brother Jibo even more after seeing it. The video seems to be working surprisingly well right now. Dad, look. There are so many people who are cursing that bitch Ning Muyin in the comments section. Ning Ranran took her cell phone and waved it in front of Ning Songmu's eyes. Some unpleasant comments were instantly imprinted into Ning Songmu's eyes. This person is really heartless. Even his own father and mother can do this to him. What's the point of beating up your own parents? You don't see him stomping his brother's balls. I'll go. How ruthless. This person lying on the bed should be the last eunuch in China, right? Duh. This eunuch is called Ning Jibwa? Then he should be able to be handed over to Jibwa now, right? What? I'm only missing 2 balls and I still have that stick. Oh, that was indeed the wrong name. It should be called Ga Air Dan. Ego. Heroes see the same thing. Hey, I saw Ning Yuyin, a big star. So that eunuch is his brother. The eunuch brother of a big star? That Karma Erden is going to be a hit. In the future, we can't call Karma Erden so flippantly. It's time to call him Brother Broken Egg. That's a good name, Broken Egg. I know that old man too. He's the chairman of the Ning Group. The big boss. What good is a big boss? Isn't the son still a eunuch? It's over. I even bought Ning Group stock. It's going to fall badly now. Me too. I'm going. It's down at the open. Sell this crap stock quickly. It won't go back up. Haha. The crown prince of the Ning Group has turned into a eunuch. This is great. All of the Ning family's assets can't be retained. Isn't there another son then? It's all been fought like this. We must have flipped out with them. I know that man. His wife ran away when he got married, and he broke off the engagement with that woman right then and there. So tough. Who is that woman? It seems to be the chairman of Shun Group. It's a female president. It's over. I bought Shun stock too. I have to dump it quickly. Haha. Now Ning's group and Shun's group are going to plummet. Ning Songmu almost fainted in anger when he saw these comments. He did not expect that his favorite little daughter would give herself such a backstabbing off guard. Ning Songmu asked, pressing his forehead and closing his eyes in an effort to calm his anger. Ren, do you realize what will happen if you post this video? I know. Ning Ranran proudly held up the swollen face, her nose twitching. That bitch Ning Mian will be all over the net. Riot. And will also be taken to jail by the police. I've finally taken a bite out of Brother Jibwa's ass. You. Ning Songmu really couldn't tense up anymore. He had been stunned by Ning Ranran's brain circuitry. After 20 years of raising my daughter, I've never felt so stupid as I do today. Ning Songmu wondered from the bottom of his heart if the richly raised daughter had been given the wrong kind of parenting. Ning Songmu was flabbergasted in place, pointing at Ning Ranran and unable to speak for half a day. Seeing Ning Songmu like this, Ning Ranran thought he was happy, so she held her cell phone up in front of Ning Songmu's eyes as if inviting credit. Dad, look quickly. This video already has over 10 million views. Now the whole country knows that this bitch Ning Muyin is a brute who beats up his own parents and stomps on his brother's balls. Ning Songmu's eyes widened in anger, his hands and feet shivering in anger. Ning Ranran also gave Ning Songmu a look, complaining that he hadn't responded to the celebration for self. Just the moment she took back her cell phone to admire her self-made work, Ning Ranran's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, look at this. My fans have increased by $500,000. I already now have 7.5 million followers. I'm soon going to be a big internet celebrity with millions of followers. Ning Ranran was about to jump up and down with excitement. The video was so much stronger than she had ever expected it to be. It's only been one night, and it's given Self 500,000 fans. Wait until later when Ning Muyin is put in jail. When you go to visit him in prison, take a video of him serving his sentence and release it. Wouldn't that add another couple million fans to Self? By then, Self will be a super internet celebrity with millions of fans. Now everything was ready, just waiting for Ning Muyin to be arrested by the police and put in jail. Ning Ranran was already immersed in her own sweet dreams and completely failed to notice that Ning Songmu was already about to die a violent death from her anger. The Ning family members froze on the spot when they saw Ning Ranran's joyful and smiling face. Why is she so happy? Doesn't she realize how much of a ripple it would cause by posting this stuff online? When Ning Ranran saw that the crowd was silent, her heart flatly complained, somewhat dissatisfied that they didn't share this joy with Self. But being in a good mood, she didn't count on it. Instead, she said with a joyful smile, "Dad, do you think I did a good job? I've taken the heat off our whole family. That bitch Ning Muyun is finished." There was a loud pop. Ning Ranran was slapped across that intact face, sending her to the ground. Paralyzed on the ground, Ning Ranran staggered in place, waiting for a long time, the stinging pain coming from her face before she came back to her senses, incredulously covering her face and slowly getting up, aggrieved and asked, "Dad, you hit me? What did I do wrong? What gives you the right to hit me?" Chapter 28 Ning Muyan. "Comrade police, you take me away. You deserve a beating." Ning Samu pointed at Ning Ranran and hissed furiously. "You've disgraced our Ning family with this one video. Now everyone knows that our Ning family has produced a eunuch. How do you expect Jibbo to behave in the future? How do you expect us to behave from now on? You make it or break it, fool. The Ning family's reputation is all ruined by you." Mei Yuan and the others froze for a moment, but they also gradually reacted, all looking at Ning Ranran angrily. How could she do such a stupid thing? How will Jibwa ever see anyone again? Isn't this going to drive him to death? Ning Sijia lay in Mei Yuan's arms and rested for a while, and also slowed down. The seventh sister slapped Jibwa's face in. Now everyone who saw that video knows that Jibbo lost his fertility. How will he ever get married again? Ning Sijia hurriedly picked up her cell phone and opened the software to take a look at the more than 10 million plays that almost made her gasp. It's over $10 million. So many people know. How will Jibwa live from now on? Things had already happened, and although Ning Sijia was furious, her reasoning was still intact. Just when he wanted to advise Ning Sangmu not to be angry, the urgent cell phone ringing suddenly rang. "Mr. Ning, something big is wrong. After that short video released by your seventh sister went viral, the company's stock price suddenly plummeted. The market value quickly evaporated by $2 billion after the opening bell." $2 billion? Ning Sijia's eyes snapped open. She couldn't believe her ears. $2 billion. That's not $20. That's a tenth of the company's market capitalization. How did you lose so much? Without waiting for Ning Sijia to accept this cruel fact, the news that continued to come from the other side of the cell phone made Ning Sijia's heart sink to the bottom. "Mr. Ning, your third sister is also caught in a scandal because of this incident. Now many reporters are rushing to the set to block her. They're saying they want to interview her about your brother being stomped on, Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning, you should come back to the company quickly. This matter is too big. We can't handle it. Mr. Ning, are you listening? Mr. Ning?" Ning Sijia hung up the phone trembling, looked at Ning Sangmu incredulously, and said, "Dad, something happened to the company. The stock price suddenly plummeted. The company's market value evaporated by $2 billion after the opening bell." "What?" Ning Sangmu felt his heart stop and froze for a moment, staring at Ning Sijia with wide eyes. "Say that again? How much has the company evaporated?" "Dad, it's true. Ning's evaporated $2 billion because of this short video of the seventh sister. And the third sister's place is still in the middle of a scandal over this incident too. A lot of reporters rushed to third sister's set, said they wanted to interview third sister about Ji Bo's loss of fertility. Dad, what are we going to do?" Ning Sangmu only felt his brain buzzing. His eyes plunged into darkness. His ears suddenly couldn't hear anything, and he stood still and shook. "Dad! Dad!" The Ning sisters present all panicked. Ning Ranran was even more flustered to the point where her hands and feet went numb. $2 billion. How many short videos would Self have to make to earn $2 billion? Ning Ranran realized that Self had made a big mistake. But Ning Ranran also felt self-committed in her heart. She felt in her heart of hearts that she had done nothing wrong. She was just posting the wrongdoings done by that bitch Ning Muyun. The one who did something wrong was clearly Ning Muyun. But why would she be the one to be chastised? And a hard slap from Dad? God is so unfair. If it wasn't for that bitch Ning Muyun, Self wouldn't have suffered all these grievances. The Ning family members nervously looked at the faltering Ning Sangmu, fearing that something would happen to him again. Ning Ranran, on the other hand, was staring at Ning Muyun with a death glare, itching to set him back on his feet. Silence fell for a moment in the garden, with only the pattering of the rain resonating. A sudden vocalization broke the silence of the garden. "That Mr. Ning Kangi? We noticed this short video circulating on the internet yesterday and would like to understand the truth of it with you. Is it true that Ning Myun beat your other son to the point of serious injury? If the matter is true, he constitutes a willful injury. Crime. We'll have to take him back to the police station for investigation. Please cooperate with us. Hearing the police officer's voice, Ning Sangmu instantly came back to his senses. Evaporated 2 billion is heartache, but in the heartache is not as important as self-life. Ning Sangmu hurriedly denied it. No, absolutely not. Everything on that video is fake. None of those things happened in our Ning family. Ning Sangmu tried his best to cover it up, but it was just hard for the few people in the garden who were falling over, bruised and swollen, to convince the police that nothing had happened. Mr. Ning Sangmu, is it true that Mr. Ning Myun didn't step on Mr. Ning Jibo's one? No, absolutely not. Jibo, he just accidentally got into a car accident. He didn't get stomped on that one. Ning Sangmu hurriedly denied it, but Ning Ran was directly anxious when she saw this. There's police uncle. That bitch just stomped on brother Jibo's egg at the wedding site. Shut the fuck up. Ning Sangmu viciously kicked Ning Ran in the mouth, knocking her to the ground. Mr. Ning Kangi, please don't hit your daughter. We need more testimonies. Ning Sangmu hastily put on a fake smile. Comrade policeman, I'm not fighting. My daughter is talking nonsense there. I'm just reminding her not to talk nonsense. Faced with Ning Sangmu's words, the two policemen looked odd. Reminder? A reminder with your feet? Ning Ran had blood flowing from her mouth, and although Ning Yanjun was heartbroken, she didn't testify against Ning Muyun at this time. She could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. The market value of Ning's group has evaporated by a full $2 billion. The company has suffered so much that it is imperative that the scandal be put to rest. As for the matter of sending Ning Muyun to prison, it could be planned later. Mei Yuanyuan gave Ning Ran a heartbroken look and couldn't say anything else. She did get in trouble this time. It's good to learn a lesson. The two policemen looked at the skinned Ning Sijia lying in Mei Yuanyuan's arms. Another glance at Ning Ran, who was lying on the ground with a swollen nose. Always felt that this matter was not as simple as Ning Sangmu said. If Ning Myun really didn't make a move, would this one have to be so bruised and swollen? Upon seeing Ning Myun's blood-red hands, the police were even more convinced. How hard did it have to be to hit both hands so hard that they were skinned and bloodied? Just as the two policemen wanted to cross-examine Ning Myun slowly raised her hands and placed them in front of the police. Two police comrades, what happened in the video is true. I stomped on Ning Jibo's egg. The ones lying on the ground were also beaten by me. So take me away. Chapter 29. Ning Ran quickly apologized to your brother. What? You admit it? Ning Myun had gotten the two policemen to give no more than that. It was the first time they had seen such a cooperative suspect. How come he admitted it before he even started asking? That painful? See Ning Myun surrender at light speed. Ning Sangmu only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. How could he have never imagined that Ning Myun would take the initiative to admit these things? Thinking of the words Ning Myun said at the wedding scene yesterday, Ning Sangmu was furious. This rebellious son, he's still trying to get self-killed. If he gives himself up to the police, then he's really screwed. By then, let alone $2 billion. 20 billion won't save Self's life. If it came to that, Self would not only lose everything in front of him, but he'd have to go eat 2 peanuts somewhere. Thinking of that consequence, Ning Sangmu's entire body shivered. Ning Sangmu rushed forward to explain to the two policemen. Comrade policeman, this is all a misunderstanding. He didn't do those things. Our husband and wife fell accidentally at the wedding site. My son Ning Jibo was not injured by him. He accidentally cut his hand while cutting the cake, and that's what sent him to the hospital. All that news on the internet is all made up by my no-good daughter. Nothing actually happened. Comrade policeman, you mustn't listen to him. You mustn't take him away. The two policemen gave Ning Sangmu an odd look and then glanced at each other, both seeing full of doubt in each other's eyes. Why is this guy talking out of his ass? How can you cut a cake with bandages all over it? Is this cutting into the aorta? Also, after we both came in, we both saw that it was this Ning Muyun with blood dripping from his hands. That daughter of yours is also lying on the ground with her skin split open. With this glance, it was clear that it was Ning Muyun who had made the move to beat the person up like that. Not only that, but when you fight, you do it with all your might. Hard to break your own hand. So fully and obviously true. How come this dad is still here to cover for him? Is that how you feel about your son? But this heartache is too much, isn't it? How can it hurt like this? Two police officers just wanted to criticize Ning Sangmu's spoiled behavior. However, he didn't expect Ning Muyun to stand out directly. Two comrades, this is not a misunderstanding. What happened in the video is true. Ning Jibwa, who's lying in the hospital, I stomped her egg. At the wedding scene, Ning Sangmu Mei Yuanyuan couple was also beaten by me. Hearing Ning Muyun address herself directly, Mei Yuanyuan was unusually angry and at the same time felt a pang of pain in her heart. She couldn't tell why Self felt sad. Ning Muyun ignored Mei Yuanyuan, who had a sentimental look on her face, and continued to turn herself in on her own. I'm the one who skinned Ninji's face. I beat up Ning Ranran with a swollen nose too. I did all of this. The evidence is overwhelming and cannot be questioned, so you will take me away now. Ning Sangmu was about to die of anger. This rebellious son, he has to go against me. Had to go to the police station to turn me in. You have to put me to death. The two policemen's faces became even more odd. The man was favoring his son just now. This son did not cover up for himself at all and admitted it graciously. These two fathers are pretty weird. Ning Sangmu held back the veins that were about to burst and tried to squeeze out a smile. Two police comrades, this matter is really a misunderstanding. He really didn't do those things. Not a misunderstanding. Ning Muyun reached out and swung her hand in front of the two policemen and said with a cold face, I did all those things. You guys arrest me. Ning Muyun. Ning Sangmu's eyes turned red with anger. Don't go too far. Excessive? When did I go overboard? Ning Muyun stared coldly at Ning Sangmu. I'm telling the truth. I'm just trying to cooperate with my police comrades and lighten their workload. Where did I go overboard? Facing Ning Muyun, who was as oily and saltless as a rolling knife, Ning Sangmu finally surrendered. Okay, Ning Muyun, tell me, what exactly do you want before you'll give up? Ning Muyun glanced at Ning Ranran, who was lying in Ning Yanjun's arms. In a chilling voice, he said, It's simple. I want Ning Ranran to publicly apologize to me on her short video account. Make her post her own video admitting that the video she posted last night was bullshit. No way. Ning Ranran instantly exploded, climbing to her feet and rushing at Ning Muyun in a hissing rage. Ning Muyun, you're delusional. You bitch. I'm never going to apologize unless I'm dead. Then I have nothing more to say. Ning Muyun once again stretched out her hands and gently swung them in front of the police officer. Comrade police officer, let's go. It's still raining outside. We'd better still go back early to take statements. Both police officers froze as they looked at the unusually cooperative Ning Muyun. Why is this guy in more of a hurry than we are? You want to go to the police so badly? Is this the police department's home? No. Ning Sangmu stopped Ning Muyun and put on a smiling face as he held his tongue. Isn't it just for Ran to apologize? I promise you, I'll let her apologize to you right now. Not apologize to me. Rather, it's posting a public video on a short video apologizing to me. Ning Sangmu nodded as he held back the veins that were about to burst and said through gritted teeth, Fine. No matter what you say, I promise you. After taking a deep breath, Ning Sangmu looked towards Ning Ranran and said in a cold voice, Ranran, come over here and apologize to your brother. Dad, how dare you ask me to apologize to that bitch Ning Muyun? On what grounds? The more Ning Sangmu looked at Ning Ranran, the angrier she became. If it wasn't for that short video she posted, Self wouldn't have been driven to this. The Ning family wouldn't have suffered that much. $2 billion. That's a lot of money. The entire Ning's is only $20 billion or so. A tenth of the assets were lost for nothing because of this idiot. All because of this idiot's self-interest. Now let her apologize. She's still pushing around here. If it weren't for my own daughter, I would have beaten her to death. Thinking of this, Ning Sangmu's anger rose steeply in his heart and said that his tone also had a few more points of impatience. Ren, come over here quickly. Apologize to your brother. Don't. I will never. Unless I die. Or I will never apologize to this bitch. Okay, don't apologize, huh? Ning Muyun nodded and looked at the police again. Comrade police officers, take out your handcuffs and cuff me. Let's go now. Slow. Ning Sangmu stopped a few people and glared fiercely at Ning Muyun before roaring sternly towards Ning Ranran. Come on, get your ass over here. Send your brother a video apology. I don't want it. Snap. Chapter 30. Ning Ranran felt like life was worse than death. Ning Sangmu violently rushed to Ning Ranran's body and threw an ear slap over The violent slaps were like thunder slapping on the face of Look Ning Ran Ran. The already red and swollen little face looked unusually wretched after Ning Sangmu's angry blow, which caused 2 nosebleeds to flow out. The intense pain finally made Ning Ran Ran come to her senses, and at this point, she was no longer as capricious as before. Fear covered it like a shadow underneath it, and Ning Ran Ran could only look at the furious Ning Sangmu in horror, trembling. Ning Ran Ran, I'm telling you, you must apologize to your brother online today. You have caused such a great loss in the family. Now you must take the responsibility. No one does wrong without paying for it. Now you apologize to your brother right now. If you don't apologize, then I'll expel you from the house right now. And then I'll disown you. From now on, I, Ning Sangmu, will never have you as a daughter again. Whether you live or die in the future has nothing to do with the Ning family either. You'll be left to fend for yourself from now on. Hear that? Facing Ning Sangmu, who hissed out, Ning Ran Ran was finally afraid. Growing up, it was the first time she had seen Ning Sangmu get so angry. Ning Yanjun was a bit unable to look away and whispered in a consoling voice. Dad, how can you say that? No matter what, 7th sister is doing it for Jibo, for the good of this family. How can you force her like this? Isn't that driving her to her death? You shut up. Ning Sangmu pointed at Ning Ran Ran and looked hideously at Ning Yanjun and roared. For the good of the family? For the good of the family? She let the company vaporize $2 billion. This is what she gets for the good of the family? Hearing $2 billion, Ning Yanjun also slowly closed her mouth. As much as it was tempting to take over what Ning Ran Ran had done. But with $2 billion, she really couldn't afford it. Any kindness is insignificant in the face of $2 billion. Regardless of the starting point, Ning Ran Ran had indeed brought great loss to the Ning family. Ning Yanjun just couldn't say anything even if she wanted to defend Ning Ran Ran anymore. Ning Ran Ran saw that 4th sister, who had argued for self, also lowered her head and looked around at her mother and eldest sister, realizing that several people were also looking at self complainingly. Ning Ran Ran finally realized that everyone was blaming self. This time, there was literally no one left to plead for self. Facing the furious Ning Sangmu, Ning Ran Ran finally gave in. Ning Ran Ran held back the unhappiness in her heart and said timidly in Ning Muyun's direction, I'm sorry, Brother Muyun. The ones I posted on the internet were all nonsense. I was the one who planted the evidence. I apologize to you. Ning Sangmu looked towards Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun's eyes, however, did not fluctuate for a second. Didn't you hear what I just said? I want you to publicly apologize online. Being forced to apologize had already made it very difficult for Ning Ran Ran. Now that she had to be forced to publicly apologize online, Ning Ran Ran instantly felt like her heart was being cut to ribbons. Net. The power of the storm is known to the self. The gossip is enough to drive a man to his death. If an apology video is released, all those people on the internet will call self a liar. The volume of 7 million followers is enough to cause a monstrous wave. The thought of being verbally abused by so many people online after self's release, net. Right. Ning Ran Ran then felt that life was worse than death. But she hadn't thought about what would happen if Ning Muyun was caught in a full internet. Right, what would happen? Ning Ran Ran wanted to refuse, but facing Ning Sangmu's hideous eyes, she could only helplessly lower her head. Sobbing, she raised her cell phone and casually wiped away the nosebleed. Looking at herself in the screen with a bruised nose and swollen face, Ning Ran Ran sobbed and opened the selfie camera. Hello everyone, I'm Ning Ran Ran. Here, I want to apologize. The video I posted earlier about Ning Muyun beating up his family was a fake. I'm very sorry for giving false information. My brother Ning Muyun didn't beat up his parents or stomp on Brother Jibo's balls. I'm making this all up. I'm the one who's planting evidence against Brother Muyun. Here, I just want to say a sincere apology to Brother Muyun and everyone else. I'm sorry, Brother Muyun. And please don't do what I did. Let's work together to maintain good morals in the internet. Thank you all. After Ning Ran Ran recorded it, she looked at Ning Muyun pitifully. Ning Muyun didn't falter in any way, only continuing to command in an icy voice. Shot. Ning Ran Ran nodded carefully. Shot. Great. Now post it. Now I'm going to see this video on your short video account. Ning Ran Ran looked at the video on her cell phone and struggled immensely. She knew that if this video was posted, it could never be retracted, just by virtue of self's 7 million followers. As soon as it's posted, Someone will make a save. Even if Self deleted this video afterward, it wouldn't help. This humiliating video will be circulating amongst the internet forever. Let Self never lift his head again. Ning Ranran didn't want to post. How could she not press her thumb against the publish button? But seeing Ning Muyun's icy cold eyes and Ning Sangmu's scarlet eyes, Ning Ranran was instantly gripped by fear. All that could be done was to freeze and not move. Ning Muyun was too lazy to watch Ning Ranran perform a bitter trick there. Comrade policeman, let's get out of here. It's still raining in the sky. We'll go back early and still have to take statements. Ning Ranran. Under Ning Sangmu's violent hiss, Ning Ranran closed her eyes unwillingly, shedding 2 humiliating tears as her thumb slowly pressed the release button. The moment she pressed the button, Ning Ranran only felt that her life was worse than death. 7 million fans of the blogger, short video platform review quickly. But a minute, the video has been posted on the homepage of Ning Ranran's account. Ning Sangmu took out his cell phone and glanced at it, which was a relief. Placing the phone in front of Ning Muyun, he asked grimly, "Are you satisfied now?" "Not bad." Ning Muyun nodded and turned his head to the 2 policemen. "Comrade policeman, I remembered a bit wrong just now. I didn't do those things. I don't know if there's anything else I can do for you. Comrade policeman, they were clearly injured by you. This has nothing to do with him at all." Ning Sijia lay in Mei Yuanyuan's arms and tried to straighten up and said, "We're all falling down on our own here." "Seventh sister, you say it isn't." Ning Ranran shivered for a moment, and seeing Ning Sangmu staring fiercely at Self, she could only cower and nod. Yes, I fell off myself." Ning Muyun saw this before she twisted her head and looked at the 2 policemen. "Comrade policeman, are there any questions now?" Chapter 31 Ning Yanjun. "Dad, I can't move." Looking at the calm-faced Ning Muyun, the corners of the 2 policemen's mouths twitched. "Enter the police. I've been in the police force for years. All these years." It was the first time the 2 had encountered such a breathless thing. Generally speaking, such disputes between family members can very easily turn sour. No matter how close they were before, as long as they got to the point of fist fights, they were all eager to kill each other. Where else would there be the sheltering of each other? Looking at the odd faces of the entire Ning family in this villa, the 2 knew there must be something inside that Self and the others didn't know about. Now this family had taken the blame off of this Ning Muyun. The 2 Selfs just couldn't do it anymore if they wanted to take him back. Faced with this breathless result, the 2 police officers had no choice but to give up on arresting Ning Muyun back to the police station after glancing at each other. It's okay." The larger-looking cop glared at the aggrieved Ning Ranran. "That little girl, don't just make things up in the future. And don't even mess around at us cops when posting videos. We police are busy too. Don't waste precious police resources. If there's a next time, we're going to have to take you back to the police station for legal education." Ning Ranran wanted to say that Self hadn't made anything up, but in front of Ning Sangmu's eyes that looked like they wanted to eat people, she could only nod her head in resignation. "Well, it's good to know. If it's okay, then we're off." The 2 policemen gave Ning Muyun a deep look, then left the Ning family with a speechless expression on their faces. After returning to the police car in the pouring rain, another young policeman couldn't hold his tongue and cursed in a whisper, "There's something really wrong with this family." The key was twisted gently, and the police car started slowly in the pouring rain, the young policeman looking aside at his companion. "Old Zhang, we're just leaving." The policeman called Old Zhang blankly glanced at the young policeman. "Or what? What do you want?" The whole family said that the injuries on their bodies have nothing to do with that Ning Muyun. "What can you do? Can't we just take him back to the police station? He hit someone anyways. Do you have proof?" The young cop was momentarily speechless. Old Zhang blankly glanced at him and slowly said, "If you just want to arrest him, you have to have evidence. We can't take him away without proof. That wouldn't be in order." The young cop scratched his head, his face scrunched up like a bitter melon. "But what about Bureau Yao? She personally ordered us to bring this Ning Muyun back. Without bringing him back, how are we going to deliver at Bureau Yao?" Thinking of that red-haired figure, Old Zhang winced and sighed helplessly. "There's no way. We can only be honest with Bureau Yao when we get back. Insufficient evidence. Unable to authorize an arrest. Their families have all taken the blame. We can't do anything even if we want to arrest them. Ugh, I hope she doesn't give us both too much of a hard time." The 2 of them sighed in unison as Old Zhang stepped on the gas and slowly drove the police car away from the villa area. When the police left, quiet quickly returned to the Ning family villa. Looking at the Ning family members on the ground who had fallen to the east and west, a cold light overflowed from Ning Muyun's eyes. Want to call the police on me? Whatever. Ning Sangmu glared up, itching to eat Ning Muyun alive. Ning Muyun ignored Ning Sangmu's gaze that was as if he wanted to eat someone and continued in a cold voice. Feel free to use whatever moves you have. I'll take it, but I have to tell you in advance. Ning Muyun paused for a moment and coldly swept a glance at the Ning family's crowd. If you dare to strike at me, be prepared to have your hand chopped off. If you dare to be the first, I dare to be the 15th. I'll put my words right here. Whoever doesn't believe me can try. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Muyun turned around and left, leaving the Ning family with a cold back. Ning Sangmu's heart was pounding with anger, and Mei Yuanyuan clenched her fists with the desire to tear Ning Muyun into pieces. The Ning sisters also looked at Ning Muyun in anger, itching to eat him alive. Ning Ranran was even more furious as her face twisted in anger, pointing at Ning Muyun and crying loudly to Ning Sangmu. Dad, it was obviously this bitch who hurt us. Why are you making me apologize to this bitch? Why don't you let the police take this bitch away? Look how arrogant he is. You shut the fuck up. Ning Sangmu glared at Ning Ranran, his hands shaking in anger. You still have the face to say that. If it wasn't for you taking matters into your own hands, could the company have lost $2 billion? That's $2 billion. A tenth of the entire company's market capitalization evaporated because of that short little video of yours. Can you afford to lose $2 billion? Huh? Hearing $2 billion, Ning Ranran's voice obviously became smaller, but when she thought of the things Ning Muyun had done to her, her heart was so aggrieved that she cried and complained. It's not like those things were my fault. Obviously, that bitch Ning Muyun did the wrong thing. Why should I be responsible? How much damage I would have gotten after I posted that video? Do you know? Shut up. Ning Sangmu really didn't want to see this dumbass Ning Ranran anymore. Pointing the intact one at Ning Ranran, he said angrily, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to mess with him from now on. And no, you're not allowed to keep posting those nonsense videos on the internet. In the future, if you ever make a fool of yourself and talk nonsense, I'll kick you out of the house. The Ning family's future family fortune also has nothing to do with you at all. It's up to you if you want to listen. Hearing Ning Sangmu so derogatory to the cause that he was so proud of, endless grievances and indignation instantly filled Ning Ranran's fragile heart. She, who was already aggrieved to the extreme, finally exploded when she heard such cruel words from Ning Sangmu. Just leave. I'm never coming back to this house. I hate you guys. I shall never forgive you again. Ning Ranran ran out of the house crying and howling, rushing into the rain. Seventh sister, Ran, get back here. Mei Yuanyuan, Ning Yanjun, and the others rushed to call out, but they didn't stop them. Don't call her. Let her go. Ning Sangmu pressed his brows together and said angrily, She's caused trouble not once or twice over the years. It's about time she learned her lesson. None of you will go to her. I'd like to see how long she can live out there. Ning Sangmu's cold and heartless words caused Ning Yanjun's heart to ache, and just as she wanted to persuade her, she found that her entire body suddenly tingled. Her back especially hurt so much that she couldn't straighten up. All that could be done was to lie limply on the ground and cry out for help as hard as he could. Dad, I can't move. Now. Chapter 32. Xiao Yun quickly let Sister Yun Yin take a look. Ning Sangmu's eyes shrank as he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Yanjun, daughter, what's wrong with you? Mei Yuan was also startled. Ning Yanjun looked like she was about to die with this appearance. Ning Sijia's whole body was sore, but she still made an effort to straighten up and said in a hurry, Dad, fourth sister's spine is acting up. Quickly take the fourth sister to the hospital. Ning Yanjun's face was so white with pain that her sanity was no longer clear, and her forehead was sweating. Dad, I can't move. I can't. I can't get up. Ning Sangmu also came to his senses when he heard this from Mei Yuanyuan and Ning Sijia, and turned around and shouted towards Lu Ma. Lu Ma, quickly go and ask the driver to drive. Go. Yes, master. Lu Ma's face turned white as she hurriedly ran towards the villa. This is bad. Miss Four's spine is acting up again. In the past, when fourth Miss was sick, it was young Master Muyin who cured her with acupuncture. But now young Master Muyin has left. What should the fourth Miss do? Why did a good family turn into what it is now? Lu Ma sighed deeply and rushed into the villa to call the driver up, telling him to hurry up and get the car. Mei Yuanyuan helped Ning Sijia stagger over to Ning Yanjun. Despite the fact that her own pain was on the verge of falling apart, Ning Sijia still tightly grasped Ning Yanjun's hand. Fourth sister, just hold on for a little while longer. The driver will bring the car here soon. Duh. Sister, my back. It hurts. Ning Yanjun couldn't open her eyes in pain and could only struggle to nod her head. The chauffeur quickly drove the Rolls-Royce to the garden entrance. But a neat white oak fence stopped the car, and the Rolls-Royce was kept out of the garden. Ning Tsamu's heart was burning with anxiety. You hurry up and drive in. Mr. Ning, there's a fence in the way here. The driver got out of the car in a hurry and tried to pull out the wooden fence that was in the way. Ning Tsamu gnashed his teeth in anxiety and rushed forward to kick the fence. Losing the block, the driver immediately drove the Rolls-Royce to Ning Yanjun. The driver got out of the car and together with the people of the Ning family, lifted the immobile Ning Yanjun into the car. After closing the door, the engine quickly started, and the car made a sharp 180-degree turn toward the mouth of the ragged fence. In the woefully littered garden, only Ning Luoling stood there lost in thought, her mouth still muttering something. Walking out of the Ning family villa, Ning Mian could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart and hung her head. Before dying in his previous life, Self's greatest regret was that he had not been able to protect those most valuable things from Shen Wenshan. But I didn't expect that, having been reborn once since, I still couldn't save them. Those things are things that were given to Self by his peers in the orphanage. Those companions had grown up with Ning Muyun, and in Ning Muyun's heart, they were already Self-same. Even some of the companions have passed away, and all they have left to Self are those gifts. But now, all those gifts were burned by Ning Sijia. Thinking of the deceased Dean, Ning Muyun's heart was like a knife. Pulling out the half of the diary from his arms, Ning Muyun's bright red fingers trembled as they caressed the remnants of the diary. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. Scorched black covers splattered with dots of water. I don't know if it's teardrops or raindrops. Dean, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect them. You gave me, finally, left behind. The things is still being, they destroyed. Dean, I'm sorry. Ning Mian stood in the rain and hugged her diary as she cried silently, the tears mixed with the raindrops flowing into her mouth, unusually bitter. Ning Ran rushed past and roared in anger when she saw Ning Muyun violently stop. Ning Muyun, you bitch a bastard. I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. I hate you for life. After saying that, he rushed into the rain and disappeared. Ning Muyun didn't pay any attention to it and just held the diary there in a gloomy state. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The heavy, violent rain seemed to wash away all the sorrows on this earth. Little Cloud, you're back. An elegant and gentle voice rang in his ears. Ning Muyun lost his mind and raised his head, only to see a tall and gentle G-cup beauty standing in front of him with a white umbrella, looking at Self with a concerned face. Yan, sister? The beauty's name was Wen Yunyan, and as her name suggests, she was not only gentle and elegant, but also beautiful. The soft goose-egg face had a head of dark and dense knee-length hair. The moist pink lips and the upturned agaric nose were skillfully combined together, and underneath the 2 thin, smoky willow eyebrows was a pair of big, watery eyes that flickered as if they could speak, and the eyes that looked at Ning Muyun were full of gentleness. In the rainy day, a white dress Wen Yunyan is like a pure lily, delicate and stunning. Little Cloud, why are you standing in the rain? The whole body is drenched. Quickly, go home with Sister Yunyan. Wen Yunyan pulled Ning Muyun's hand and left. Ning Muyun hadn't yet recovered from that sadness and allowed Wen Yunyan to pull herself into a villa that was a few points larger than the Ning family villa. Looking at that white and soft palm, a flicker of fire finally appeared within Ning Muyun's frozen heart. In her past life, she hadn't changed and was still as warm as ever. Wen Yunyan is a big lady. His father was Wen Jinhua, the helmsman of the Wen clan consortium, and his mother was Lin Jinya, the chairman of the Lin clan group. As the only daughter of the couple, Wen Jinhua and his wife loved Wen Yunyan very much, and it can be said that Wen Yunyan grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth since she was a child. But despite being so favored, Wen Yunyan did not have a trace of arrogance in her. Growing up, she was as gentle and graceful as her name. The Wenning and Ning families have been neighbors for many years, And the first person Ning Muyun saw after she opened her eyes after she was born was Wen Yunyan. In Ning Muyun's young and happy memories, Wen Yunyan had always been the existence of a big sister. She loved Self more than the Ning sisters. Unfortunately, a wandering away severed 13 years of contact between the two. But when they met again, Wen Yunyan still recognized Ning Muyun at a glance. Ning Muyun still remembers that the moment they met again, Wen Yunyan held Self tightly in her arms and cried her heart out. The mouth kept saying sorry to Self. She was one of the few sunbeams in Ning Muyun's life. The two walked into the villa and closed the door. Wen Yunyan hung her umbrella in the doorway and turned around with a smile. "Little Yin, wait a moment, Sister Yunyan will give you." Immediately, Ya. Wen Yunyan was stunned as she looked at the reddish blood on her hands. "Little Cloud, why is your hand bleeding? Where are you hurt? Quickly let Sister Yunyan take a look." Ning Muyun smiled miserably. "Sister Yunyan, it's nothing. I'll just go back and rub some red potion on myself." "No." Chapter 33, Little Cloud, Sister Yunyan goes to get a statement for you. Before Ning Muyun could refuse, she was pulled by Wen Yunyan into the living room. "Little Yun, be good. You sit here first. Sister Yunyan will be right here to bandage your wounds." After Wen Yunyan finished speaking, she hurriedly walked outside. "Sister Li, help me find a first aid kit and get a bath towel from the bathroom." "Yes, miss. I'll be right there." The maid in the villa hurriedly took out a bath towel and handed it to Wen Yunyan, and took out a medical kit from another room. Looking at Wen Yunyan walking towards Self with a medical kit in one hand and a bath towel in the other, Ning Muyun's heart, which had been cracked by the frost not long ago, began to slowly heal. Since Self had been picked up by the Ning family from the orphanage at the age of 16, he had been mistreated by the Ning family up and down from time to time, and his body often appeared covered in scars. Even though Self was hurt badly, the Ning family members hadn't paid any attention to Self, except for Wen Yunyan. In each case, she was the one who bandaged Self's wounds. Every time, it was also her who argued with the Ning sisters for Self. A proud daughter of God like her could have gone her whole life without getting into an argument with anyone. But for the sake of Self, but time and time again, and the Ning family sisters in conflict, arguing to the face. From time to time, I still shed tears of sadness over what happened to me. Thinking of this, Ning Muyun's heart ached. Wen Yunyan's lungs were naturally weak, and every time she argued and got angry with the Ning sisters, it was destroying her body. But not once did Self stand up to the Ning family. He knew that her lungs were weak, but because of that false sense of kinship and responsibility, he never rebelled against those relatives. Let Wen Yunyan argue with those beasts. Thinking of this, Ning Muyun's heart was like a knife. "Xiao Yun, come, first put this bath towel on. I've already asked Sister Li to boil ginger soup. Sister Yunyan will treat your wound now." Wen Yunyan gently draped the bath towel over Ning Muyun's body and opened the medical box to take something out of it. Ning Muyun watched as Wen Yunyan took the iodine vapors and poured it onto the cotton gauze, using tweezers to hold the cotton gauze. Raising her head to look at Self with an eager gaze, she said softly, "Little Yun, it might hurt a little. Sister Yunyan will make sure to get it gently, so bear with it for a while." Ning Muyun nodded, and only then did Wen Yunyan make up her mind, carefully touching it and immediately dodging away. "Little Cloud, does it hurt?" Ning Muyun shook her head. "Sister Yunyan, it's all right, I'm already used to it." At those words, Wen Yunyan lowered her head in pain, her eyes unconsciously red. "Little Yun, hold back a bit. Sister Yunyan will be done soon." Wen Yunyan carefully took the cotton gauze and wiped the dirty blood from the wound. As the tainted blood faded, the bright red wound was exposed to the air. The iodine vapors produced a strong sting on the wound. But Ning Muyun didn't react at all. This kind of pain had been felt too much in the 8 years since Ning Muyun had rejoined the Ning family. To this day, Ning Muyun has become numb. This level of pain no longer allowed him to react. But why? Why does it still hurt so much inside? Ning Muyun bowed his head in silence, and the entire living room fell into an atmosphere of silence. Wen Yunyan carefully cleaned it while her heart ached and tears fell straight from her eyes. How nice Yen's hands were before, but now it was covered in wounds, and you could even see the burnt veins. Wen Yunyan had never had a moment where she hated the Ning family congregation so much as she did now. Carefully placing Ning Muyun's hands in front of her own eyes, Wen Yunyan tried to suppress her sobs and said, "Little Yun, good boy. It doesn't hurt. Bear with it. Sister Yunyan will soon bandage your wound." Hearing these familiar and warm words, Ning Muyun's eyes warmed up, and she could no longer hold back the 2 lines of tears. I'm sorry, Sister Yunyan. Ah! When Yunyan tearfully raised her head and asked in a panic, Little Yun, is it possible that Sister Yunyan touched you somewhere? Where does your hand still hurt? Ning Muyun shook his head, his heart incomparably blaming himself. Why she wasn't taken care of in her previous life. Why had she been made to suffer so much unjust anger at the Ning sisters? Why didn't you wake up earlier? Ning Muyun fell into endless remorse, so sad that he could not help himself. Wen Yunyan's heart stung as she looked at Ning Muyun, who had suddenly lowered his voice. Xiaoyan should have been bullied by Ning Sijie and the others again. Why? Why do they always have to bully Yun? Isn't Xiaoyan their relative? Why did you act like that? Despite being extremely angry in her heart, when Yunyan didn't say anything more, she knew that the most important thing in Ning Muyun's heart was his loved ones. If you accuse them, Xiaoyan will definitely be sad. And how could she make Yun sad? Wen Yunyan's heart sank and gasped at the thought that Ning Muyun would be sad. Despite the unwillingness in her heart, Wen Yunyan could only press down that anger. Forcing out a smile, he gently wiped away Ning Muyun's tears with a pair of warm little hands. Yun, don't cry. In the future, if you are unhappy about anything, you must talk to Sister Yunyan. Don't ever hold it in your heart and bear it all by yourself. Okay. Ning Muyun felt as if something was blocking her self's throat, wanting to speak, but choking so much that she couldn't, and could only nod silently. Seeing this scene, Wen Yunyan bit her lips in heartache. Lifting up a 12% concentration, he slowly and gently administered medicine to Ning Muyun. The injury was so serious, but under Wen Yunyan's gentle care, Ning Muyun froze without feeling any pain. Looking at the gentle and elegant beauty in front of him, Ning Muyun secretly made up his mind. In this life, she must be protected. All those trials and tribulations that happened to her in her previous life, Self is going to break them all for her. Can't let her suffer in any way, and she can't be harmed in any way. Wen Yunyan gently picked up the bandage to wrap the wound, but Ning Muyun drifted back into the depths of his memory. Shortly after Self got married in his previous life, Wen's consortium was in a crisis. That crisis was nothing to begin with. But later on, it gradually brought Mother Wen's business into the picture, until finally, the entire Wen family was in a life and death situation. Self, at that time, wanted to help her. But since I can't say anything at all in Ningxin's family, I can only watch when Yunyan faced those storms alone. When her parents fell ill, she was left alone and struggled to support the whole family, even fainting from exhaustion at the office. After the Wen family got through this crisis, when Yunyan was directly sick with a big illness, almost died in that robbery. To live again, one must never let Wen Yunyan face those storms alone again. This time it's Self's turn to cover for her. Ning Muyun recalled that crisis carefully, his brows furrowing slightly. It's going to take a whole lot of money to deal with that crisis. Although I have a few $1,000,000 in savings, it's just a drop in the bucket in the face of that crisis, so it's hard to take on a big job. It would have been nice to patch that hole earlier. But if it comes to the worst, a hint of helplessness flashed in Ning Muyun's eyes. Although he was unwilling, he could only go and beg her for the sake of Sister Yunyan. I hope she doesn't get too upset. LOL. The handy Wen Yunyan handled it quickly. In no time at all, Ning Muyun's scarred hands were wrapped up in layers of bandages. There was also a tiny bow tied above the back of each hand. There! Wen Yunyan smiled and lowered her head, blowing gently twice at Ning Muyun's hands. Hurt, fly away. Our little cloud will soon be pain-free. Ning Muyun let out a soft laugh. Sister Yunyan, I'm not a child anymore. Wen Yunyan smiled gently and gently stroked Ning Muyun's hair. Little Yun, in Sister Yunyan's eyes, you'll always be a child. A warm current surged from the bottom of his heart, making Ning Muyun feel really warm, and the smile on his face gained a few more degrees of warmth. Wen Yunyan finally let go of her heart when she saw Ning Muyun return to normal. Shallow smile, seems to think of something, and then silently lowered his head and whispered, Yun, I'm sorry. Ning Muyun froze for a moment. Sister Yunyan, what's wrong? Sister Yunyan had something to do yesterday and didn't bother to attend your wedding. How was your wedding? Ning Muyun froze for a moment. Uncle Wen and Annie Lin didn't talk to Sister Yunyan about what happened yesterday. No good. Huh? Wen Yunyan jerked her head up, looking very dumbfounded. Ning Muyun's voice became icy cold once again. Xin Yunyan fled the marriage on the spot. What? Wen Yunyan stood up violently. Her watery eyes filled with hostility. Outrageous! Shin Yunyan, how dare she do this to you? It was the first time Ning Muyin had seen Wen Yunyan so angry, and he was caught off guard. Yun, Sister Yunyan, I'm fine, No way. This can't just be left alone. Wen Yunyan said that she was about to pull Ning Muyin up and out the door. Little Yun, go with Sister Yunyan. Sister Yunyan will go to Shin Yunyan's place right now to get a statement for you. Chapter 34. Sister Yunyan, I will protect you well. Ning Muyin looked at the excited Wen Yunyan and was moved in his heart. Sister Yunyan, no need, Wen Yunyan angrily stopped Ning Muyun's words. Little Yun, Sister Yunyan knows that you're kind-hearted, but that's no reason for her, Shin Yunyan, to run away from the wedding. Sister Yunyan, no, Little Yun, don't say any more. Even if you take Shin Yunyan's side again this time, Sister Yunyan will still give you a statement. Little Cloud can't just be bullied by her. Looking at the angry Wen Yunyan, Ning Muyin was touched and helpless at the same time. Sister Yunyan, I've broken off the engagement with her. Wen Yunyan froze for a moment, turning her head dully and asking softly. Yin, what did you just say? Sister Yunyan, I said I broke off the engagement with her. Wen Yunyan was dangling in place. Ning Muyin sighed and gently pulled the sluggish Wen Yunyan back to the sofa, letting her slowly take a seat on the couch before she began to explain in detail what had happened yesterday. Sister Yunyan, that's it. After Shin Yunyan skipped the wedding, I announced in front of all the guests that I had broken off my engagement with Shin Yunyan. I'll go to the civil court with her in the next 2 days to get a divorce. The words were already finished, but Wen Yunyan was still immersed in Ning Muyun's phrase breaking off the marriage contract and did not come back to her senses. After waiting for a while, Wen Yunyan reacted. Xiao Yun and Shin Yunyan broke off their engagement. Yun broke off his engagement with that nasty woman. Yun is single again. Unstoppable ecstasy instantly filled Wen Yunyan's entire body, and she blurted out with a joyful heart. Great! Huh? Ning Muyun froze for a moment. Why did Sister Yunyan say that? No, no. Wen Yunyan noticed that she had just misspoken and quickly changed her words. I mean, it's great that you've made this decision, Yun. Oh, so that's what this is about? Ning Muyun's face returned to normal. Wen Yunyan secretly sighed in relief in the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, she was not misunderstood by Xiao Yun. Although her heart was elated, Wen Yunyan did not forget Shin Yunyan's escape from the wedding. Xiao Yun, Shin Yunyan, why did she run away from the marriage? Ning Muyin lowered his head and said in a low voice, she skipped the wedding in order to go to the airport to say goodbye to her childhood friend Wu Mingwei. Wen Yunyan's face once again grimaced as she listened. This bad woman. How dare she ruin Xiao Yun's wedding for things that don't matter? How dare she treat Yun like that? Never forgive her. Mentioning the things that Shin Yunyan had done, Ning Muyin felt endless negative emotions suddenly welling up in her heart. Those negative emotions were like a huge mountain pressing down on her chest, making Ning Muyin gasp for air. At this moment, he just wanted to go to the rainy field and walk slowly, so that the rain soothes the self-satisfied sadness. Sister Yunyan, thank you for bandaging my wounds. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Ning Muyin got up to leave, and when Yunyan scrambled to get up and stay. Little Cloud, it's still raining heavily outside. Take a break before you go. Sister Yunyan. Huh? Ning Muyin turned around and gently embraced the broad-chested Wen Yunyan. When Yunyan felt Ning Muyun's warm embrace, suddenly froze in place. Xiao Yun, he's actually hugging self? In a daze, when Yunyan only felt that the deer in her heart was constantly banging. Xiao Yun, he hugged me. That's great. Ning Muyin came to Wen Yunyan's ear and said gently, yet firmly, I will protect you well. Huh? Yuna, I. When Yunyan realized that her own head had simply turned into a mass of mush, unable to say anything, Ning Muyin raised her head and said gently, Sister Yunyan, I'll leave first. When Yunyan stayed in place, slow to react. Only when Ning Muyin was about to walk out of the doorway did she react and hurriedly catch up. Little Cloud, take the umbrella. Be careful of catching a cold. Ning Muyin took the umbrella and nodded, picking it up and slowly walking out. Standing in the doorway, looking at Ning Muyun's distant back, when Yunyan was both heartbroken and elated. After all these years, Yun still hasn't changed. I remember it was an afternoon when I was a child. Self followed my parents to the hospital to visit Annie May, who had just given birth to a baby. The moment I saw that baby in the hospital, it was like an arrow in Self's heart. especially when that little baby opened its eyes. Self was overjoyed. Later, Annie Mae gave the little baby a nice name, Ning Muyun. There is also one more name in the bottom of Self's heart, Xiao Yun. Since then, Self had been visiting Xiao Yun at Ning's house from time to time. When he was a child, he was a jade doll in all his powdered and sculpted glory. Just looking at him made Self's heart rejoice. Even sleeping with him in mind, I thought that I would be able to grow up with Xiao Yun. But to my surprise, Xiao Yun suddenly lost it one day. I remember the day when Self returned home after school and went to visit Xiao Yun at Ning's house as usual. As a result, just as he entered the door, he saw Auntie May leaning on Uncle Ning's arms and crying bitterly. When I asked, I realized that Xiao Yun had lost it. Xiao Yun, he was only 3 years old then. Can a 3-year-old survive being lost? That news was a bolt from the blue for Self. How I got home that day, I've forgotten. Self only felt the pain tearing through his heart. That night, Self stayed under the covers and cried bitterly. Since then, Self had kept going to the Ning family to ask for news of Xiao Yun. But not long after, Uncle Ning brought back a child. After hearing the news, Self thought that Xiao Yun had returned. Joyfully, he rushed into Ning's house. But what I saw was a strange and grim child. In that child's eyes, Self did not see the innocence and panic that a child should have, seeing nothing but snickering and smugness. Why would a kid have that look in his eyes? Self can't figure it out now. Just from the bottom of my heart, I find that child discomforting. Later, Self learned that the child who made Self uncomfortable was named Ning Jibwa. Ever since Ning Jibwa came to the Ning family, everything has changed. Little Cloud sisters quickly shifted their attention, and the old sadness was swept away. Everyone was surrounding Ning Jibwa with extreme favor, completely forgetting that they still had a real brother who was living and dying outside. So did Annie Mae. The moment Xiao Yun had just been lost, Annie Mae was as depressed as if her soul had been taken away. But since Ning Jibwa came to the Ning family, Annie Mae immediately took him in her arms. Tin couldn't let go of the uncomfortable Ning Jibwa, extremely pampered. But what about Yun, who was lost outside? That's her own son. It's amazing that she doesn't care. It's like Saomi never existed. As for Uncle Ning, Self can't see through him. Chapter 35. Anyone who has hurt Xiao Yun has to pay the price. After Xiao Yun was lost, Uncle Ning was sad for a few days though, but soon recovered as before. Not only that, he quickly had to bring Ning Jibwa back to the Ning family. Squeeze in on the little Cloud. Self once asked him in front of their family where Xiao Yun was. But Uncle Ning just looked deeply at Self, his face grim, and did not answer. They change, and Self doesn't want to pay attention. Self only cared about Xiao Yun's whereabouts. Time and time again, Self walked into the Ning family to inquire about news of Ning Muyun. But all they got was a response of growing impatience. Until one day, Aunt May coldly and angrily rebuked Self, saying not to mention Xiao Yun's name in front of her. The others at the table didn't retort. At that moment, Self realized that the family had completely given up on Xiao Yun. Since then, Self had never been to the Ning family, because those people don't go looking for Saomi anymore. Those people don't think of Yun as their family anymore. Thinking about this, Self felt pain for Xiao Yun. The Ning family has given up. They won't look for Xiao Yun anymore. It doesn't matter. If they don't find it, they'll find it themselves. Publish newspapers, put up notices, ask at various police stations. I've exhausted all the methods I can use since. How Self wanted to find Xiao Yun, but I was so young that I couldn't do much about it. Xiao Yun ended up not being found. Self has been muddling along like this for 13 years. Instead of disappearing from his heart, Xiao Yun's appearance was engraved deeper and deeper in his heart. Whenever Self thought that Xiao Yun might not be alive, Self's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Finally, Xiao Yun was retrieved. The moment he was seen again, Self recognized him at once. Self couldn't hold back any longer as he hugged him and cried uncontrollably, also apologizing to him over and over again. It's Self's fault for not finding him. He was left to wander around miserably for 13 whole years. How many 13 years are there in life? But Xiao Yun was still as gentle and comforting to Self as when she was a child. At that time, I was overjoyed because I knew that Xiao Yun was still the same gentle and kind Xiao Yun. At that moment, Self buried in the bottom of the heart, 13 years of feelings finally broke out. How Self wanted to hold little Cloud in his arms forever and love him. I want to continue the 13-year relationship with Yun. How Self wants to spend the rest of my life with Yun. But Self never expected that Xiaoyun would be fixed to marriage by her family on the day she returned to the Ning family. The woman is Shun Yunyan, the daughter of the Shun family, a longtime friend of the Ning family. Learning this news from Self, his heart ached like death. Why did it turn out this way? Obviously, it was Self who recognized Xiaoyun first. Obviously, it was Self who first fell in love with Xiaoyun. Why would it be this Shin Yunyan who had never seen Xiaoyun before who was betrothed to him? Why did this Shin Yunyan want to snatch Xiaoyun from Self? Why? Self tore at my heart that day. But seeing Xiaoyun's joyful appearance, Self could only secretly hide this pain and silently bless him from afar. Originally, Self had decided to keep this feeling in his heart for the sake of Xiaoyun. But 1,000 times over, this woman, Shin Yunyan, shouldn't have treated Xiaoyun that way. Xiaoyun, he is so gentle and kind. But Shin Yun, this woman will only have a cold face in the face of Xiaoyun's gentleness. The breakfast that Xiaoyun had carefully made for her, she had thrown it directly into the trash without even looking at it. Seeing Xiaoyun's gloomy look by the dumpster, Self couldn't wait to give Shin Yunyan 2 slaps. But Self can't. Self can't hurt what Saomi likes, even if the thing disgusts itself to no end. So much for Shin Yuni. In fine, she was a poor person, forced to marry someone she doesn't like for the sake of the marriage between the two families. Because of that, Self had never hated her even though he couldn't accept her treating Saomi like that. But this family, the Ning family, Self really can't forgive. It was thought that Xiaoyun, who had rejoined the Ning family, could receive warmth from her family. But I didn't expect that rejoining the Ning family would bring Xiaoyun endless hurt. Xiaoyun was lost out there for 13 years. After returning to the Ning family, they were supposed to make it up to Xiaoyun. But what did they do? All of them in the Ning family have been abusing Xiaoyun nonstop. The two villas were so close to each other that Self could sometimes hear the movements of the Ning family at home. Self had heard the Ning family curse Xiaoyun and beat him up more than once. Self didn't dare to imagine how painful it would be for Xiaoyun. On more than one occasion, Self had rushed into Ning's house to bring out Xiaoyun, who was being mistreated. But even then, Yun didn't even complain to Self about them. Even though he himself became bruised and battered, he bore it down in silence, not once crying out in pain. Even when Self asked, Xiaoyun smiled and said that Self had touched it down. Xiaoyun didn't know that every time Self saw him force a smile, his heart felt like a knife stabbing. So gentle and kind Yun, why did they mistreat her? Yun had done nothing wrong, much less owed them. He just wants the love of his family. Every time he heard Xiaoyun being cursed and abused by them, Self hated to immediately make Xiaoyun sever ties with the Ning family. But Self can't do that, because Self knows that Xiaoyun cherishes this affection the most. Even if this kinship has left him bruised and battered, Self could not make decisions on behalf of Xiaoyun, but could only heal him every time he was injured. How Self expects Xiaoyun to get rid of those beastly relatives. But just now, Xiaoyun told Self himself. Not only did he cut ties with the Ning family, but he also divorced that woman Shin Yunyan. Self had never been so proud and honored by him as he was now, looking at Ning Muyun's distant back. The feelings that when Yunyan had suppressed for 20 years could no longer be suppressed. She couldn't wait to go and protect Ning Muyun in her own arms forever now. Let him live happily ever after. But reason told when Yunyan that she couldn't do that. She knew that Ning Muyun hadn't liked herself yet. She didn't want Ning Muyun to do anything he didn't want to do. She had to use everything she had to make Ning Muyun truly love her. She was confident that her love for Ning Muyun was no less than anyone else's. She secretly resolved in her heart that she would make Ning Muyun truly belong to herself. This time she would never let Ning Muyun go. After pressing down this elation in her heart, when Yunyan coldly lowered her face. Although Self wouldn't hate Shin Yunyan, the things she did to Xiaoyun were too much. This can't just go away. And then there's the Ning family crowd, who are also all the people who had hurt Xiaoyun's Self would never forgive. Make sure they pay for it. Just as the cold air flowed in one Yunyan's eyes, a Maybach S480 crossed over Ning Muyun and slowly stopped at the entrance of the one family villa. The door of the car opened and a greasy young man stepped out of the car, smiling at Wen Yunyan in front of the door. Yunyan, what are you looking at? Chapter 36. Ning Yuyan. Has your brother Ning Jibwa really become a eunuch? Wen Yunyan's eyes went completely cold. Song Zhanhao, please show some respect. I forbid you to call me that. Yin Yin, I just wanted to come and see you for a moment. Shut up. When Yun Yin said in a chilling voice, Song Jianhao, if it's all right, please leave. You are not welcome in my home. Yun Yin, you're also too desperate. Boom. When Yun Yin directly closed the villa door, shutting Song Jianhao out. Yin Yin, open the door. Song Jianhao rang the doorbell twice, but the door didn't respond in the slightest. Song Jianhao coldly glanced at the gate of the villa and sat back in the car with a gloomy face. This woman is really not approachable. It's always been so cold. But, hey, Song Jianhao smiled grimly and cut open a cigar, lighting it and placing it on his mouth. It's this iceberg beauty that tastes the best. When Yun Yin, don't even think about escaping my 5 fingers mountain. Song Jianhao laughed twice grimly and cast his eyes into the rearview mirror. Ning Muyun's slimmed-down figure was incomparably conspicuous in the rearview mirror. Glancing at Ning Muyun's back in the rearview mirror fell into deep thought. It seems that this fellow is the one Wen Yunyan has always liked. Just now, she was looking at this guy with an extraordinarily soft demeanor. Song Jianhao thought carefully, with a gloomy face. What's this guy's name again? It seems to be called Ning Muyin? Why does that name sound so familiar? Seems like I've heard it somewhere. Song Jianhao started the car and was about to pick up his cell phone to contact the evening's drinking game. Suddenly, I saw a notification from a short video platform. Big netizen plants evidence to frame his own brother, causing a public outcry. Song Jianhao clicked on his cell phone to take a closer look and was suddenly startled by the bruised and swollen Ning Ranran. Shit, what the fuck? Scared me. It was only when the phone was held a little farther away that I saw exactly what the video was about. The bruised and swollen Ning Ranran apologized to Ning Muyun in the video, saying that Self had planted evidence to frame Ning Muyun and formally apologized to Ning Muyun. Oh, so it's this guy. This is going to be fun. Song Jianhao looked at the rearview mirror of the skinny back's sinister smile, a flash of cold light in the eyes, driving the car away from the villa area. Magic City by Huangfu Beach. This is a well-known attraction in Magic City, which is a city card of the old Magic City. Even on a rainy day, the beach is packed with tourists. And in the midst of this attraction, a movie is opening. Numerous tourists had crowded around to watch the various types of filming equipment on the set, as well as the many beautiful stars present. The movie is funded by the emerging giant of the domestic culture industry, Soft Cloud Culture. The whole movie has invested more than $100 million and has attracted numerous people's attention just after the project was set up. This, coupled with Soft Cloud Culture, an up-and-coming cultural giant in the country, raises the movie to an unbelievable level. Too many circles are glued to the program. Many stars in the circle are also proud of joining this crew, including the recently famous Jade star in the entertainment circle, Ning Yuyin, the third oldest member of the Ning family. The original crew was able to film normally with the tourists milling around. But when a large group of journalists hung up their long guns and blocked the scene, the tumultuous interviews made it impossible to continue the movie at all. Ning Yuyin, may I ask if you're the daughter of the Ning group? Ning Yuyin, may I ask if the $2 billion evaporated from Ning's group? Is it a big loss for your family? Ning Yuyin, I heard that your brother was stomped on and burst his testicles, pills and turned into a eunuch. May I ask if this is true? Ning Yuyin looked at the excited reporters outside the set, and her face turned white with anger. This movie is a film she had a hard time fighting her way out of a crowd of stars to get. She has given so much for this movie, to leave a colorful mark on your own acting career. She forced herself to throw her whole being into the play. She'd managed to get into the scene with great difficulty and was about to show off her own superb acting skills. I had never thought that suddenly came such a bunch of reporters, not only interrupted her easily into the state, but also disturbed the entire set, so that the crowd cannot rest in peace. Looking at the director and the many crew members' helpless eyes, Ning Yin felt as ashamed as if she was on the back of her head. Despite being furious, Ning Yuyin had to put on a smiling face in the face of the reporters. It's a big deal to wind up with an interview, and if something blows up on the set, that's a big deal and throws a tantrum. That whole career as an actor would be jeopardized. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuyin put on a fake smile and walked over to the reporter. My fellow journalists, don't be in a hurry. I'll answer all your questions. But before I answer, I have one more thing to say. Fellow journalists, in the face of those rumors on the internet, We must keep a pair of bright eyes to distinguish those gossips so that we won't hurt others. As soon as the words fell, the reporters disliked Ning Yuyin with their long guns raised. Ning Yuyin, then can you answer our question? Ning Yin didn't move and stepped back a bit, gritting her teeth and smiling. Yes, please ask your reporter friends to ask their own questions, and as long as they don't involve my privacy, I'll answer them all. That's good. Ning Yuyin, may I ask if you're the daughter of the Ning group? Ning Yuyin looked around at the reporters and nodded with a smile. Yes, my father is indeed the chairman of the Ning group. Hoo-hoo! The journalists present all exclaimed in surprise, leaving the tourists on the sidelines looking confused. So Ning Yuyin really is a rich family's daughter. Ning's group, a $10 billion level big business. I didn't realize that Ning Yuyin is not only a big star, but also a big lady. When the tourists heard the word tens of billions, they also looked at Ning Yuyin in amazement at the same time. They didn't realize that such a big star's family was still so rich. Ning Yuyin felt great seeing the envious gazes of the crowd. The feeling made her really, really obsessed. Then, Ning Yuyin, will it affect you in any way if your family's company vaporizes $2 billion? Ning Yuyin's brilliant smile directly lost half of its luster. Without a trace of glaring at that reporter, Ning Yuyin opened her mouth with a light smile. It's very normal to go up and down in the financial markets, and we should keep a sensible head about it. The reporters looked at Ning Yuyin's smiling face, and their hearts burst with slander. How dare you? $2 billion down in one fell swoop. Still normal? Toughest mouth in the whole body. The reporters didn't want to see Ning Yuyin looking so cloudy. A reporter disliked the microphone to Ning Yuyin's mouth and asked sorrowfully, Ning Yuyin, your brother Ning Jibo really had his testicles stomped on. Pills? Wouldn't he become a eunuch then? Chapter 37. Ning Yuyin throwing dirty water. Ning Yuyin, premarital female, ticket female Chong. Hearing the word testicles. Pills 2 words. Ning Yuyin almost broke her defenses, and the smile on her face could barely be maintained. Trying to take a few deep breaths before calming down that pent-up energy in his heart. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she once again displayed a false smile. Rumor. This is definitely a rumor. My brother Ning Jibua has always been in good health. There is absolutely no such thing as turning into a eunuch. But your 7th sister has videoed him being wheeled out of the operating room. Look, the Mediterranean reporter held up her cell phone in front of Ning Yuyin's eyes. We've seen it all over the internet. Your brother Ning Jibe is wrapped up like a bowling ball down there. Doesn't this indicate that his lower body has suffered a heavy blow? What explanation do you have for this, Ning Yuyin? Ning Yuyin felt like her heart was about to explode with anger. While taking a deep breath to maintain a false smile, he cursed Ning Ran in his heart for not knowing anything. Without a trace of a glance at the Mediterranean journalist, he replied with a smile. My brother did have a surgery, but he didn't go into surgery because of an injury there. He went into surgery because his limbs were broken. Limbs broken? Jeez. So fierce. Who is it? Why is it so vicious? Ning Yuyin finally heard a smooth question. The fire that had been bottled up in my heart for the past 2 days finally had a place to vent. Thinking of Ning Jibua being stomped on by Ning Muyun to burst his balls, Ning Yuyin hated him to death in her heart. Her sinister mind made her keenly aware that this was a good opportunity. A chance to throw dirt on Ning Muyun. Being a public figure myself, I can't easily do many things myself. But there's another perk to being a public figure. That's when a public figure says something that will be listened to by a lot of people. Ning Yuyin looked at the large and small cameras around her and revealed a sinister smile. Ning Muyun, you bitch. Aren't you arrogant? I'm going to throw this pot of dirty water on you today. I'd like to see if you scum can ever see anyone again. As she thought about this, Ning Yuyin immediately performed a face-changing move. She, who had been smiling just a moment ago, immediately became pitiful and struggled to force out 2 tears from the corners of her eyes in a saddened manner. I would like to sincerely apologize to my fellow journalists here. The reporters immediately focused all their attention on Ning Yuyin. I don't know what kind of trick she's playing. There's a scum in the family who is not the least bit useful to society. Greeting the puzzled gazes of the reporters, Ning Yuyin splashed dirty water. Yes, the one who broke my brother Ning Jibua's limbs was my other brother Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun? Numerous reporters paused when they heard the name. Isn't this the brother of that big internet star Ning Ran? So he's Ning Yuyin's brother too? A female reporter seized this opening and placed the microphone in front of Ning Yuyin. Ms. Ning Yuyin, may I ask if Ning Yuyin is your brother? A trace of disgust flashed under Ning Yuyin's eyes, but she pretended to nod pitifully. Yes, he's my brother too. There was a gasp from the reporters in the room. This video of Ning Ranran caused a big storm last night. Numerous self-media outlets saw that video and commented that Ning Muyin had corrupted society and was a scum worse than a beast. But this morning, an apology video from Ning Ranran smacked those accusations back into the faces of those self-publishers. It made a big scandal for those self-publishers, and now they are still being questioned by the netizens for playing dead. It could be said that since last night, the name Ning Muyin had become very famous on the internet. Numerous self-published media outlets are just waiting for some kind of black material on Ning Muyin to corroborate their point of view, to punch the netizens in the face. And the tone of Ning Yuyin's voice just now made the reporters feel that things were unusual. It's likely that the black stuff about Ning Muyin will pop up here. At the thought of this, the reporters stared at Ning Yuyin in unison, itching to peel open her mouth to pull out those black materials. Ning Yuyin, why did Ning Muyin break his own brother's limbs? Do they have a deep hatred? Yeah. What on earth happened to make it so serious as to break the limbs of a blood brother? Ning Yuyin glanced at the reporter, and the resentment in her heart completely erupted. Ning Muyin, you made Jibo lose face on the internet, and today I'm going to make you lose face as well. I'd like to see if you can handle this pot of dirty water. Fellow journalists, here's the thing. Ning Yuyin pretended to sip away 2 tears and explained in a sad manner. Yesterday was Ning Muyun's wedding. Our family was planning wedding things for him. But the night before the wedding, gambling female Chong was arrested into the police station. We went to the police station to redeem him. The women in the room cringed when they heard the words female Chong. It's the kind of thing they instinctively resist. In his heart, he also felt a small amount of ill will towards Ning Muyin. Ning Yuyin's heart rejoiced at the sight of the women's disgusted eyes, and she started babbling even more vigorously. The bride skipped out on her wedding day when she found out about this thing about his female Chong. As the words fell, gloating appeared in the eyes of everyone present, as if they were mocking Ning Muyin for deserving it. When Ning Muyin saw the bride fleeing the wedding, he was so angry that he threw a tantrum at the wedding site, smashing things, dropping the cake, and threatening people with knives. My parents and my sisters, fearing that something might happen to him, went up to him to persuade him, but not only did he not appreciate it, he beat them up. My younger brother, Ning Jibwa, also went up to stop Ning Muyin in order to protect his family, which is why he was sent to the hospital with broken limbs by Ning Muyin. Fellow reporters, you all saw it on my 7 Sisters video, how badly Jibo was injured. His whole body is bandaged up and he's lying on the bed, unable to move. That would be just fine. The point is, Ning Yuyin duly shed 2 tears and pretended to sob. Ning Muyin is still going to break off relations with us because of this matter of the bride running away from the wedding. He also wants to break off the engagement with the bride. We usually love him so much, holding him in our hands for fear of dropping him, and in our mouths for fear of melting him. Whenever there is something good, we let him eat it first. But he's going so far as to cut himself off from us, his relatives, because of those things. We really don't know what to do anymore. Woohoo! Sure enough, just as Ning Yuyin had expected, all the tourists present exploded after hearing this. What? There are still such people? Simply scummy scum, a tumor on society. This kind of person should be struck by heaven. It's an abomination. Why doesn't he go to hell? Ms. Ning, don't be sad. This kind of scum will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Yeah, Ms. Ning, if he wants to break off the relationship, then let him. We all know you guys are right. We're with you. Get this scum out of the house. Ning Yuyin saw the way the people present cursed and rejoiced in her heart. Now it's good, Ning Yuyin, this bitch is dead. Let's see how he's going to meet people in the future. The tourists were filled with righteous indignation, but the reporters didn't move too much, only looking at Ning Yuyin suspiciously. This is the kind of thing that a mouth alone cannot be used as evidence as proof. Journalists have seen a lot of dirty laundry being thrown around. Who knows if this Ning Yuyin has that kind of heart? Seeing that the reporters were full of suspicion, Ning Yuyin was upset and was ready to add another flavor of fierce material. Chapter 38, Ning Yuyin, targeted by the Dog King. Ning Yuyin bent down and bowed toward the crowd. My fellow journalists, I'm very sorry for taking up media resources. We have this rambunctious, uneducated brother in our family, and he's causing trouble for everyone. I'm here to apologize. But as his sister, I would also like to ask for one thing. Crafty light flashed in Ning Yuyen's eyes as she spat out words that were dirty and vicious. Even though Ning Muyin has acted in such a ridiculous manner, he is ultimately my younger brother, and I still hope that everyone can try to forgive him as much as possible. He was released from the police station not too long ago because of his female ticket, female Chong, and his bride skipped out on the wedding scene, and I heard from the family today that he was tested for STDs. He's taken so many hits already. Please, for the sake of a dear sister who loves her brother, leave him alone. I'm here to please everyone. Under Ning Yuyen's move of retreating and splashing, the two pots of dirty water, female ticket female Chong, and venereal disease, were splashed dead on Ning Muyin. All the people present showed sighs of regret. They believed from the bottom of their hearts that Ning Muyin was a heartless, beastly, insanely violent, scummy scum with a sick female, ticket female Chong. Looking at Ning Yuyin, who bowed and apologized, the crowd felt heartbroken that she had a scummy brother like Ning Muyin and urged her on. Miss Ning Yuyin, this is not your fault. Yeah, it's not your fault that Ning Muyin is scum and scum. You don't need to apologize for him. Ning Muyin is the culprit of all this. He's a complete and utter son of a bitch. Such a ladybug. Serves him right for getting bounced from his bride. Exactly. We must publish this scum in the media so that more people will recognize him, to prevent others from catching dirty diseases from him again. Hearing the insults hurled at Ning Muyin from the mouths of the many reporters, Ning Yuyen's heart burst into laughter. Bastard, there are so many people targeting you this time. Let's see what you'll do. I'd like to see if you can still wash away the dirty water. Just as many journalists were criticizing you and me, a Mediterranean journalist stepped forward and said sorrowfully, Miss Ning Yuyen, things aren't right with you. The Mediterranean reporter raised her cell phone and placed it in front of Ning Yuyen. Look, this is your seventh sister's apology video. She even admitted to herself that she planted the evidence to frame Ning Muyin. How does it come to you that he did it? Also, where do you know that Ning Muyin, he has an STD? Do you have proof? Ning Yuyen gave that Mediterranean reporter a displeased look, and just when she wanted to retort, she saw a bruised and swollen Ning Ranran in the middle of the video. Heart-thumping, Ning Yuyen immediately reacted that Ning Ranran had been hit by Ning Muyin in this manner. Damn bitch, how dare you hit the seventh sister? Self will definitely not let him go. While Ning Yuyen's heart was filled with rage, she also felt a hint of concern for the Ning family. The seventh sister has been beaten up by that bitch, so how can mom, dad, and big sister and the girls be any better? While her heart was anxious, Ning Yuyen lost her measure in her speech. Can't you see my seventh sister's nose is bruised and swollen? This was obviously beaten by Ning Muyin. She was forced to say those words by Ning Muyin. The Mediterranean reporter wanted to say something else, but Ning Yuyen had already attracted the reporter's attention. Everyone, please listen to me. The apology video that my seventh sister posted on the internet was something that scum Ning Muyin forced her to film by all means. Everything I'm saying is the truth. Ning Muyin, he beat up my parents and sisters at the wedding site, and he also injured my Jibo brother. And now he's trying to hide it from the public. Please clarify all this for me and stop listening to rumors, or I will take legal action against the crowd. The reporters wanted to ask something else, but Ning Yuyen had already ended the interview. The Mediterranean reporter looked at the hastily departing Ning Yuyen, her mouth full of disdain. Bah! Little green tea. How dare you act in front of my dog king? With this amount of weight you have, you can only coax this group of unseen reporters. Can you still fool me? How dare you play the planting of evidence in front of my dog king? Oof. Looks like we really need to put some intensity on you this time. I just don't know if you can suffer. Ha 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 ha. Ning Yuyen, who still didn't know that she was being watched, walked backstage. And after leaving the reporters, she immediately pulled off the hypocritical smile on her face. Ning Yuyen picked up her phone and watched the video once. And after confirming once again that Ning Ranran had been beaten, she picked up her phone and called Ning Ranran. The busy tone on the phone never stopped. Ning Yuyen frowned and helplessly put down the phone. Did that little bitch Ning Muyin injure seventh sister to the point where she couldn't even answer the phone? Ning Yuyen thought for a moment and called Ning CJ again. Hey, big sister, where are you guys now? Hospital. What? You got beat up? Mom got hit too. What's wrong with Yungun? The spine is acting up? Can't move because of the pain? I'm going to see you guys at the hospital right now. Ning Yuyen had just wanted to leave when Ning CJ stopped him on the phone. Third sister, just have a good time filming on the set. I'll be fine here. After hearing this, Ning Yuyin nodded angrily. Well, then I'll hurry up and shoot the movie, and then I'll come see you guys afterward. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yuyin huffed and puffed as she looked into the distance. Ning Yuyin, you little bitch, I'm not done with you. Sister Yuyin, take a sip of water. Zhang Yunfei, a junior on the same set, walked over with a bottle of water. Thanks. After Ning Yuyin took a sip of water, she thanked Zhang Yunfei, who had just arrived at the theater not long ago. Zhang Yunfei smiled and shook her head, asking in a small, timid voice, Sister Yuyin, what just happened to you? Why are you so angry? Ning Yuyin was furious. Don't mention it. It's all because that bitch Ning Yuyin made me angry. Ning Yuyin? Zhang Yunfei's eyes widened. Sister Yuyin, you're Ning Yuyin's sister? Ning Yuyin glanced suspiciously at Zhang Yunfei and asked doubtfully, what? You know Ning Yuyin? Do not recognize. Do not recognize. Zhang Yunfei hurriedly denied it. I just recently saw a video posted by your seventh sister on the internet, so that's how I came to know about this person Ning Yuyin. Oh, so that's it. Ning Yuyin lowered her guard and scolded in front of Zhang Yunfei. We kindly wanted to take that little brute back home and treat him well, but this is how he repaid us. Not only did he beat his own father and mother, but he also injured his brother. What a beast! Zhang Yunfei asked in surprise. How'd he become so violent? Ning Yuyin looked at Zhang Yunfei and asked suspiciously, how come it seems like you're familiar with him? You knew him before? Chapter 39, Ning Yuyin and Zhang Yunfei's past. Don't recognize it, don't recognize it. Zhang Yunfei denied it again. Forget it. Let's not talk to you about these things. Let's hurry up and continue filming. I have to go to the hospital when we're done filming. Ning Yuyin finished speaking and left, leaving Zhang Yunfei frozen in place for half a day. How could Brother Yuyin be so violent? Obviously, in the orphanage, he didn't get angry even once. How come he's so fierce this time? No way. I gotta ask him. Zhang Yunfei pulled out her cell phone and edited a text message to send it to Ning Yuyin. The text message was to the effect of questioning why Ning Yuyin had assaulted the Ning family, hoping that Ning Yuyin could apologize properly to the Ning family so that they could forgive Ning Yuyin as soon as possible. Zhang Yunfei finished sending it and was just about to put down her phone when she suddenly received another text message. A text message sent back by Manhwa? Let me see. Yunfei, I'm going on a business trip abroad recently, so I'll buy you a gift when I return. You're Manhwa. A gift? What kind of gift? What an anticipation. Zhang Yunfei put down her cell phone with a joyful smile and continued into the intense filming. The pouring rain turned into a layer of rain curtains, and Ning Yuyin wandered the streets alone and disoriented. Extremely sad, he didn't know where to go and had to wander the streets like a lonely ghost. The cell phone suddenly rang, and Ning Yuyin took out his cell phone and opened it. Above is a text message from Zhang Yunfei. Brother Yuyin, why did you hit your mom and dad and your brother? Didn't you tell me you cherish your family the most? You might as well apologize to them properly. This way they will surely forgive you. Looking at this text message with explosive content, Ning Yuyin was silent for a long time, but did not reply. If Shin Yunin and Ning's family brought self endless hurt, that Zhang Yunfei brought self is endless heart cold. Zhang Yunfei was Ning Yuyin's childhood friend in the true sense of the word. After Ning Yuyin was sent to live in the orphanage for 2 years, Zhang Yunfei came to the orphanage. She was 2 years younger than Ning Yuyin, with long natural flaxen hair, pink skin, a thin figure, pale lips, and pitiful eyes that made people feel pity at first glance, just like an unweaned beast. Unfortunately, a lot of times it doesn't pay to be loved, especially in the cruel world of animals. The orphanage is also an animal world. Animals instinctively attack individuals who are different in the pack. The same goes for humans. Her natural flaxen hair made her a target at only 3 years old, and she was often bullied. Hair pulling, small flesh twisting, pushing and shoving, and punching and kicking. Children are innocent, but children move without mercy. She was weak by nature and didn't dare to resist at all. And even after being beaten, she was in pain and had tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to cry out, because that invites harsher bullying. There are always times when the orphanage director is negligent. A single denunciation brings days of peace and a more violent retaliation afterward. Not to mention the fact that the poor thing didn't even dare to sue, only dare to crouch silently when being bullied, because then the beatings will be less. All the grievances can only be contained in the heart, at night in the quilt, in a small voice crying. Ning Muyin didn't have a good time then either. Ever since he was a child, he has been handsome and prone to attracting bullying from his peers. I didn't want to make any more enemies out of thin air, but that time Ning Muyin just couldn't stand to watch. The other party directly grabbed Jiang Yunfei's hair and slapped her back and forth. Jiang Yunfei just cowered and cried, not daring to move. At the age of 5, he fought with the orphanage bully for Jiang Yunfei. The difference in developmental cycles gives the other side a definite advantage. Ning Muyin lost, and Little Buster beat him all over the place. But even though she was trembling in pain, Ning Muyin still kept Jiang Yunfei dead center behind her, staring straight at the other party. Perhaps Little Bully was tired of fighting and viciously gouged out Jiang Yunfei and left the scene. With a sigh of relief, Ning Muyin collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, no longer able to move. Jiang Yunfei looked at Ning Muyin, her heart aching with tears. On that day, Ning Muyin, who had lost all his relatives, had one more relative. The two have been together ever since. But the trouble didn't abate. Zay was just nicknamed Zay. She wasn't a reckless person who only used force. On the contrary, she was the smartest person Ning Muyin had ever met. Under her light operation, Ning Muyin and Jiang Yunfei's siblings became targets. All sorts of trouble ensued. Verbal abuse, posting notes, ripping books, intentional tripping, assault. The tactics are endless, and it really is a total destruction from the physical to the spiritual. Jiang Yunfei was even more scared. Tian cowered behind Ning Muyin and shivered. Ning Muyin didn't flinch. Whoever did something, Ning Muyin would retaliate back in the same way. For the sake of Jiang Yunfei, Ning Muyin didn't know how many more scars he had on his body. Even so, Ning Muyin didn't flinch once. Because that's his sister. With Ning Muyin's efforts, the number of bullying children gradually decreased. More and more children became friends with the Ning Muyin siblings. Until one day, Ning Muyin was finally able to beat up the first bully who bullied Jiang Yunfei. All the bullying, Ling only disappeared completely. But 8 whole years had passed since that day when Ning Muyin had first come forward. Over the course of 8 years, Jiang Yunfei had turned into Ning Muyin's most loyal little fangirl. Every day, he followed Ning Muyin's ass, calling out brother, brother. Ning Muyin was also heartbroken for this sister. Keep anything good for her. The two were closer to each other than brother and sister. Jiang Yunfei had told Ning Muyin more than once that she wanted to marry him when she grew up. When Ning Muyin heard her words, he just smiled and gently stroked her hair without responding. All the bullying had disappeared, and it was the little bully who wouldn't make a move even if he encountered Jiang Yunfei again. At most, he would just glare twice. Life is slowly getting better, and Jiang Yunfei has more smiles on her face. Smiling like a flower, beautiful and charming. Ning Muyin smiled back, thinking that the two could continue to live so happily. But fate always seems to like to play jokes on people. One day, a couple came to the orphanage and said they wanted to adopt a child. The director of the orphanage recommended Ning Muyin. This was not surprising. Ning Muyin was gentle, modest, intelligent, and more crucially handsome. Dean usually liked Ning Muyin. That couple also loved Ning Muyin. But Ning Muyin was unwilling to do so, and in his fuzzy memories, there were still shadows of his loved ones. He still has to wait for his loved ones at the orphanage. It was a rare opportunity, so Ning Muyin recommended Jiang Yunfei to that couple. Jiang Yunfei cowered behind Ning Muyin and observed the couple. The couple took an instant liking to her. The two did not dislike Jiang Yunfei's natural flaxen hair color. Quite the contrary, the two couples also liked it very much. The matter is settled. On the day of separation, Jiang Yunfei cried with pear blossoms and rain, and flung herself into Ning Muyin's arms and pleaded with him not to forget herself. Said she would definitely marry Ning Muyin after meeting again. Ning Muyin, also sad, carefully cared for 8 years of sister. Today this parting, heart like a knife. But for Jiang Yunfei to have better living conditions, Ning Muyin could only do so. The two parted ways. It was 4 years before we met again. Ning Muyin meets the grown-up Jiang Yunfei at school. She was walking around the campus with her classmates. Having not seen her for many years, Ning Muyin could not contain the surprise in his heart and went forward to greet her cordially. But the words she heard that day, Ning Muyin could remember for the rest of her life. I'm sorry, I don't know you, please don't talk to me. Chapter 40. Treat yourself as if you never had this sister. Ning Muyin was sut. The sister he'd pined for 4 years had said she didn't recognize him. Could it be that in just 4 years, Jiang Yunfei had completely forgotten about Self? Is the memory of 8 years together so fragile? But it was only afterward that Ning Muyun realized. She hadn't forgotten Self. She just didn't want to identify with Self. She didn't want anyone to know she had a brother from an orphanage. Good. Since it was Jiang Yunfei's request, no matter how hard it was for Ning Muyun, she would try to fulfill her. The two became complete strangers to each other on campus, even though Ning Muyun had made all sorts of excuses for her in his heart. But Ning Muyun was still sad. Obviously, Dean misses her terribly too. Her friends at the orphanage, too, have been missing her. Even little Buster would ask Self if Jiang Yunfei was doing well. So many people are thinking of her. How could she so easily cast away from her world those who had thought of her since? Was Self and everyone at the orphanage so repulsive to her? Is she so afraid of people knowing she grew up in an orphanage? Ning Muyun couldn't figure it out. It was thought that the two would never cross paths again. But after school that day, Jiang Yunfei found Self again. She looked at Self with tears in her eyes and a red slap mark on her face. Long-lost memories awakened again, and Ning Muyun chased after the girl who had bullied her to her house that day. She was forced to apologize to Jiang Yunfei in front of her parents, and he promised that he would never bully Jiang Yunfei again in the future. Only then did Ning Muyun stop. Afterwards, Ning Muyun wanted to send her home, but she politely declined. Ning Muyun on that day was punished by Mei Yuanyuan to kneel in front of the coffee table with her head bowed in contemplation because she went home and missed her meal, while Ning Sijia and the other sat on the sofa, watching TV while sneering at Self. Perhaps it was the experience of early childhood that made Jiang Yunfei have some inferiority complex in her heart. With her sheepish nature, she often gets to meet scummy men and women. Whenever she was bullied by those scumbags, she would come to Self. Every time, Self would go and settle accounts with those scumbags because of her, too. The two seem to go back in time. Jiang Yunfei is bullied and Ning Muyun protects her. But Ning Muyun was clear that Jiang Yunfei was no longer the affectionate and cute little sister from the past. There's no going back. There will always be one or two hardened criminals among the scum being counted. One day, a scumbag came to the school with his parents to settle the score with Ning Muyun. Said Ning Muyun hit her son with his hands and wanted Ning Muyun to pay for the medical expenses. Ning Muyun didn't panic at all and directly pointed out the fact that her son was a bully. Scum are not ashamed at all. When the director of instruction called Jiang Yunfei over, the scum opened his mouth to ask, "Jiang Yunfei, have I bullied you?" Jiang Yunfei glanced at Self and timidly shook her head. Self hated her and looked at her just about to speak. The scum pointed at Self and asked her again, "And do you recognize this man?" Jiang Yunfei looked deeply at Self and shook her head again. At that moment, Ning Muyun's heart tore with pain. Why? Why can't she even admit she knows herself? Is that how you've embarrassed her? Due to Jiang Yunfei's testimony, Ning Muyun went from seeing justice to provoking trouble. The school gave Self a demerit, plus $20,000 in compensation for the scumbag's medical bills. That's $20,000 I saved myself. After Ning Songmu knew what happened, he ruthlessly shook his Self 2 big slaps, cursing Self for disgracing the Ning family. But even more pain on his face that day, it didn't hurt as much as Ning Muyun's heart. Afterwards, Jiang Yunfei found Self and apologized. She said that because she didn't want to get into all that trouble, so she was afraid to admit it. I hope Self can forgive her. At that moment, Ning Muyun was incomparably desolate, and he could feel that an unhealable wound had opened up in his heart. Then after that, Ning Muyun went to college, and the two were completely separated. It was thought that the two would never see each other again. But it's good to die and meet again. What made Ning Muyun's mood even more unpleasant was that the connecting point of their encounter was that scum Wu Minghui. She was like a fool who was tricked by Wu Minghui. Self couldn't bear to see him being so deceived by Wu Minghui, so he pulled Wu Minghui to warn him once. Tell him to stay away from Jiang Yunfei. But Wu Minghui backhandedly told Jiang Yunfei about these things in an added way. It caused Jiang Yunfei and Shun Yunyan to both reprimand Self. Even so, Self did not give in and backhandedly placed the evidence of those hurtful things Wu Minghui had done in front of Jiang Yunfei. Jiang Yunfei then came to her senses and left Wu Minghui. But after this incident, the relationship between the two dropped to freezing point. Even if the chance encounter, Jang Yunfei sees self as like encountering the air, completely ignored. She later joined the entertainment industry and became a minor star. Mr. and Mrs. Jang Hongin, the couple who adopted her, were senior officials in charge of culture. No one dared to subvert her, and she became more and more popular as time went on. The year he died in his previous life, another extreme scum, Song Jianhao, appeared. This guy is well disguised, but he's really a sea king. Zhang Yunfei is in her 20s and still hasn't grown a bit. Casually, those people are fooled. I also blame Self and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Hangan for protecting her too well. Let her not eat a bit of earth. Self hadn't spoken to her in years at that point. But that night, Jiang Yunfei called Self in tears, saying that Song Jianhao bullied her and lied to her. Despite the pain of the scars left in her heart, Self couldn't ignore her. In order for Jiang Yunfei to make a complete break with that scum Song Jianhao, Self used his connections and pulled the guy's rap sheet. When Self laid them out in front of Yunfei Jiang, she didn't appreciate them. Instead, it collapsed. Say, why does Self always have to interfere in her affairs? Why does she always have to be prevented from making her own friends? She hated Self and never wanted to see Self again. I remember that day, looking at Jiang Yunfei, who grabbed the door and walked out. Ning Muyun's heart really hurt. She has grown up by Self's side since she was a child and can be considered Self's own sister. But then she said something hurtful like that. And that day was the day before Self was murdered and killed by Wu Minghui and Ning Jibua. Seeing Jiang Yunfei's text message again, Ning Muyun only felt a sea change. In this life, Self would never interfere with any of her decisions again. She could do whatever she likes, even if, in the end, she's scarred and in pain. Self won't care anymore. Give her endless freedom if she wants it. Self pretends he never had this sister. Deleting Jiang Yunfei's text message, Ning Muyun was about to put his phone back when the ringtone suddenly rang. Ning Muyun lifted it up to take a look, a cold light in his eyes. It's Shun Yunyan's phone. Ning Muyun waited for a moment and placed it on his ear to connect the call. Hello. Chapter 41, Shun Yunyan. I believe in Minghui. Ning Muyun, you asshole. Sudden curses rang out from the receiver, and Ning Muyun's face sank as he rebuked in a chilling voice into the phone. Shun Yunyan, if you're crazy, get the hell out of here and go to a mental hospital. Don't be crazy here with me. Ning Muyun, you dare to call me a psychopath. You gone too far. You. Insulting words rang through the microphone, and Ning Muyun didn't want to hear them, directly holding the cell phone farther away. Only when the ear-piercing sound in the earpiece faded away did Ning Muyun put the phone back to his ear, his eyes harboring an unmistakable chill. Shun Yunyan, you called me just to scold me. Ning Muyun. Shun Yunyan, on the other end of the phone, sounded extremely angry. Ning Muyun had already heard this tone too much in his previous life, and was really not interested in hearing it again in this life. Do you realize how much damage you've done to the company? Just because of that crappy video of your seventh sister, the company's market value has evaporated by $200 million. $200 million. It's all gone because of your stupid seventh sister. Stop. Ning Muyun wasn't interested in listening to Shun Yunyan talk about these things. Shun Yunyan, I have a few points to make clear to you. First, that's your family's company, not mine. It has nothing to do with me if it just goes out of business. Second, the one who released the video is Ning Ranran. If you have a fire, go directly to her to spread it. Don't come to me. Third, even if your company vaporizes $200 million, it's all your fault. If you didn't run away from the wedding, there wouldn't have been any of this. Ning Muyun. The ear-piercing screams once again rang out from the microphone, and Ning Muyun, angry from the heart, yelled back directly from the cell phone. Shun Yunyan, you call your mom you. Ning Muyun, how dare you scold my mom? Ning Muyun had completely lost his patience. Shun Yunyan, if that's what you're looking for me for, then I'll just hang up. I have nothing to say to you. What did you say? Shun Yunyan, on the other end of the phone, was about to die of anger. Ever since those incidents in the villa yesterday, Shun Yunyan had written the divorce agreement overnight. All the terms on it were favorable to Shun Yunyan. Shun Yunyan, who was in a good mood, came to work with the divorce agreement, just waiting for Ning Muyun to beg her, which had thought that the internet had suddenly exploded with the story of Ning Muyun beating up Ning Jibua. Ning Ranran was good and dead enough to mention the Shun Group in the video. This is good. Today the stock market opened. Shun's group market value directly evaporated $200 million. Although it wasn't as big a loss as the $2 billion coming from the Ning family, it was still too much for the debt-ridden Shun to bear. This was all because of this trash Ning Muyun. Self called him over and raised hell. How dare he yell at Self like that? He's really living out of his mind. Remembering the words of Lu Xiaowei and Bai Yin yesterday, Shun Yunyan's anger rose from her heart, and she immediately roared into the microphone. Ning Muyun, don't you want to divorce me? You can. You get your ass over to the office right now, and I'm going to divorce you right now. If she had heard Shun Yunyan say this before going to the Ning family, Ning Muyun would have been very happy. But after coming out of the Ning family, the pent-up depression in his heart simply couldn't radiate out. Ning Muyun had lost interest in everything in the world. Not to mention Shun Yunyan, who had spoken ill of him. He really didn't want to see any more of those scumbags today. Ning Muyun raised his cell phone and said in a low voice, Shun Yunyan, I don't want to see you today. I'll wait for tomorrow to find you for a divorce. That's it. Ning Muyun directly hung up the phone just after saying that, and then pulled Shun Yunyan into the blacklist. Looking at the blurred city in the rain and fog, Ning Muyun once again fell into a low. Shun Yunyan on the other end of the phone was suddenly hung up and immediately became furious. Ning Muyun, how dare you hang up on me? I'm not done with you. Shun Yunyan once again struck towards Ning Muyun. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. After Shun Yunyan hung up, she dialed twice more. But it turns out that all you get is the same response. Shun Yunyan immediately realized one thing. She was blackballed by Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun, you asshole. Shun Yunyan angrily slammed her cell phone on the table, smashing it to pieces. Cell phone parts were scattered all over the place, and Shun Yunyan was furious. Ning Muyun, I knew you punks were making excuses to not want to divorce me. How dare you play that with me? Shun Yunyan leaned against the table with a gloomy face. Ning Muyun, it's not over between us. I'll make sure you kneel down and apologize to my whole family. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Bon. There was a knock on the office door, and a professional lil lady in a gray professional outfit walked in. Shun Yunyan took a look, suppressed the impatience in her heart, and said helplessly, Rong, you're here. The visitor was Sun Rong, Shun Yunyan's longtime best friend. Looking at the cell phone parts scattered all over the floor, Sun Rong asked with concern, Cloudy, what's wrong? It's still not that bastard Ning Muyun. He caused the company's market value to evaporate by $200 million. And when I asked him to come back, he dared to scold me. In a fit of pique, I said I was going to divorce him. But I didn't expect that son of a bitch Ning Muyun said he wanted to divorce me yesterday. But he's not coming today. I knew he wouldn't want to divorce me. This bitch. I have to give him a good beating afterward. I'm not even mad yet. What gives him the right to be so angry? Sun Rong's face sank as she stared straight at Shun Yunyan and asked, Yunyan, why did you suddenly leave yesterday at the wedding site? Don't you know that's called running away from the wedding? Shun Yunyan lightly waved her hand. What running away from marriage? It's not as serious as you make it out to be. So, what the hell did you do? Sun Rong stared at Shun Yunyan, unwilling to let go. Shun Yunyan sighed and said helplessly, Rong, Minghui suddenly told me yesterday that he was going to go abroad to settle down, and he also said that he would never come back after he left the country. That's why I wanted to go see him off. Who would have thought that Ning Muyun would be so petty? Sun Rong felt that Self's blood pressure was coming up. It's that scum Wu Minghui again. Yunyan is obviously quite a smart person. How come she has not been able to see through this scum's disguise? Yunyan, Wu Minghui isn't leaving the country at all. He drove a girl to her death a while back, and his family sent him overseas to get him out of the way. Yunyan, you've been tricked by him. Rong, don't you say another word. Shun Yunyan looked at Sun Rong seriously. I know that you've always looked down on Minghui, but that's no reason for you to slander others. Sun Rong felt like her blood pressure was about to explode. Yunyan, what I said is true. Okay, stop talking. Shun Yunyan glanced at Sun Rong and said coldly, I believe in Minghui. Chapter 42, Ning Muyun. Saving the young girl is saving herself back then. A conversation like this had happened more than once between the two. Shun Yunyan was always unable to listen, and Sun Rong was too lazy to say anything else. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Sun Rong tried to calm down and looked at Shun Yunyan and asked, Then what are you going to do now? Divorce Ning Muyun. Shun Yunyan froze for a moment, remembered Shun Winshan's instructions last night, and slowly shook her head. I can't divorce Ning Muyun. Seeing that Shun Yunyan was not hopeless, Sun Rong was finally relieved. Just when he wanted to persuade Shun Yunyan to apologize like Ning Muyun, he ended up hearing the incomparably explosive content. Although I'm not ready to divorce, this time Ning Muyin has really gone too far. I must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he won't be lawless in the future. The corner of Sun Rongrong's eyes raised, and she patiently asked, "Then what lesson are you going to teach him?" Shin Yunyin smiled confidently. "I'm going to make him kneel down and beg me, and I'm going to make him slap himself and admit he's wrong. Oh yeah, and I'm going to make him kneel down and apologize to my parents, and—" Sun Rongrong only felt like her self-blood pressure was going to explode. "Yunyin, you're adding fuel to the fire. Ning Muyin, he won't agree." "No. Rongrong, it's you who thought wrong. Ning Muyun, he will definitely do as he's told. He won't be able to divorce me. If he doesn't do what I say, I'll force him to divorce me." The phone call just now had convinced Shin Yunyan that Ning Muyun didn't want to divorce her, and she acted more and more recklessly. Sun Rongrong felt that she couldn't stay with Shun Yunyan anymore. If she stayed any longer, her veins would literally burst. Before she left, Sun Rongrong glanced at Shin Yunyan, feeling worried for her in her heart. But Sun Rongrong also understands that there are many words that Shin Yunyan will not listen to. However, for the sake of years of bosom friendship, Sun Rongrong still mentioned to Shun Yunyan, "Yunyan, I don't care what you plan to do to Ning Muyin. I only have 2 suggestions for you." "What's the suggestion?" Sun Rongrong looked at Shun Yunyan seriously and extended a finger. "Number 1, you don't sign the divorce papers with Ning Muyin. Second, if you have to sign divorce papers with Ning Muyin, then you should stop going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Those are my 2 suggestions." Shin Yunyan looked at Sun Rongrong in puzzlement. "Rongrong, why don't you let me go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? How can I force Ning Muyin to kneel and apologize to me if I don't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Sun Rongrong only felt a vague pain on her own brow. She was about to be exasperated by Shun Yunyan. "I told you what to do. It's up to you whether you listen or not." Sun Rongrong left after she finished speaking. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, she would die of anger in Shun Yunyan's office. "Rongrong? Rong!" Shun Yunyan's temper also came up. "Just go. What's the big deal?" Shun Yunyan looked out the window in anger, her eyes filled with rage. "Ning Muyun, you bitch. I will make you pay." The time went by in the evening. It rained for a whole day, and when Ning Muyin returned to Fengxian Street with an umbrella, her hands were already cold. After a day of wandering around outside, he was like a lonely ghost. The sky is the limit, but there is no place for him. When walking back to the same dumping station she had passed by in the morning, Ning Muyin stopped in her tracks. He remembers a mud-covered Wawa thrown here. Wah! Looking down Wah, was lying in the sludge, mixed in with the garbage. Poor baby. Evo is buried in the sludge as soon as the garbage truck arrives tomorrow. This baby, Wah, will be sent to the incinerator together with many other garbage, and then turned into a wisp of smoke. Ning Muyun sighed and prepared to go home to rest. As he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a movement at his feet. Ning Muyun looked down and realized that the doll was shaking violently. Ning Muyun suspiciously squatted down and scrutinized this Wah. Wah wanted to take a look at where her batteries were mounted. But after looking closely for a while, Ning Muyun's eyes widened in surprise. This is a baby. It's not silicone, gum, but a real person. Her entire body was soaked in sludge, and her hair was even covered in sludge to hide her small face, making it impossible for her to breathe. Parts of the limbs were twisted, indicating that the young girl had suffered a massive fracture. The shivering of her whole body was a further sign of the poor physical condition of the young girl. Ning Muyin reached out and touched it, and was also startled by the young girl's condition. The young girl's skin was very cold. Ning Muyun's hand was cold after hanging out all day, and this young girl's body temperature was even lower than Ning Muyun's. Teenage girls get hypothermia, coupled with the fact that the young girl was now shivering unnaturally all over her body. Ning Muyin could be certain that the young girl's hypothermia was already very serious and life-threatening. Lay out there a little longer, and the teenage girl might actually be gone. Looking at the young girl lying in the garbage, Ning Muyin suddenly thought of himself. After being trafficked, Self was also sent to an abandoned garbage dump. Those traffickers poisoned Self and then threw Self in the garbage. How similar the Self of that time was to the young girl in front of me. At that time, Ning Muyin dreamed of someone coming to save Self, but none came to answer his wishes. Now, looking at the young girl lying in the sludge, Ning Muyin suddenly burst into hot tears. The young girl lying in the garbage was Self back then. No one came to Self's rescue back then. But now Self will surely save her. Self is not only trying to save this young girl, but also the isolated Self of that year. Ning Muyun put away his umbrella, completely ignoring the foul-smelling sludge on the young girl's body, and reached out to take the young girl in his arms. The girl in her arms was light and small, but Ning Muyun could feel the intensity of her trembling gradually diminishing. The girl can't hold out much longer. Ning Muyun used every ounce of his strength and climbed several flights of stairs before carrying the young girl back to the rental house. After closing the door behind him, Ning Muyun carried the young girl and immediately went to the bathroom. The stench emanating from the young girl's sludge-covered body caused Ning Muyun to unconsciously frown. But the situation was urgent, and Ning Muyun simply disregarded that much. After gently placing the young girl into the bathtub, Ning Muyun immediately turned on the faucet and adjusted the water temperature. People suffering from hypothermia should not use hot water for direct rinsing. That would make it worse for people with hypothermia. Ning Muyun could only adjust the faucet to 37 degrees, using water of average body temperature to first dissolve the young girl's symptoms of hypothermia. The warm water kept running, taking a lot of the sludge off the young girl. Ning Muyun frowned as he looked at the young girl's small feet that had been washed of sludge. The young girl was hurt too badly. The feet were covered in all sorts of bloody marks. Looks like it was scratched by garbage from the dump. The sight moved upward. The dress on the young girl was a tattered nightgown. Even though the material looked premium, it was covered with hole after hole. Obviously no longer wearable either. Just as Ning Muyun nervously searched the young girl's body for wounds, a splash of radiant white attracted Ning Muyun's attention. Chapter 43. Ning Shirwei, Dad. Why don't you let the police take him away? It was long white hair. The warm water overflowing from the tub took away the sludge from the young girl's body, revealing long, crystal white hair. The hair is light and translucent after the sludge has been removed, and the roots are white and spotless. The young girl's petite body floated in the warm water like a pure spirit. It's just a shame that the shaking all over the young girl's body ruins that beautiful mood. Ning Muyun didn't expect the young girl to have white hair. This hair color is rare. I just don't know if young girls are born this way, or if they dye it white later in life. Carefully ruffling the strands of hair blocking the young girl's face, Ning Muyun instantly had an answer. The young girl was born with gray hair. For all the hair on the young girl's face was white, except for her eyelashes, which were black. White hair, white eyebrows, the young girl is an albino. Ning Muyun's delighted heart sank to the bottom the moment he saw the young girl's true face. The young girl's condition was worse than he had imagined. Sores, large and small, appeared on the young girl as the flowing water carried away the sludge. Ning Muyun thought at the time that Self had misread it. Just thought it was dirt left on the body. But after ruffling her hair, the abscesses on the young girl's face were even worse. Not only spread all over her five senses, but also flowing out yellowish white pus, which looked very disgusting. The whole body was also covered with pustules, living like a dying toad. And this toad is even worse than expected. The limbs are thin, and there are some abnormal bends. Dull yellow skin and covered with pustules, fading ribs hidden in the torn holes of a nightgown, and traumas all over the body everywhere. All of these tragic situations show that the young girl has been wandering around for quite some time. Add to that the large holes and rips in the silk nightgown. Ning Muyun can already confirm the young girl's condition. She was also abandoned, still by a rich family. Thinking of the young girl lying in the sludge for a day, Ning Muyun was incomparably self-conscious. Why wasn't the young girl properly checked out at the time? Why did you rush off then? If she had seen it earlier, the young girl might not have had to suffer that. When Self unintentionally stepped on her body in the morning, she hadn't even moved a bit. Perhaps, by that time, she might be dying? It's a miracle the young girl is still alive. Ning Muyun couldn't believe how a malnourished, scarred albino girl had managed to spend a day in the middle of sludge. Not to mention the fact that it rained heavily for the entire day. The young girl situation is really like that of Self, who was abducted and sold at that time. Facing a young girl in the same situation, Ning Muyun's heart ached like a pinprick. Why are these rich people so cruel? Why are these rich people so mean-spirited? The tiger's poison doesn't even eat the child. Why are these rich people worse than animals? The young girl's body was still shivering constantly in the warm water. The drop in core temperature had brought the girl almost to the point of severe hypothermia. Lives are at stake. Ning Muyin couldn't intervene too much and could only let the warm water gradually increase its temperature, allowing the young girl to get rid of the hypothermia. Looking at the violently shaking young girl in the bathtub, Ning Muyin secretly hardened his heart and said in a low but firm voice, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. I would never leave you behind. You and I are their outcasts. We don't need their heartless relatives. No matter what, I'm going to get you back. All the more reason for us outcasts to live well. I'll be taking care of you from now on." Ning Mian tore open the tattered nightgown and allowed the entirety of the young girl's body to be immersed in the warm water, gradually raising her body temperature. The water keeps flowing, and Ning Mian doesn't dare to slack off at all on guard. While cleaning the dirt from the young girl's body, she was also constantly feeling her body temperature, fearing that she wouldn't make it through and die of hypothermia. Just as Ning Muyin was giving the young girl first aid, the First People's Hospital of Magic City, in another VLP ward, Ning Songmu, Mei Yuanyuan husband and wife gathered in front of the hospital bed and looked at the Ning Yanjun, who was in unbearable pain with heartache. "Dad, Mom, I'm hurting. I'm hurting." Ning Yanjun was lying on the bed moaning constantly, her little face white with pain, and a bean-sized sweat was breaking out on her forehead. Ning Songmu was anxious in front of the bed, but could not do anything at all, and could only look at the serious-faced Ning family's oldest five, Ning Shirwei, the doctor of the First People's Hospital, and ask, "Shirwei, how is your fourth sister doing now?" Ning Shirwei furrowed her cold brows and said in a cold voice, "Fourth sister's spine has been bad since she was a child. When she came to the hospital today, her whole body wouldn't move. We resuscitated her for a while, but we only managed to release her paralysis. But fourth sister is still in pain. There's nothing we can do about her pain." Mei Yuan's heart was breaking as she listened, her eyes tearing up. "How come? Shirwei, isn't there anything you can do to relieve your fourth sister of her pain?" Ning Shirwei looked deeply at the two and coldly spat out a sentence. In the past, when fourth sister had an attack of pain all over her body, it was that bitch Ning Muyin who helped cure her. The atmosphere in the hospital room was quiet for a moment. "Don't mention him to me," Mei Yuan said angrily. "If that bitch hadn't come to the door to make a scene, Yun Gun, she wouldn't have gotten sick. What a bereavement. Not only did it also cause the company to vaporize a whole $2 billion, he also caused Yun Jun to become like this. I really can't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts." At the mention of 2 billion, Ning Songmu's face darkened as well. After the family sent Ning Yanjun to the hospital in the morning, Ning Sijia simply treated the wound and went to the office. "Go deal with the hassle that comes with that $2 billion. Up to now, there has been no good news from the company. The entire company was still in the midst of the negative effects of that one video of Ning Ranran. There was not the slightest uptick. Thinking of Ning Ranran causing all this crap, Ning Songmu's heart became even more irritated, and at the same time, he became even more resentful towards Ning Muyun. Ning Shirwei looked at Ning Songmu, her eyes flowing with coldness. "Dad, I want to ask you something." Ning Songmu frowned in annoyance. "What is it?" "Dad, that bitch Ning Muyun came to the door today to spread her wildness. Not only did he beat up Mom, but fourth sister had a spinal problem because of him and is still in bed in pain and can't move. And he hit his big sister in the face like that? What he did constitutes willful injury." When Ning Songmu heard the word sin, his heart was unusually irritated. "Shirwei, what are you trying to say?" Ning Shirwei, dressed in a white coat, looked at Ning Songmu rather coldly. "Dad, you didn't let us call the police before, even though we listened to you and didn't call the police. But this time it's the police who are coming to the door of their own accord, and the evidence is overwhelming. Dad, I want to know why you didn't let the police take him away." Chapter 44. Fifth sister, quickly tell that bitch Ning Mian to get her ass over here right now. "Of course I'm doing it for the company." Ning Songmu's eyes shrank, and he said somewhat sheepishly, "If we let the police take that rebellious son away, it will cause an even worse impact on the company, and the stock price will continue to fall. Our Ning family really can't afford any more losses. For the sake of the company, I'm the one who didn't let the police take that rebellious son away." Mei Yuanyuan and Ning Yanjun, who was lying on the bed moaning, both lowered their eyes unwillingly when they heard Ning Songmu's explanation. Why would they not want to send Ning Muyun to jail? It's just that the company just can't afford to fold. It all comes down to the big picture. Even if he was no longer willing, he could only let that little brute Ning Muyun go for nothing. Ning Shirwei, however, was not fooled by Ning Sangmu's few words. Dad, this shouldn't have anything to do with the company's stock price, should it? Ning Sangmu stared at Ning Shirwei, her eyes dodging as she asked. What do you mean? Ning Shirwei's eyes were cold and wise. Dad, first of all, the company's stock price has dropped, and there's no way to keep it down even if more negative news breaks. And secondly, the police didn't make any noise on this visit, so even if they take this bitch Ning Muyun to jail, it won't cause any waves. Last I heard, this time when the police came to the door, Ning Muyun said himself that he wanted the police to take him back to be investigated. But I heard Big Sister say that you were the one who wouldn't let the police take that beast away. Dad, I've never been able to figure that one out. Ning Shirwei quietly looked at Ning Sangmu. Why don't you want the police to take Ning Muyun away? Ning Sangmu felt that this daughter of self was really overly perceptive. But he couldn't tell the truth, so he could only deal with it casually. He's my son. How can I let the police just take him away? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the entire Ning family? Ah! Ning Shirwei shook her head. Dad, this isn't like anything you've done before. I still remember that Ning Muyun, who had just returned home, ate a piece of leftover cake that we had put in the refrigerator, and you became so enraged over it that you sent him straight to the police station. That time, for something as small as stealing a cake, you sent him to the police station. There was no concern that he was your son, or whether that would dishonor the Ning family. But this time he did such lawless things. You didn't even react at all. Instead, they bailed him out of the police. I'm very confused about that. Dad, can you tell me what this is about? Hearing Ning Shirwei's such a thorough analysis, Mei Yuan and Ning Yanjun also snapped out of it and looked at Ning Sangmu in unison. Yeah, he could have been sent to the police station before for a piece of cake. How come you're beating up your family now, and you're not sending him in? Ning Sangmu felt that his family's puzzled sight made him a little breathless. But the next sentence from Ning Shirwei almost caused him to go into cardiac arrest. Dad, you don't, by any chance, have anything on him, do you? No way. Ning Sangmu retorted back unusually vehemently, as if his tail had been stepped on. Not at all. He's not holding anything on me. No, I don't have any leverage. I just don't want the Ning family to make a fool of themselves again. Dad, Ning Shirwei wanted to ask something else. Shut up. It was only after the angry rebuke came out that Ning Sangmu realized that he had lost his temper. Ning Sangmu took 2 sharp breaths, wiped the sweat off his head, and walked slowly towards the door. I'm a little bored. I'm going out the door to get some air. After Ning Sangmu left, the 3 people who stayed in the room glanced at each other, all feeling that there was something very fishy going on here. But Ning Sangmu did not say. They also have no way to know, can only be so dry eyes and no way to start. Fourth sister, how are you doing? Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyan, who had returned from the company and the set, also rushed to the hospital. Ning Yanjun dropped tears in aggravation as she took a look at her 2 sisters' arrival. Second sister, third sister, I'm in pain. Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyan eagerly looked at Ning Shirwei. Fifth sister, is there no way to help your fourth sister with the pain? Ning Shirwei shook her head gloomily. It can't be helped. Even if we help fourth sister with an analgesic, it can only last for a while. Once the medicine wears off, fourth sister will be in even more pain. That's when it really hurts. Then what should we do? We can't just let fourth sister be in pain like this, right? She'll die of pain. Ning Shuxian was so anxious that her forehead was sweating. Ning Yuyan was also pacing back and forth in the hospital room. There is one person who can ease the pain of the fourth sister. Who? Both sisters rushed to Ning Shirwei, who coldly swept the 2 of them and said indifferently, Ning Muyun. The room was instantly silent, and a few people seemed to be able to even breathe. Ning Muyun. Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyan both glanced at each other, then looked at Ning Shirwei to reconfirm. Fifth sister, are you sure that that bitch can relieve fourth sister's pain? That's right. Ning Shirwei nodded and said in a cold voice. That bitch Ning Muyun learned acupuncture at some point. Fourth sister used to have frequent attacks of back pain. It was that bitch who came home and treated fourth sister with acupuncture that saved her from all this pain. If you want fourth sister to stop suffering, you have to let that bitch Ning Muyun come for acupuncture. While saying this, Ning Shirwei's face was gloomy, obviously being surpassed in terms of medical skills by Ning Muyun. A lowly thing in her eyes made her extremely unhappy. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call that little brute over here to treat fourth sister. Ning Yuyan shouted. I'll call him right now. This bitch caused the fourth sister such misery. He must take the responsibility. Ning Shuxian also said angrily. Right? Hurry up and get him over here. I'm going to slap him twice. See if he dares to hit me from now on. Mei Yuan chimed in. After Ning Yuyin dialed Ning Muyun's number, a familiar voice once again came out of the receiver. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. It was only then that Ning Yuyin remembered that she had already been blackballed by Ning Muyin. I forgot. The bitch has blacked out my phone. Ning Shuxian and Mei Yuan's faces stagnated as they recalled the day when they had sent Ning Jibwa to the hospital. Ning Muyin had pulled the plug on all of them. Fifth sister, call that little beast. Ning Shirwei spread her hands. I never added his phone number. I have. Ning Yuyin said angrily as she laid her cell phone in front of her. Fifth sister, this is his number. Call him quickly and tell that bitch Ning Muyin to get her ass over here right now. Ning Shirwei lightly pressed the dialing button and put the phone to her ear. The three looked at Ning Shirwei expectantly. No one answered. Ning Shirwei put down her cell phone and spread her hands towards the three. Fifth sister, you keep fighting. Yeah, Shirwei, you keep calling. That bitch doesn't have your number. She shouldn't have pulled the plug on you yet. Ning Shirwei nodded and once again struck towards Ning Muyin. After a sharp, busy signal, the call finally connected. Hello? Ning Muyin, you bitch a bastard. Your fourth sister is in the hospital right now. Hurry up and get your ass to the hospital. Treat your fourth sister, Ning Shirwei said in a chilling voice. Ning Muyun's voice of suppressed anger came from the microphone. Who are you? I'm your fifth sister, Ning Shirwei. There was a sudden dead silence on the other side of the phone, with only the clatter of running water ringing through the microphone. Ning Shirwei felt like she was being ignored, and her heart suddenly burned with anger. Hey, bastard, don't play dead on the phone. Hurry up and get your ass to the hospital to treat your fourth sister. Ning Shirwei, you have such a cheap mouth. Why don't you hurry up and get a car to touch you to death? Chapter 45 Ning Shirwei, you hurry up and go jump to your death. Ning Muyun, you little bitch. How dare you curse me like that? Ning Shirwei, who had always been indifferent to everything, finally broke her defenses. How could she not have imagined that the little brood in the past, who had allowed her to beat and bully her, would dare to resist today? And the nerve to swear so hard. Ning Shirwei only felt a flame burning in her heart, itching to shake Ning Muyun dozens of slaps right now. Ning Muyun's voice was relaxed and full of writing, with mockery in it. That's right. I am cursing you. You're going to hurry up and find a building right now and jump to your death. Oh, I almost forgot. That building in your hospital is quite high, so hurry up and go to the top and jump down after you fall to your death. Your hospital will have a morgue just in time to take in your piece of rotten meat. Ning Muyun. Deafening screams came from the microphone, and Ning Muyun adjusted the temperature of the water, sneering and ignoring it. You little bitch. How dare you talk to me like that? Ning Shirwei, I sometimes wonder how you Ning family members grow your pig brains. How come it seems like naturally you guys have a sense of superiority over others? Did you guys eat so much history that your rectums clogged up your brains? Ning Muyun. What? That's all you can howl, is it? Bitch. Ning Shirwei only felt a wave of anger building up in her heart, causing her to almost gasp for air. But Ning Yanjun's condition could not be delayed, and Ning Shirwei had to suppress her anger even if she had it. Ning Muyun, your fourth sister is currently suffering from her illness in the hospital, and I can take these few words of yours just now without taking them seriously. It'll be fine if I slap you a few times afterward. But I'm ordering you to get your ass to the hospital and save your fourth sister right now. Right now. Ning Yongkun is sick. Right? That's right. Ning Shirwei suppressed her explosive nature and tried to say calmly. Your fourth sister is lying in a hospital bed right now, rolling around in pain. If you're still a human being, you bitch, get your ass to the hospital right now and treat your fourth sister. Great. Ning Muyun's brisk words came out of the receiver, and Ning Shirwei didn't even react for a moment. You, what did you say? I say, it's great that that cunt can be sick. Why doesn't she hurt alive? It would be really nice if she died of pain. Ning Shirwei's eyes widened, unable to believe that these were the words of the brother who had been allowed to be beaten and scolded. Ning Muyun, you little bitch. Say that again. Ning Shirwei, if you want to hear it, I'll repeat it for you. Listen carefully, you bitch. It's great that that bitch Ning Yanjun can be sick. I can't wait for her to die of pain just like that. If she dies of pain, there'll be one less scourge in the world. Ning Shirwei was so infuriated that her heart was arrhythmic and her entire body was shaking violently with anger. Ning Muyun, How could you say such things to your fourth sister? Are you still a human being? Is it a person dash? Ning Muyun's snorting voice came from the other side of the receiver. Ning Shirwei, I sometimes wonder how you can say such things with a straight face. When that bitch Ning Yunjun beat me up and left me paralyzed on the ground, unable to move, why don't you ask her if she's a human being? When I treated her before and she backhandedly slandered me for stealing from Mei Yuanyuan, why don't you ask her if she's human? Why don't you ask her if she's a human being when I protected her from that defendant's blows and she set me up for a whole week in the detention center instead? Now, instead, you beast question whether others are human or not. You are worthy. Ning Muyun. Ning Shirwei, if you're sick, get your ass to a mental hospital for it. And don't yell at me on the phone. It hurts. Ning Yanjun's cries of pain rang out in the hospital room. Meeting her sister's and mother's eager gazes, Ning Shirwei made an effort to take several deep breaths, suppressing her anger and trying to speak calmly. Ning Muyun, your fourth sister really can't hold on much longer, so hurry up and come to the hospital to treat her. Ning Shirwei, what are you to command me? And are you deaf? Can't hear what I'm saying. Ning Shirwei struggled to calm her breathing as she swore that she would absolutely beat Ning Muyun severely afterward. Definitely beat the hell out of him, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Ning Muyun, count on me to beg you to hurry up and come to the hospital for your fourth sister. No go. Ning Muyun, you bitch don't go too far. What exactly do you want? Huh? Ning Shirwei, are you a doctor? Don't you usually think of yourself as the #1 healer and despise all this acupuncture? Then why don't you treat that bitch Ning Yanjun? Why did you ask me if you're so good? Aren't you usually the most dignified? Why are you so down and dirty now? Ning Muyun, stop howling. You're in heat. Go to the pig farm and find a boar to breed with. Go to the pig farm and get a boar to breed with. Don't yell on the phone. Ning Shirwei, I tell you, I'm not going to the hospital to treat that bitch Ning Yanjun. And don't you ever call again. I get sick of hearing your voice. And don't come back to me. I feel even more disgusted when I see your family. That's it. Ning Muyun hung up the phone after saying that. Ning Muyun. Ning Shirwei was so angry that her body went numb. This little brute. How dare he hang up on me? What a damnation. Ning Shirwei unbelievingly continued to call, but the microphone was never connected again. At this moment, Ning Shirwei understood that she had also been blackmailed. Ning Muyun. Ning Shirwei was so angry that she raised her hand and slammed the phone on the ground. The phone fell to pieces, parts splattering all over the floor. When Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyin both saw Ning Shirwei suddenly get so angry, they hurriedly came forward to ask, "Fifth sister, what's wrong? Fifth sister, where did that bitch go? How much longer before she comes to the hospital?" Ning Shirwei tried to press her forehead to calm down her anger. "I told him. He said not to come. He also said he wanted to see fourth sister die of pain." "What?" The two sisters Ning Shuxian exclaimed at the same time. "How can he talk like that? In vain we've been so good to him all these years. This cheap bastard really deserves to die. When I meet him afterward, I will beat him to death alive." Ning Yuyin was so angry that she paced back and forth. Her hands kept clenching and relaxing, as if she was fantasizing about beating Ning Muyun. "Mom, I'm in so much pain." Mei Yuanyuan was also angry, but seeing Ning Yanjun in this state, she had long since panicked and couldn't be bothered to curse Ning Muyun. "Shirwei, do something to save your fourth sister." Ning Shirwei kept gasping for air and looked at her sisters in the hospital room with a gloomy face. "Second sister, third sister, let me ask you something. What exactly has that little brute, Ning Muyun, been stimulated by? Why does it seem like he's changed in the past 2 days? Whenever we reward him with a slap in the face, he takes it obediently. How is it that today this little brute still dares to hit people and dare to talk to us like that? Second sister, third sister, what the hell happened to that little beast?" Chapter 46, Sixth Sister. Did you lose Ning Muyun or not? Fifth sister. You weren't at the wedding. You don't know. It's all because of that woman Shin Yinyan. Ning Shuxian explained slowly with a gloomy face. The wedding was going to go very well. The vows were said, the handover drinks were drunk, and the two of them were about to exchange rings. Shin Yunyan suddenly received a phone call, and without saying a word, she turned around and left. We were just wondering where she went. That little brute, Ning Muyun, fainted in anger. We carried him under the big tree, and were wondering what to do with him. Ning Muyun suddenly woke up. After waking up, he changed his temperament drastically, like a different person, into the lawlessness of the present. Ugh, Ning Shuxian sighed. I don't know how he became like this. Maybe he was so stimulated at the time that he's gone crazy. Serves you right. Ning Shirwei's eyes flashed with a vicious light, and the words she uttered were also vicious. This cheap bastard serves Shen Yunyan right for running away from the wedding. A lowlife deserves to have someone else cuckold him. He deserves to be unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life. That cheap bastard. Fifth sister, don't say that. Ning Yuyan glanced at Ning Shirwei and excused Shen Yunyan. Shen Yunyan is not that kind of person. She's still very disciplined as a person. It's impossible for her to do those hookup things. Ning Shirwei didn't let up in the slightest. That's why I said that bitch deserved it. He deserves to have a woman like Shen Yunyan cuckold him too. He's a total loser. Can't protect anything. Serves Big Sis right for burning all that crap he's got. That's great. Ning Shirwei cursed Ning Muyun fiercely, as if this could hurt him. All right, don't mention Shun Yunyan anymore. Ning Shuxian frowned and glanced at Mei Yuan and whispered. That little brute announced at that time that he wanted to break off his engagement with Shun Yunyan. That little brute is divorcing her too. Shun Yunyan is probably being annoyed these 2 days. Ning Shirwei disdained Ning Shuxian's words. Humph. He still dares to mention divorce to Shen Yunyan. Second sister, you think too highly of that loser of his. I'm sure. He doesn't want to divorce Shen Yunyan. He's just playing lustful games. What a bitch. I bet he'll end up on his knees begging Shen Yunyan to forgive him. If he can divorce Shen Yunyan, I'll write my name backwards. After Ning Shirwei finished speaking, she coldly grimaced on the side and kept gasping for air to calm her heart full of anger. The two sisters, Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyan, were anxious as they looked at Ning Yanjun, who was paralyzed in pain on the hospital bed. Fifth sister, what should we do now? That little brute Ning Muyin isn't willing to come over either. We can't just let the fourth sister put up with this, can we? Ning Muyun's words just now caused Ning Shirwei's fire to rise as well. We don't need that bitch Ning Muyun. I'll be the one to figure out how to cure fourth sister. I don't believe I can't cure fourth sister. Second sister, third sister. I'm gonna fetch some things first. I'll be back later. Ning Shirwei pushed out the door, leaving several people in the hospital room anxiously watching over Ning Yanjun. The door to the room was pushed open again, and the bandaged Ning Sijia walked in with the disoriented Ning Luoling as well. Fourth sister. Sijia. How's the company? Mei Yuanyuan's mother and daughter, a few people, quickly surrounded them. Ning Sijia said grimly, Mom, I've asked those guys in PR to put out a notice. They've already started dealing with all that negative news online, and things should calm down soon, but the company's market capitalization... Sijia, what happened to the company's market capitalization? Speak up. Mei Yuan's forehead was sweating with anxiety. Mom, the company's market value won't rise back up for a while. Too many people saw that one video of Ran. The impact is just too bad. Ugh, how did it come to this? Mei Yuanyuan sat on the edge of the bed sighing, but Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyan came over. Heartbroken, he looked at Ning Sijia. Big sister, how did you get like this? The corners of Ning Sijia's eyes sank as she suppressed her anger and said in a low voice. It was that little brute Ning Muyin who hit. Big sister, that bitch is too much. Yeah, big sister, you didn't just burn that bitch some rags. What gives him the right to beat you like that? Big sister, we can't just let it go. I'll call the police now. Send him to jail. Recalling Ning Muyun's dozen or so heavy punches, Ning Sijia felt that her cheeks were now vaguely painful. However, upon hearing Ning Yuyin's words, Ning Sijia still reacted immediately. Third sister, you absolutely cannot call the police. The company's publicist has already started laying out the script. If you call the police, you'll destroy all their setup. The company just can't afford to fold. Ning Yuyin gritted her teeth and gripped her cell phone. Damn, what a cheap shot for that little bitch. There. Ning Sijia didn't want to hear any more about these things. Second sister, third sister, you guys don't have to think nonsense. I won't let that little brute go. When this round of company turmoil passes, I'll naturally find a chance to properly clean him up. I remember all the things he did to Mom and Dad, Jibbo, and us sisters. Sooner or later, we'll settle the score with him. Only after hearing Ning Sijia's assurance did Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyin breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry, big sister. We remember all those things he did to us too. We'll settle this score with you when the time comes. Ning Luoling didn't seem to have heard her sister's words and just stood by the bedside, asking listlessly, "Fourth sister, are you okay?" Ning Yanjun's face went pale as she fell limp on the bed, her voice whimpering and hoarse. "Sixth sister, I'm in pain." Ning Sijia brought her two sisters around to the bed. "Mom, what's going on with the fourth sister?" Mei Yuan looked at Ning Yanjun and wiped away her tears in a heartbroken, resentful, and unwilling manner. "It's still not that little bitch." Shirwei asked him to come and treat Yunjun. Not only did he not want to, but he also cursed Shirwei on the phone, so angry that Shirwei smashed her cell phone. Shirwei had no choice but to find her own way to cure Yunkun. She's gonna fetch something now. The three Ning Sijia sisters listened on the sidelines, their faces growing more and more somber. This little brute is really too much. He has caused the fourth sister to become what she is now. Let him come and treat the fourth sister. And he's not even willing to do it. It's really worse than an animal. After a busy day, Ning Sijia had long since broken free from Ning Muyun's shadow this morning, and the whole person had once again returned to that state of arrogance and insolence towards Ning Muyun. Not only that, when Ning Sijia thought about the things Ning Muyun had done to her in the morning, his heart became even more irritated, and he also became more and more resentful towards Ning Muyun. "Big sister, don't worry about it. Fifth sister went to get something. Her medical skills are so good. Fourth sister will surely recover soon. Besides, what's so great about Ning Muyun? I don't believe there's no cure without his fourth sister." Hearing Ning Shuxian's words, Ning Sijia's face only slightly slowed down. "Good, we'll settle the score with that little bitch Ning Muyun after fourth sister is cured." The ward fell into silence for a moment, with only Ning Yanjun's agonizing moans resonating. Looking at Mei Yuan, who was silently wiping away her tears, Ning Sijia suddenly thought of something and looked at Ning Luoling. "Sixth sister, I need to ask you something." Ning Luoling's body trembled a bit, and with a trembling voice, she asked, "What is it?" Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyin looked at Ning Sijia strangely, wondering why she had suddenly become so serious. Ning Sijia stared dead on at Ning Luoling, whose eyes were dodging. "Sixth sister, tell me the truth. Back then, was it you who lost Ning Muyun or not?" Chapter 47, Third Sister. "The company's reputation is completely ruined by you." As soon as these words were uttered, several people present focused their gazes on Ning Luoling. Ning Luoling looked as if she had been electrocuted. Her face immediately turned white, and she stammered as she spoke. I. Answer me. Yes or no?" Ning Sijia stared tightly into Ning Luoling's eyes, trying to see the answer in her eyes. I. The more Ning Luoling couldn't say anything, the more tightly Mei Yuan and the others stared at her. Back then, after Ning Muyun was lost, the entire Ning family was as if the sky had collapsed and everyone was heartbroken. Mei Yuan and the girls had also suspected Ning Luoling if she had deliberately lost Ning Muyun. But at that time, Ning Luoling cried more than anyone else, and only then did the Ning family let go of those doubts in their hearts and accepted this fact. Later, it was Ning Jibua's arrival that brought the Ning family out of that shadow. Over the years, Ning's family has also been complaining about Ning Muyun, having nothing to do but run around in the amusement park, causing himself to get lost, not to mention making his family sad together as well. But those words from Ning Muyun this morning had caused the Ning family to become suspicious again. Now looking at Ning Luoling's appearance, it made the Ning family even more suspicious. If it's really Ning Luoling's discarded Ning Muyun, that would be terrible. Greeting her family's eyes filled with doubt, Ning Luoling was unusually flustered in her heart, her whole body trembling unceasingly, as if she was so anxious that she was about to cry out. I didn't know. Oh, back in my day, I only was trying to take him on a trip to paradise to play. I didn't want to lose him. He lost himself. Oh, he got lost. I was so sad after that. Oh, I haven't discarded him. I haven't dropped him. Oh, sixth sister, don't cry. Yes, sixth sister, we believe in you. Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyin went up and held Ning Luoling in their arms, gently comforting her while still looking at Ning Sijia with angry eyes. Big sister, how can you ask sixth sister that? Aren't you forcing a confession? Yeah, big sister. After Ning Muyun was lost back then, how sad sixth sister was, don't you know? Ning Sijia ignored Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyin's persuasions, and only stared coldly at Ning Luoling. No better. Sixth sister, I forbid you to do something like that. Even to that little brute Ning Muyun. Hear that? I know, big sis. Oh. Ning Luoling's huffing and puffing reply caused both Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyin's hearts to ache as they watched. Ning Sijia also withdrew her stern expression, her breath calming down. Ugh, forget it. And don't you cry. This thing if you didn't do it. I didn't do it. Ning Luoling hurriedly denied it out loud. Got it. I'm sure you didn't do it. Ning Sijia looked out the window at the dizzying night and sighed quietly. It may have been in this little beast's destiny to wander off at that time. Yeah, big sister, Ning Yuyin hastily responded. Just by the way that bitch looks now. He should have been dumped the day he was born. Yes. Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyin responded to each other, and Mei Yuan and Ning Sijia's eyes were incredibly complicated before they sighed deeply. Only Ning Luoling lowered her head, her eyes filled with guilt, and her fingers pinched and rubbed the hem of her skirt endlessly. The door to the ward was pushed open again, and Ning Shirwei walked in with 2 earth guards pushing a large pile of equipment. Mom, big sister, second sister, third sister, sixth sister, you guys go out first. I'm going to treat fourth sister. Mei Yuan immediately discarded the complicated look and stood up hurriedly. Shirwei, you must cure your fourth sister. Mom, don't you worry. I'll do my best. Fourth sister, your second and third sisters and I and the others are outside watching over you. You must get well. Ning Yanjun was already blurring her consciousness from the pain and could only nod her head in ignorance. Ning Sijia raised her head to look at Ning Shirwei quietly. Fifth sister, fourth sister is in your hands. Don't you let me down. Ning Shirwei nodded with a grave expression on her face and didn't say anything. After the Ning Sijia sisters helped Mei Yuan out of the hospital room, Ning Shirwei walked over to the hospital bed and looked at Ning Yanjun and said in an unusually serious manner, Fourth sister, the next treatment may be a bit painful. You must bear it. Ning Yanjun nodded weakly. Fifth sister, I got it. You, come on. Ning Shirwei nodded, put on her mask and rubber gloves, and looked indifferently at the 2 earth guards. Begin. Mei Yuan and the others are waiting anxiously outside the room. A mournful scream came out of the hospital room, startling the few people outside the door. Yun Kun, fourth sister, fourth sister, The screams in the hospital room rang out from time to time, and the few people outside the door listened to them with their hearts in their mouths. Ning Yuyin's hatred for Ning Muyun reached its peak at this moment. Ning Muyun, you made the fourth sister suffer so much. I will absolutely not let you go. I'm going to get back all the money you owe us. Just as several people outside the hospital room waited anxiously, the phone rang. Ning Sijia glanced at the phone, and surprise erupted in her eyes. But after picking up the phone, Ning Sijia's eyes quickly became incomparably shocked. After hanging up the phone, Ning Sijia looked at Ning Yuyin incredulously. Third sister, why did you say in front of the reporters that Ning Muyun his female Chang has? Sex? Disease? Do you have any idea what the press out there is reporting about all this? The company's publicity continues to deteriorate. You've ruined all my hard-earned PR releases. Do you understand? Ning Yuyin said angrily. Who let him beat Jibbo up like that? And he embarrassed Jibbo so much. How will Jibe meet people in the future? I'm not only going to disgrace him, I'm going to throw dirt on him. I want him to have no way to meet people in the future, even more than Jibbo. I want him to carry the name of Ladybird for the rest of his life, and he won't be able to shake it off. Ning Sijia deeply experienced Ning Songmu's pain at this moment. She held her cell phone and roared at Ning Yuyin. Now your wish has come true. Ning Muyun's reputation is completely stigmatized. Our company's reputation is also completely ruined. What do you want me to do? What do you let the company do? What are you going to make our family do? How could that be? I just wanted to make Ning Muyun's reputation stink. Now, what should we do now? Ning Yuyin was also a bit flustered. So many reporters, but they all heard it. It should have spread all over the net by now. That goes without saying. It would have been all over the streets by now. Everything is ruined. After roaring, Ning Sijia closed her eyes in pain. She really didn't want to see these idiots anymore. Ning Luoling suddenly stood out. I have an idea. Ning Sijia opened her eyes and looked at Ning Luoling. Only Ning Luoling stood up in front of the several people, her eyes unusually firm as she said, I have a way. Sixth sister, speak up. Eldest sister, since third sister has already taken that bitch. Bitch female, ticket female, Chang Dai. Sex. Disease words out. Then there's already no way to change it. Why don't we use this as a trick and have the company's PR department follow third sister's remarks and revise the announcement? Let them also put out an issue of a circular to put Ning Muyin female ticket female Chong Dai. Sex. Disease spread the news and smash this news solidly. This way, we can throw all the bad name on Ning Muyun, but we can also portray our Ning family as a victim. And we can also gain sympathy from the stockholders. This way, not only do we gain a good reputation, but we can also make the stockholders have more confidence in us and make the company's market capitalization rise again. That's a good thing to do in one fell swoop, don't you think? Chapter 48, Shun Yun Yen. You're a watery bitch. Ning Sijia froze for a moment, thinking carefully about the feasibility of this matter. This law is good. It's just that if we were to do what Six Sister did, the infamy would all be borne by Ning Muyun. And we, Big Sister, what are you hesitating for? Yeah, Big Sister. Anyway, all of this was caused by that bitch Ning Muyun. He deserves it for taking on all this infamy. Yeah, Big Sister. Just do what Six Sister says. Ning Sijia glanced at Ning Shuxian and Ning Yuyan, who were frequently encouraging themselves. With another glance at the incomparably expectant Ning Luoling, he finally made a decision. All right, just do what Six Sister said. I'll call the PR department right now. Tell them to release a circular according to third sister's words. The Ning sisters had started cheering from the sidelines. Ning Sijia, on the other hand, called the people in the public relations department along the lines of Ning Luoling. Mei Yuan smiled in relief as she saw this scene from the sidelines. Just as the Ning family were all delighted, a Mediterranean patient walked past behind them with a fluorescent lunchbox in his hand, a playful glint in his eye. What a wicked family. But that's all the evidence taken care of. There are videos and recordings. Let's see how you can renege on your debt afterward. Ning Yuyan, prepare to receive a great gift from my dog king. Hey! Late at night, Fengxian Street, Ning Muyun's rented rental house. After the prolonged warm water rinse earlier, the young girl's body temperature had returned to normal. Reach out and touch, and you won't feel the cold anymore. Ning Muyun carefully and gently carried the white-haired girl covered in wounds in his arms and sent her back to the bedroom. Ignoring the pus-covered sores she was covered in, he wrapped the white, dry quilt from his bedroom close to the young girl's body, allowing her to slowly warm up. Despite her body temperature returning to normal, the young girl's body was too weak, and she was still in a deep coma. The young girl in the coma was unable to drink any water at all, so Ning Muyun could only let her lie still and wait for her to wake up. Ning Muyun waited by the side for a while to make sure there were no problems before leaving the bedroom to clean up the sludge that the young girl had brought back. He needed to go change his clothes himself. Ning Muyun still likes to be clean. It's easy to get sick to your stomach holding a rag to clean up foul-smelling sludge. Ning Muyun could only try to divert her attention. When he was warming up the young girl in the bathroom just now, Ning Muyun carefully tallied the young girl's injuries. Hypothermia, fractured right calf, covered in pus, malnourished, large and small wounds all over. It can still be seen on the outside. The organs of the young girl, her spirit, and the functions of her body, which have not yet been examined. There may still be big problems. The current state of the young girl is even more pathetic than the self that was abducted and sold at an early age. The thought of a young girl lying in foul-smelling sludge all day. Ning Muyun then couldn't help but feel pity for the young girl, and his heart wasn't in the right place. Even though the teenage girl looks pretty disgusting. But Ning Muyun didn't have a distaste for it either, and willing to treat her in the gentlest way possible. Deep down, Ning Muyun was trying to use the way he treated the young girl to make some spiritual compensation to self when he was abducted and sold at a young age. After all, at that time, no one came to the rescue of the young and helpless self. After wiping it down 3 full times, the disgusting, fishy odor was finally gone from where the sludge had fallen on the floor. Ning Muyun replaced it with a jasmine scent. Returning to the bathroom, Ning Muyun changed out of the dirty and smelly clothes on his body and laid into the bathtub. After wandering around for a day, Ning Muyun was also a bit tired. Look up at the ceiling and let yourself go. Ning Muyun remembered the phone call Ning Shirwei had just made. Ning Yanjun has a spinal disorder. That disease is stubborn. Shortly after Ning Muyun returned to the Ning family, Ning Yanjun had a fit. Being sick hurts so much that you can't move. Ning's family sends her to the hospital, where the doctor examines Ning Yanjun's entire body and prescribes her a lot of medicine for the pain. But those didn't work. Ning Yanjun was still twitchy and couldn't live a normal life at all. Then I heard that acupuncture helps. Just went to a lot of places to get treatment from those herbalists. When people checked, they found out that not only did she have a problem with her spine, it was the meridians there that were the big problem. The first time the needle was administered, something went wrong with that meridian. The intense pain almost made Ning Yanjun bite her tongue off. Those doctors took one look and were no longer willing to administer the needle. I was afraid of getting into trouble and getting into a lawsuit for human life. Self could not bear to see her suffer from the disease. So he went to the master for help. Told the master about the pulse diagnosed by those doctors. The master's face was grave as he taught Self a strange set of stitches, and told Self not to perform the stitch if he didn't have to. In lesser cases, the whole body can be paralyzed, or in more serious cases, the body can be killed on the spot. Just because you get the stitches doesn't mean that all is well. Knowledge can be acquired quickly, but practice can only be done slowly, one step at a time. In order to let Ning Yanjun get rid of her sickness as soon as possible, Self could only use her own body to practice that needle technique first. There were several times when the breath almost came out off. The master cursed Self for not wanting to die. Almost lost my life trying to learn that stitch. Self could only smile helplessly as Ning Yanjun's illness waited for no one. The sooner she learns, the sooner she can be free of pain. But in just 1 month, Self had mastered that stitch. The master exclaimed that Self was a genius, and that it was a miracle that he had mastered that stitching within a month. Only Self knows that it wasn't a miracle. Those are pinholes all over the body. Since then, Self has been treating her whenever she has an attack. With this set of stitches, Ning Yanjun finally got rid of her sickness. It could fulfill her dream of being a lawyer. But I didn't expect to use everything and get a white wolf in return. In her previous life, in order to get Ning Jibo off the hook, she didn't hesitate to send herself to prison. And because of this incident, Self has completely lost his innocent reputation. Afterwards, Wu Minghui was thus given an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and was able to frame Self to death. There were 2 tinkling sounds as drops of water splashed down, interrupting Ning Muyun's memories. Looking at the water emitting mist, Ning Muyun thought of the hospital. That bitch Ning Yunjun is having an attack right now. She's probably in excruciating pain right now. This kind of wolf-hearted thing, since the death will not be for again her treatment. That pain, she'll take it. As for Ning Shirwei, oh, a severely cleansed, hormone-only waste of a doctor. If she were to treat Ning Shirwei, it would probably cause Ning Yanjun to die of pain. I wish I could have seen that bitch's misery with my own eyes. Ning Muyun moodily stepped out of the bathtub and picked up the young girl's tattered nightgown for a closer look. There is no logo on the nightgown, but the silk fabric feels great and is exceptional. Ning Muyun hesitated for a moment as she carried her nightgown and threw it into the washing machine along with her own dirty clothes. It could be the last thing the young girl had, and Self couldn't just throw it away on her. After handling everything, Ning Muyun once again returned to the young girl. Looking at the young girl with a head full of white hair and a face full of pus, Ning Muyun fell into deep thought. Where do young girls come from? And who's in her family? Why is she so pathetic? Ning Muyun quietly looked at the young girl. The room was silent. Deafening music, colorful lights. This is a famous KT bar in Magic City. Ning Ranran sat at the bar and kept pouring vodka hard into her stomach. Only the burning sensation from this highly potent liquor could ease the pain in her heart. Ning Muyun, you bitch a bastard. You caused me to become so miserable. I will never let you go. Ning Ranran glanced down at her cell phone. The 99+ messages on it were incomparably eye-catching. Whoa, my reputation is now completely ruined. Why should I be held responsible for the mistakes made by that bitch Ning Muyun? Woohoo! Ning Ranran cried as she poured vodka into her stomach. A familiar voice not far behind her caught her attention. Yin, you mustn't listen to Rong, just listen to me. Tomorrow you'll force that lowly man to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you. There are some men that are really inappropriate. We women must protect ourselves, right? Make sure to get that greasy guy to sign the netting agreement first, then get him to get a divorce license with you. That way, that stinky guy Ning Muyun can't take any advantage from you. We women just have children. Uterus, it's not like we don't have brains. We women must not suffer. In case he doesn't concede yet, you'll just grab a signature at the window when you sign the divorce. I'm not afraid that he won't admit defeat then. You must do as I say. Xiaowei, don't worry. I am not going to let myself suffer. I'll make him beg on his knees. Ning Ranran opened her drunken eyes to take a look and immediately became furious. Carrying a bottle of vodka, he stumbled over to a card table. Ning Ranran swung up the bottle and smashed it down hard. Boom! Wine bottles smashed to pieces on the table, and fruit plates mingled with glass crumbs in a mess. The two people sitting on the card table looked at Ning Ranran in surprise. Shen Yunyan, you bitchy woman, you're to blame for all of this. If you hadn't run away from the marriage, Ning Miyun, that bitch, wouldn't have gone crazy and mad and made our family like that. You're just a watery bitch. Shen Yunyan looked at the furious and insane Ning Ranran in dismay, remembering the $200 million of the company's funds that had evaporated. Her heart burst into a rage. Jerking to his feet to stare at Ning Ranran, he hissed furiously. Ning Ranran, you're the one who's a complete bitch. Chapter 49, Killing. Shen Yunyan felt aggrieved with herself. First, he was announced to have broken off the engagement by Ning Muyun at the wedding and lost face. Later on, he was casually thrown to the ground by Ning Muyun in the villa. And not only did his but hurt, he also suffered a belly full of anger. Come to the company, just open the company directly down. The market value has evaporated by 200 million. I was scolded by my parents, scorched to deal with those negative public opinions. Sun Rongrong came back to add to Self's problems. Let Self not force Ning Muyun to divorce. After having a bad time with Sun Rongrong, he finally got off work, got out from inside that pile of mess, and came to the bar with Lu Xiaowei to have a break. It was hard to hear some smooth suggestions, but Ning Ranran came back to make a fuss, smashing things, cursing angrily, and making a mess of the scene. The grievances that Shen Yunyan had accumulated over the past few days were all ignited under Ning Ranran's unpleasant curses. Shen Yunyan glared at Ning Ranran and couldn't wait to eat her alive. Ning Ranran, you still have the nerve to scold me? If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have lost $200 million. Just be your own big internet star and make your shitty videos. Why mention me? Would it kill you not to mention me? Ning Ranran, you're the one who's a little bitch. Ning Ranran originally had a fire in her heart, and when she heard Shen Yunyan's strong words of scolding, she exploded on the spot. Shen Yunyan, you bitchy woman. If it wasn't for you, how would I have gotten beat up by Dad and that bitch Ning Miyun? How dare you scold me now? I'll beat you to death. You shameless, stinking woman. Snap. Ning Ranran swung her arm up and viciously smacked Shen Yunyan with a big mouth. Drunks don't do it lightly. A bright red palm print quickly surfaced on Shen Yunyan's face. The pain of pins and needles, coupled with the aggression in her heart, made Shen Yunyan's anger that she had been holding back for the past few days all explode out in her head. Ning Ranran, how dare you hit me? I'm not done with you. Shen Yunyan rushed up and was about to give Ning Ranran a good beating. You're not done with me? I'm not done with you yet. Shen Yunyan, I'll fight you today. Shen Yunyan hugged Ning Ranran's head and knocked it hard on her knees. Under the back and forth impact, Ning Ranran's nose was sore, her eyes were sore, and within 2 strokes, she was hit with a nosebleed. Ning Ranran broke free with all her strength and hissed frantically, while grabbing Shen Yunyan's hair and pulling it around. While swinging his arm from side to side, he swiped back and forth hard. Snapped. The loud mouth's resounding voice drowned out the deafening music in the bar. It attracted countless spectators. All around, the dancing stopped, the song stopped. They all gathered around and watched the two men tear each other apart in a frenzy. Woohoo! Well played. Beauty, seize the opportunity to kick her in the stomach. Little girl, use some force. Give her a good smack. Hey, you two stinking bitches haven't eaten. Hit me hard. Fight well. Whoever wins the fight, our buddies buy her a drink. Quickly film this and call them again. Get them to the KT bar. There's a women's fight here. Ouch. It's so exciting. Go for it, both beauties. Hey, just hit it. Hit it hard. Try to knock the other guy's teeth out too. I love watching women fight. Ha 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 ha. The audience around us were all on the sidelines watching the fun. Shen Yunyan, on the other hand, was entangled with Ning Ranran. One is to use fists and knees and give the opponent a fatal elbow strike. One is using the slap and the wrist to give the other person a life-taking slap. Both sides fought with fire and struck fast and hard. The crowd around us was cheering their hearts out. Lu Xiaowei looked dumbfounded at the back. She had just gotten off work today when she received a call from Shen Yunyan. Shen Yunyan said that she was not happy with herself and wanted to go out for a drink. Lu Xiaowei originally thought she was divorced and was coming to the bar to see Shen Yunyan's joke. As a result, When he came, he learned that Shin Yunyin had not yet been divorced, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Not a moment later, she heard Sun Rongrong's advice to her from Shin Yunyin's mouth again. Lu Xiaowei is very glad that she came. Otherwise, Shin Yunyin listened to Sun Rongrong's advice, and she really cannot get divorced. After deliberately abetting Shen Yunyin to sign tomorrow on her own initiative, she also agreed. Lu Xiaowei was also relieved. With her purpose accomplished, she didn't want to accompany Shen Yunyin, this idiot, anymore. As he was thinking about how to leave, Ning Ranran suddenly rushed out. For Ning Muyun, the seventh sister, Lu Xiaowei also knew her. 7 million followers of a big netizen, lively, cute, pretty, the little princess of the internet, but unfortunately did not grow much brain. A short video caused 2 companies to vaporize over $2 billion. It has become the joke and antithesis of the Magic City's upper-class circles. This kind of stupidity, Lu Xiaowei also do not want to get close to for fear of infecting that refreshing stupidity. I was thinking about how to get out of it when these two suddenly got into a fight. And so many people around. Lu Xiaowei, who already didn't have much goodwill towards Shen Yunyan, hated her even more now. Lu Xiaowei was about to leave quietly when her heart suddenly struck with an idea. What would happen if Ning Ranran died at the hands of Shen Yunyan? After receiving dozens of slaps from Ning Ranran, Shen Yunyan was filled with anger and kicked Ning Ranran away. The beautiful little face had been beaten like a pig's head. The cheeks were hot and painful. Ning Ranran was kicked onto the table by Shen Yunyan. The glass shards on the wine table pierced Ning Ranran's hands. Scarlet blood accompanied by sharp pain burned away what was left of Ning Ranran's sanity. Ning Ranran clutched the sharp shards of glass in her hands, her eyes flashing madly. Shen Yunyan, I'm going to kill you. Getting up, he rushed towards Shen Yunyan. There were screams from the crowd. Shen Yunyan couldn't dodge in time, and her face was scratched by Ning Ranran. Liquid was running down the stinging cheeks. Shen Yunyan gently wiped it, and scarlet blood flowers bloomed in her hand. Ouch! Such a long cut on the face. This beauty is disfigured. It's a pity. How can such a beautiful, big beauty be disfigured? So much blood was spilled. It's over. This is going to ruin my face. The word disfigurement reached Shen Yunyan's ears. Think of the scar that has since been added to the self-same beautiful and unrivaled pretty face. Shen Yunyan was also mad. Ning Ranran, I'm going to beat you to death today. Shen Yunyan lunged towards Ning Ranran, who had fallen to the east. Lu Xiaowei seized this opportunity to take advantage of the crowd's inattention and pushed towards Shen Yunyan's hand. Ning Ranran, who should have fallen on the sofa, fell towards the table with this quiet boost from Lu Xiaowei. The back of his head hit the sharp corner of the table hard. Ning Ranran felt a pain in the back of her head, and then fainted. Shen Yunyan was about to continue tearing into the fight when Ning Ranran's sudden fainting startled her. Ning Ranran, what's wrong with you? Ning Ranran. Ning Ranran. Shen Yunyan wanted to help Ning Ranran up when she suddenly felt a wetness in her hands. Heart-thumping, trembling, he put his hand in front of his eyes. The scarlet blood looked unusually demonic under the colorful lights. Murder! Chapter 50. A miserable scream. The surrounding crowd suddenly exploded. Killed someone? This pretty girl pushed someone's little girl on the table and crashed. I'll go. Dead man. Call the police. Shen Yunyan's feet went soft, and she directly sat down. Murdered. I killed Pupa? I can't believe I killed someone. Shen Yunyan's mind kept repeating this sentence. Panicked and helpless, Shen Yunyan tried to ask her best friend for help by instinct. Xiaowei. Xiaowei. But Lu Xiaowei was long gone. Shen Yunyan was dumbfounded. Why is Xiaowei missing? Shen Yunyan circled around, only saw the shocked eyes of the surrounding crowd, never saw the figure of Lu Xiaowei. Shen Yunyan sat paralyzed on the ground in bewilderment, looking at the unconscious Ning Ranran, her eyes widening in horror. Xiaowei is gone. Ning Ranran is dead. What should I do? What to do? What to do? What to do? Shen Yunyan tore her hair painfully and kept asking herself rhetorically. The Ningshan families have been friends for many years, and reasonably speaking, Ning Ranran is still Self's sister-in-law. Now Ning Ranran died at Self's hand. Shen Yunyan couldn't imagine how she should face the Ning family in the future. A bold one among the onlookers put his hand under Ning Ranran's nose, and his eyes changed in surprise. This little girl is still breathing. Shun Yunin awoke with a jolt, stiffly reaching out and placing a trembling finger under Ning Ranran's nose. There was indeed a faint scent present. Ning Ranran is still alive. Beauty, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the little girl to the hospital. The audience's words reminded Shun Yunyan. Right, right, right. Hurry up and get to the hospital. Take it to the hospital. Shun Yunyan trembled her hand and didn't press the right number several times. Until after dialing the wrong number 3 times, she pressed the right 120 and dialed it. Hey, hello. We're at KT Liquor Bar. There's someone is hurt, injured. You, quickly, come to help. The ambulance arrived at the KT bar with its blue and red warning lights flashing. Shin Yunin's hands were busy helping the paramedics help Ning Ranran onto the stretcher, and she followed the ambulance in a state of disorientation. The ambulance pulled its siren, and the shrill, piercing sound of the siren resounded in the late-night silence of the street, making people's hearts go straight to the heart. Early the next morning, warm sunlight poured through the window onto Ning Muyun's body. As the sun shone, Ning Muyun frowned and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the quilt rolled into a ball. Ning Muyun's mind went blank, and after freezing for a moment, she suddenly reacted. How's the maiden? Hastily looking to the bed, the young girl had woken up and was looking at self with wide eyes. What beautiful eyes! Ning Muyun was mesmerized at first glance. The iris and pupil were blood red through and through in the crystal-clear eyes, like 2 brilliant rubies. Stunningly beautiful. But the thought that these 2 rubies were byproducts of albinism made Ning Muyun lose her mood to appreciate the treasures again. The young girl's face was covered in pus, and she looked at Ning Muyun stonily, not reacting for a long time. This sign, Ning Muyun couldn't say whether it was good or bad. Try to say hello. Hello. A-H. 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 The young girl rapped, and the quilt woke up as if suddenly. Incredibly frightened, she shrank backward, but the quilt wrapped around her entire body constricted her movements, leaving her to squirm in place. Ning Muyun was afraid that the young girl would cause secondary injuries on her way to struggling, and said in a hurry, Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. A-H. A-H. The young girl was still struggling hoarsely, but the young girl was just too weak. Without struggling for a while, his body gradually lost its strength, and his screams became hoarse and feeble. Seeing this, Ning Muyun hurriedly went to the kitchen and mixed a cup of salt and sugar water. 1 part salt, 3 parts sugar, and warm water to wash it down. This is the simplest stamina restorer. This was also the medicinal drink that Ning Muyun used to make for Jiang Yunfei at the orphanage. Ning Muyun returned to the bed with a glass of water. He tried to feed the young girl water, but the young girl hid as soon as she saw Ning Muyun. While hiding, he also looked at the water cup in Ning Muyun's hand in horror. Ning Muyun froze for a moment, then reacted. Was the young girl afraid that the water was poisonous? In order to dispel the young girl's doubts, Ning Muyun drank a large mouthful of his own in front of the young girl. The young girl saw Ning Muyun drink the salt and sugar water before she stopped dodging, and her body went completely soft as soon as she was relieved of her strength. Ning Muyun took this opportunity to support the young girl in his arms. Here, drink water. Even though the young girl still wanted to struggle, her powerless body could only make the young girl moan weakly. There was no way to make her move. Ning Muyun gently placed the cup of water on the young girl's parched lips. The young girl's confused eyes glanced at Ning Muyun, seeing that there was no malice in his eyes, before she took a gentle sip with her lips. The young girl just took little sips like a poor kitten. The lips were moisturized by the water and gradually regained their luster. After sipping down most of the cup of water, the young girl lifted her head to look at Ning Muyun stonily. Ning Muyun understood that the young girl didn't want to drink and put the water cup aside. Even though she had already made a guess just now, Ning Muyun still wanted to verify it. Ning Muyun looked down straight into the young girl's dull, confused eyes and asked gently, What's your name? The young girl's confused eyes didn't have a gleam in them, and her moist lips moved. Where are you from? How old are you? Do you have family? In the face of Ning Muyun's question, the girl's only answer is 2 words. The young girl's situation was worse than Ning Muyun had expected. She's not just a mute. The dull, blank eyes, and slurred enunciation again proved that the young girl had intellectual problems. As to how serious this problem is, further testing needs to be done. Ningmuyan looked at the bewildered young girl and suddenly remembered something. Removing the washed white silk nightgown from the washing machine, she turned and went back into the bedroom. Look! Ningmuyan took the nightgown and slowly unfolded it in front of the young girl. Ah! The young girl's confused eyes suddenly became horrified the moment she saw the nightgown. A mournful scream escaped from his mouth as well. Chapter 51. Dad, you quickly let Ningmuyan cure me. The young girl's sudden, mournful scream startled Ningmuyan. Ningmuyan hurriedly threw out the silk nightgown. It's okay. It's all right. I've thrown it away. Ah, ah, ah. The young girl was still in a state of shock and kept screaming while struggling violently under the covers. Ningmuyan was afraid that the young girl would be hurt twice if she struggled, so he went straight forward and held the young girl tightly in his arms, pressing down on her with all his might to prevent her from moving. Ah, 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 ah. The weak and powerless young girl struggled in Ningmuyan's arms for a while before she finally stopped moving. After howling for a while, the young girl, as if she had remembered something sad, leaned into Ningmuyan's arms and wept bitterly. What? It's okay. It's okay. Ningmuyan gently stroked the young girl's white hair, gently soothing her. What? Whoa. The young girl leaned tightly into Ningmuyan's arms, tearing her heart out and letting out a loud cry. Hearing the young girl's mournful cries, Ningmuyan could imagine how much pain the young girl had suffered, especially since the teenage girl is not only mute, but also mentally challenged. No matter how much one suffers, one cannot tell others about it. Such a miserable young girl was just abandoned by her relatives and nearly died out there. For the first time, Ningmuyan had developed a hatred for someone she had never met. If they can't afford her, so be it. But you can tell by the young girl's nightgown that her relatives are particularly wealthy. So rich, yet they do these unethical things. This kind of heartless thing shouldn't have survived. Pity. The world often doesn't give people what they want. Ningmuyan can only convert the indignation in his heart into attentive care for the young girl to let her live well. After crying for some time, the young girl lost her strength again. One could only lean into Ningmuyan's arms and choke on a sob. Ningmuyan held back the bouts of soreness in his heart and prepared to take the young girl to the hospital to have her body checked. Just as she was about to get up and leave, the young girl immediately let out a piercing scream. Ah! 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 Ningmuyan looked down. The young girl's blood-red eyes looked at Ningmuyan with a straight throw, as if she didn't want him to leave. Ningmuyan tried to squeeze out a smile and gently stroked the young girl's white hair. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm not leaving. I'm just going to get some clothes. We'll go to the hospital to check you out as soon as we change, okay? As if the young girl had understood Ningmuyan's words, her screams gradually subsided. Only a pair of bloodshot, confused eyes still looked straight at Ningmuyan, fearful that he would leave from his selfsame sight. Ningmuyan tenderly touched the young girl's white hair and turned around to go out to find clothes for the young girl. The young girl lay on the bed, staring at Ningmuyan's back with a pair of confused eyes, not moving. After walking out of the room, Ningmuyan remembered that Self didn't have any girl's clothes here. There was no other way. Ningmuyan could only take out his own half-sleeves, long pants, and outerwear for the young girl to change into. Returning to the bedside, the young girl's eyes moved back and forth with Ningmuyan. Ah! 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 Ningmuyan said softly. Let's change clothes first, and then go to the hospital afterward. Ningmuyan gently unfolded the quilt, and after a night of wrapping, the inside of the quilt was already stained beyond recognition by the pus from the young girl's body. The young girl's body covered in abscesses and wounds. The body was once again displayed in front of Ningmuyan. Ningmuyan's face was heavy as he looked at the pustules on the young girl's body. Those abscesses on her body looked like a skin disease and a poisoning. It's better to go to the hospital and get checked out first. Let's hope it's not poisoning. After Ningmuyan wiped away the pus, he gently and slowly changed the young girl's clothes. Within moments, the young girl was a different person. If you don't look at his face, he's just a cool teenager. The young girl looked at Ningmuyan in confusion, looking down at the clothes on herself, not knowing what she was thinking. Ningmuyan found another baseball cap for the young girl and put it on her. Albinos are not allowed to look directly into the sun. Just as he was about to go out, Ning Muyun remembered the vow he had made to Wen Yunyan yesterday. That crisis in the Winchesters is coming up soon. At first, that one was a good one. But just to try to fix it in the first place, it would take at least $500 million. I can't come up with that kind of money on my own for a while. There was only the option of contacting that friend. After opening WeChat and sending a message to that person, Ning Muyun then took the young girl and prepared to go out. Before she could take 2 steps, the young girl let out a cry of pain. Ning Muyun cursed himself for being a pig brain. How could he forget that the young girl's right calf was fractured? On the spur of the moment, Ning Muyun directly carried the young girl's princess in his arms. The young girl was light, her malnourished body as light as a ball of cotton in her arms. Ning Muyun sighed softly and carefully carried the young girl out the door. The young girl was also obedient, her hands grasping Ning Muyun tightly, her face shrinking into his chest, as good as a little meow. The two kept it that way and traveled to the first hospital of Mordor. Magic City First Hospital, the VLP ward where Ning Yanjun was. The hospital room was as quiet as a puddle of stagnant water, without any semblance of life. Ning Xijie and Ning Luoling went to the company yesterday and didn't come back. Ning Shuxian needed to participate in a very important design competition and also went home to get ready. Ning Yuyin and Ning Shirwei were changing Ning Jibua's medicine. In ancient times, eunuchs were required to keep medicating their eggs after cutting them off. The same goes for Ning Jibua. And Ning Ranran, who was sent to the hospital last night, is out of life-threatening danger, just still in a coma. His head is bandaged and covered with a seal. Duh, San. I don't know. That exotic style arranged on Ning Ranran's head looked very funny. Mei Yuan kept wiping her tears at Ning Ranran's hospital bed. Ning Samu sat hunched over in front of the hospital bed, his eyes bloodshot and his beard stretched under his mouth. In just a day or two, he seemed to have aged 1 or 2 dozen years. Look at a robo and a san in this ward, and think of the mummy with a bowling ball on top in the other ward. Ning Sangmu is deeply powerless. He even began to wonder if the house had been possessed by evil spirits for a while. How could it be so unlucky? In Ning Sangmu's mouth, Luo Pot Ning Yanjun was leaning painfully against the bed, her face as white as paper. After Ning Shirwei's careful treatment, Ning Yanjun temporarily got rid of the intense pain. But instead, there was a vague pain in the back, and every now and then a cramp. Compared to an axe chopping and chiseling, a blunt knife pulling on flesh is really a lot less painful on a pain level. But that's not a pain that people can handle. Ning Yanjun was very dissatisfied. Obviously, after Ning Muyun's treatment in the past, Self wouldn't feel any pain. But now after Ning Shirwei's treatment, this endless torture made Ning Yanjun almost go crazy. It's only half cured. Ning Yanjun was now missing Ning Muyun terribly. Even though she was unwilling to admit it on her lips, in her heart, she still very much hoped that Ning Muyun could come and treat her. After all, in the past, no matter how much he'd beat Ning Muyun, he would always obediently heal Self. There's no reason not to come this time, either. Thinking of this, Ning Yanjun said with a straight face towards Ning Sangmu, "Dad, you quickly tell Ning Muyun to get his ass to the hospital and let him treat me." Chapter 52 Yun Yan, is that rebellious son going to divorce you? Ning Sangmu blankly glanced at Ning Yanjun and just wanted to scold her twice. But seeing Ning Ranran lying on the bed, Ning Sangmu still endured that displeasure. He didn't want anything to happen to another daughter. Yun Kun, didn't you let your 5th sister cure you? What's the point of still letting that rebellious son come over? Ning Yanjun's brows furrowed as she closed her eyes in pain. Dad, Shirwei only half cured me. My back is still throbbing. Yun Gun, that beast is out of your mind. Ning Sangmu sighed. Should we no longer have your 5th sister come over to give you a come look? But 5th sister is useless. Hearing her daughter moan in agony, Mei Yuan couldn't look away. Yun Gun, are you okay? Ning Yanjun squeezed out 2 tears in aggravation. Mom, my back hurts so much. You quickly tell Ning Muyun to roll over to the hospital and treat me. Fine. Mei Yuan hurriedly nodded her head, took out her cell phone, and found Ning Muyun's number and called it. Yun Gun, you just wait a little longer. Mom will let that bitch come to the hospital right now to treat you. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please hold off before dialing again. Sorry. Mei Yuan froze for a moment, put down her cell phone, and looked at Ning Yanjun. Yanjun, that little brute is on the phone with someone else. Mom will call him again. Mei Yuan was about to press out the phone when Ning Sangmu said in a low voice, "Don't call. That retrograde son won't pick up. He's already blackballed you." "How is that possible?" Mei Yuan glanced at Ning Sangmu in dissatisfaction. "I'm his mom. How can he pull the plug on me?" Ning Sangmu sighed helplessly. "Then you fight." "Ah, humph." Mei Yuan glanced at Ning Sangmu and pressed the dialing button again. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please hold off before dialing again." "Sorry?" Mei Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Why was this little beast always on the phone? Who to talk to on the phone? "How's it going? Did you get through?" Mei Yuan huffed. "Nope. That little beast is still on the phone with someone else." Ning Sangmu glanced helplessly at Mei Yuan. "Told you he'd blackballed you, and you still don't believe me." "No way." Mei Yuan was unusually certain. "How dare that little beast do these unruly things to me? He must be on the phone with someone else. I'll call him back later." Ning Sangmu glanced at Mei Yuan and didn't say anything else. She likes to indulge in fantasies, let her. Self was tired enough in the past 2 days and really didn't want to care about them. Ning Sangmu's two families are subsiding, but Ning Yanjun is still in pain. "Mom, you've got to get that little bitch to come to the hospital. I've got a pain in my back." Mei Yuan glanced hard at her cell phone before speaking softly. "Yun Gun, that little bastard is on the phone with someone else. Mom can't reach him either. Why don't you ask your fifth sister to show you?" "Mom!" Ning Yanjun frowned painfully. "Fifth sister can't be cured. This, Mei Yuan was at her wit's end. Just when she didn't know what to do, the door to the hospital room was slowly pushed open. Shin Yunyan, whose face was bandaged, walked through the door with a guilty face. "Uncle Ning, Annie Mae, how is Ran doing?" "Little bitch." Mei Yuan stood up angrily, rushed to Shin Yunyan, and fiercely slapped her. "Shin Yunyan, you almost killed Ran last night. Do you know that?" Shin Yunyan covered her red and swollen cheeks and cried in aggravation. It's not true that Ning Ran almost died, but she was also disfigured. Such a long gash on the face. A full 12 stitches. How was she supposed to meet people from now on? In her heart, she was aggrieved like an aggravated daughter-in-law. But Shin Yunyan couldn't say anything yet. After all, Ning Ran really almost died. Mei Yuan was still not relieved and wanted to make another move when Ning Sangmu slowly stood up. "Well, this matter can't all be blamed on Yunyan. Ran isn't exactly a lightweight either." Mei Yuan glared at Ning Sangmu, then viciously gouged out Shin Yunyan and panted back to Ning Ran's hospital bed. Shin Yunyan gratefully glanced at Ning Sangmu, but when she saw that Ning Sangmu's face was not right, she lowered her head again. Ning Sangmu was also very unhappy and slowly walked up to Shin Yunyan, his face grim as he asked, "Yunyan, what the hell have you been up to these past 2 days?" First you blatantly run away from the wedding and disgrace us and your parents. And then there was the bar fight with Ren that almost cost Ren her life. You say, what the hell have you been thinking about for the past 2 days?" Shin Yunyan looked up at Ning Sangmu and lowered her head again in aggravation. "I'm sorry, Uncle Ning." "Ugh, you." Ning Sangmu was about to continue pursuing something when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Dad? Mom? Where am I?" "Ren, you're awake." When Ning Sangmu heard that Ning Ran had awakened, he couldn't care less about Shin Yunyan and rushed to the hospital bed. "Ren, are you okay?" Ning Ran didn't realize that since she had caused so much damage to her family, her parents were still so concerned about her. A wave of guilt and emotion arose in his heart, and his voice choked. "Dad, Mom, I was wrong. It's okay. It's okay." Watching my sweet little daughter turn into India. Hey, San. Mei Yuan was heartbroken and shed tears. "Mom and Dad never blamed you. It's best that you're okay." "Dad, how's the company doing?" Ning Ran looked at Ning Sangmu with apologetic eyes. Ning Sangmu hard a stem, forced a smile and said, "Nothing the company has." "Ren, are you okay?" Ning Ran froze for a moment. A familiar and repulsive voice sounded from her ears, and when she saw Shin Yunyan, her eyes instantly filled with rage. "Shin Yunyan, you bitchy woman, get out of here." "Ren, I don't want to hear it. You get the hell out of here right now." Ning Ran was so angry that she screamed wantonly and let out a loud cry. "Mom, you quickly tell this bitch to get out." Oh. Mom's getting her out of here right now." Mei Yuan got up and tried to reprimand. Shin Yunyan, you quickly. All right, it's all made such a mess. It's not messy enough. Ning Sangmu let out a furious cry, and Mei Yuanyuan's footsteps stopped again. When Ning Ranran heard this, she was so angry that she cried out. The door to the ward slowly pushed open, and Ning Yuyan and Ning Shirwei pushed the mummy in. Ning Jibua's hoarse voice began to shout chaotically before he even entered the door. Seventh sister, are you all right? Brother has come to see you. Brother Jibo. Ning Ranran cried even more when she heard this. Brother Jibo, Shin Yunyan caused me to become like this. You must hit Shin Yunyan hard and take it out on me. No problem. Brother, I'll call you when I'm better. Ning Jibua almost swallowed his tongue the moment he saw Shin Yunyan. Yunyan, you're there. Shin Yunyan glanced at the bowling ball on Ning Jibua's crotch, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect Ning Jibua, who was usually extremely respectful to self, to say this about self in private. Ning Jibua's heart is full of remorse, deeply self-missing words without measure. How did not see clearly before starting to talk nonsense? Just as he was about to explain a few things, Ning Ranran roared again. Brother Jibo, Shin Yunyan is standing right there. Hurry up and hit her for me. Ahem. Ning Jibua put on a look of deep understanding. Seventh sister, don't play small. How can brother hit Yunyan for no reason? You. In the face of Ning Jibua's flip-flopping faster than a book, Ning Ranran directly cried in anger. Brother Jibua, I hate you. Ning Jibua smiled awkwardly, though it was a bit shameless to talk like this. But the beauty is in front of you. You can't offend the beauty just for the sake of the little girl, right? Yunyan, is your face okay? Shin Yunin plucked out Ning Jibua fiercely and didn't say anything. Ning Yuyan saw Shin Yunyan and angrily stood in front of her. Shin Yunyan, what's gotten into you? Look what you've turned Ran into. All right, that's the end of this matter. Ning Samu didn't want to hear any more of these things that gave him a headache. He was more concerned about another thing now. Yunyan, did that rebellious son say he wanted to divorce you? Chapter 53. Ning Muyun viciously smacked Shin Yunin in the face. Shin Yunin froze for a moment, raised her head, and carefully glanced at Ning Sangmu and whispered, Uncle Ning. Ning Muyun said he wanted to divorce me, but when I asked him to come and divorce me yesterday, he didn't come. I don't think he'd want to divorce me. Ning Sangmu pondered for a moment and nodded with a gloomy face. So it seems like that little brute shouldn't want to divorce Ri. Yunyan, you must not divorce Ning Muyun. This matter is of great importance. You should know that. Shin Yunyan nodded and agreed in an unusually submissive manner. Uncle Ning, I understand. Ning Yuyan, however, was reluctant. Dad, how does that loser Ning Muyun deserve Yunyan? Aren't you pushing Yunyan into the fire pit? Shut up. Don't get involved in this matter. Dad, Ning Yuyan was still trying to persuade when her cell phone suddenly rang. Dad, I'll take a call first. Ning Sangmu nodded, and Ning Yuyan immediately walked to the corner. What's wrong? What? Something happened. The movie stopped filming? The company wants me to go back and explain? Good. I'll be right there. Ning Yuyan hung up the phone, looked at Ning Sangmu and frowned. Dad, something happened to the theater group. I have to go to the company immediately. Okay, go on then. Ning Sangmu was also happy to be quiet. Ning Yuyan turned around and left, and Shin Yunyan didn't want to continue staying here. Uncle Ning, there are still some things going on in the company, so I'll leave first as well. Yes. Shin Yunyan was about to walk out of the hospital room. Wait. Shin Yunin turned her head and looked at Ning Sangmu, whose face was serious. Yunyan, you must remember this. Never divorce that rebellious son. This matter is of great importance. It concerns our Ningxin families. You can't play small. Shin Yunyan was unusually aggrieved in her heart, but she could only nod helplessly when she thought of that incident. Uncle Ning, I know. Well, there you go. Ning Sangmu waved his hand. Shin Yunyan bowed and was about to leave. Yunyan, I'll give you a ride. Ning Jibua, the mummy lying on the bed, said with an extremely positive smile. But Shin Yunyan didn't pay any attention to Ning Jibua. She just gouged him fiercely and left the ward alone. Silence returned to the ward once more. Ning Jibua quietly glanced at Ning Sangmu, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Why? Why can't Shin Yunin belong to self? Why did you have to let that bitch Ning Muyun marry Shin Yunyan? Why did they still not let Shin Yunyan divorce him, even though that bitch did so many over-the-top things? Ning Jibwa couldn't figure it out and could only resent Ning Muyun more and more in his heart. Ning Shirwei walked up to Ning Songmu's eyes. Dad, why don't you let Shin Yunyan divorce that bitch Ning Muyun? Do you like Ning Muyun that much? Ning Songmu glared at Ning Shirwei, but didn't explain. That money is too big. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Seeing that Ning Songmu was unwilling to speak, Ning Shirwei was not discouraged. Dad, I can understand that you don't want to disgrace the Ningshin families, but why don't you cut ties with that little brute? Look what he's done to the house in the last 2 days. A hint of joy flashed in Ning Jibwa's eyes. When he had just replaced the ammunition, Ning Jibwa still resented Ning Shirwei for changing the medicine too heavily. But now that he heard Ning Shirwei's proposal, Ning Jibwa was simply too happy to help himself. He had waited 8 whole years for the Ning family to say these words. Yeah, Dad. Ning Ranran stopped crying at this point. If it wasn't for that brute Ning Muyin, I wouldn't have become what I am now. You hurry up and expel that brute Ning Muyin from the house. Meiyuan nodded approvingly as well. Husband, it is indeed time to teach that unruly little beast a lesson. We'll just cut ties with him. Get him out of the house. Help yourself. Ning Yanjun, who was paralyzed on the bed, echoed in pain. Dad, I'm with fifth sister and Mom's suggestion too. It's time to teach that beast Ning Muyin a lesson. He's actually not even willing to treat me. This kind of heartless little brute should get out of our Ning family. Ning Jiba was about to go crazy with joy. But the green tea gene, which was already on the verge of seeping into his bones, made him start tea-talking again. Dad, you'd better reconsider. Even though Brother Miyun broke your arm at the wedding site, beat up Mom, beat up fourth and sixth sisters, and beat me up like this now. But he's still my brother after all. Even if he's as violent and crazy as he is, shouldn't we as a family tolerate him well? Dad, you have to think about it. You can't make a decision so easily. Ning Jibwa's few tea words made Mei Yuan and the others cry. Jibo, don't you ever speak for that little brute again. Yeah, Jibo, that little brute doesn't deserve you thinking so much about him. Brother Jibo, you mustn't speak for that bitch Ning Muyun. We must cut ties with him. Ning Jibwa pretended to be helpless and lowered his head, but in his heart, he was so happy that he couldn't hold it in. Ning Muyun, let's see if you won't be swept away this time. Dad, just cut ties with that little brute Ning Muyun. Ning Songmu frowned and was just about to say something. Ning Shirwei came up again. Dad, I know you're concerned about the reputation of the Ningshin families. But there is a way out of this thing. We can have that beast sign an agreement when we sever our relationship that requires that little beast to keep quiet. Wouldn't that be fine? Ning Shirwei's words gave Ning Songmu inspiration. Yeah, when you cut ties with that little brute, wouldn't it be fine to ask him to sign an agreement to voluntarily give up all the Ning family's assets? As for that money, as long as that little brute didn't divorce Shin Yunyan, it wouldn't prevent the Ning and Shin families from using it. At best, it's just 2 layers of formalities to go around. Thinking about it in this way, Ning Songmu was more and more in favor of it. In the past 2 days, he had also been infuriated by that little brute Ning Muyin. Cutting off relations with that rebellious son will also give self an outlet for his anger. It also prevents the family from continuing to be victimized by him. After thinking about it and thinking that the matter is more and more feasible, Ning Songmu nodded. Good. Then Dad will promise you guys, when your big sister and the others return, they will sign the severance agreement together. We'll make a clean break with that little brute. Oh, great. Long live Dad. The Ning family members in the hospital room all began to rejoice. Ning Jibwa pretended to wipe a couple of tears from his eyes, but in reality, he was on the verge of jumping up and down with joy. That's great. The Ning family's property is all mine now. Ha ha ha. After walking out of the ward, Shin Yunyan covered her face and cried in a low voice in the corridor. He had just been slapped by Mei Yuan in the hospital room and was so rebuked by Ning's family. Shin Yunyan's heart was filled with aggression. Obviously, it was Ning Ranran who made the first move in the beginning. She also cut herself on the face. A scar that long, 12 full stitches. It just stayed on Self's face. This made the beauty-loving Shin Yunyan about to go mad with anger. But facing Ning Ranran, who had almost lost her life, there was no place to vent this fire. One can only harden oneself against it. The pain and cynicism depressed in her heart made Shin Yunyan hate Ning Muyun more and more. The culprit of all this was Ning Muyun. If he hadn't gone crazy, there wouldn't have been all that shit afterward. Now that she remembered that Sun Rongrong gave those two suggestions yesterday, Shin Yunyan was even more enraged. What a bunch of bullshit suggestions. To hell with all of them. Self must force that bitch Ning Muyan out today. Force him to kneel and apologize to Self. And give him a couple hundred hard slaps. To get rid of this bad anger in my heart. Shin Yunyan took out her cell phone and just wanted to call Ning Muyan. He saw Ning Muyan standing not far in front of him, with a girl in his arms, talking to a doctor there. The anger within Shin Yunyan was instantly detonated like gasoline. Clutching his cell phone, he rushed to Ning Muyan. Ning Muyan, you bitch! Why don't you go die? Upon hearing Shin Yunyan's sharp and piercing curses, Ning Muyan's pleasant mood instantly turned to nothing. Shin Yunyan, go brush your teeth if your mouth stinks. Don't spew shit at me. How dare you scold me, you bitch? Look at what your seventh sister has done to my face. Ning Muyan turned his head and fixed his eyes on the left side of Shin Yunyan's face, and found that she had a large bandage wrapped around her left face, which appeared to be quite severely injured. That's not so bad. You're so thick-skinned anyway. One more bandage on top won't add much thickness. Ning Muyan ha ha ha. The doctor couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Shin Yunyan fixed her eyes on it, and her heart was even more furious. Ji Yuni, what are you laughing at, you bitch? The doctor glared up and was about to return fire when Ning Muyan had already held her back. Shin Yunyan, what exactly are you looking for me for? Ning Muyan, yo, A-H, A-H, A-H. The young girl in Ning Muyan's arms looked as if she had been frightened by Shin Yunyan, and kept screaming miserably in Ning Muyan's arms. Shin Yunyan frowned and was just about to scold angrily when she saw the young girl's face full of pus. The yellowish pus slowly flowed down from the young girl's face, staining Ning Muyan's clothes and making Shin Yunyan nauseous. Ning Muyan, you bitch! You divorced me for this pus-filled little mute? Hearing Shin Yunyan's angry scolding, the young girl shrieked even more in fear and kept retreating into Ning Muyan's arms. Ning Muyan's face immediately grimaced. Shin Yunyan, don't you yell and scream here? This girl was abandoned. Shin Yunyan directly interrupted Ning Muyan's words, and her mouth spewed out vicious, dirty water. Abandoned. No wonder. Ning Muyan, this pus-faced little mute is such a perfect match for you. The orphanage-raised bitch. You two lowly, filthy things deserve to be unwanted and abandoned. Shin Yunyan, you. The doctor couldn't look away and was about to rage. Snap. Thunderous applause instantly spread throughout the hospital corridors like lightning. Ning Muyan slapped Shin Yunyan hard on the right side of her face. Chapter 54. Ning Muyan, I'll go for a divorce. Shin Yunyan was slapped by Ning Muyan and fell hard to the ground. The sharp pain in the right side of her face made her head buzz, and she slumped to the ground for a long time. Ning Muyan looked at Shin Yunyan, who was lying on the ground. The coldness in his eyes overflowed, and the anger in his heart rolled over. Time pushed back to 10 minutes ago. Ning Muyan brought the young girl to the hospital. It was morning when I arrived at the hospital. Along the way, the young girl shrunk tightly in Ning Muyan's arms, so quiet and well-behaved that it was heartbreaking. Ning Muyan sat on the bench in the corridor with the young girl in his arms, waiting for the doctor to arrive. Sitting in the cab on the way here, Ning Muyan had already made a doctor's appointment. An old friend of many years. Her father came to the orphanage for a free clinic, and she followed him to the orphanage to play. That's how Self became acquainted with her. Her father was a highly skilled medical doctor and was a very reputable Chinese medicine practitioner. The conditions in the orphanage were bad, and the children were sick at every turn. Self wanted to help ease the dean's burden and approached her father, saying she wanted to worship him. Her father did not agree to study medicine because he was afraid that he would not be able to endure the pain of studying medicine. Self stood in the pouring rain all day, pleading with her father to take Self. Her father was unmoved. She couldn't look away and ran from the house, pulling Self back from the pouring rain. Faced with her stubbornness, her father had no choice but to accept Self. After that day, there has been a master since. She's very nice, but she's a bit grumpy and likes to play tricks on herself. Master favors her, but she almost pissed him off. The master was a famous Chinese medicine practitioner, and she was supposed to take up the mantle. But in the end, she chose to become a Western doctor. When he returned to the Ning family, Self told her that he had found his family and that his grandfather had arranged a marriage for him. Her weather blew up, almost didn't get mad. Got so mad at myself. Then ran home crying. After that, she never gave Self a good face. Always against Self. Speak with a stick. A voice from behind interrupted the memories. Hey, Ningmian, you stinking bastard. Why do you have the time to come and find this lady? Aren't you on your honeymoon with that woman Xin Yunyan? The corners of Ning Miyun's mouth kept twitching as he stiffly turned his head to look at the twin ponytailed doctor behind him, squeezing out a smile. Yuni, you're here? Bah! Who gave you permission to call my lady that? Call me by my full name. Fine. Ji Yuni, you're here? Well, that's more like it. Ji Yuni nodded in satisfaction. Speak. What do you smelly bastard want with this lady? Ji Yuni, an old friend of Self, the daughter of Master Ji Tianming, the talented doctor from the first hospital in Magic City. Capable and beautiful, she was the master's nemesis and his pride. A head of dark, waist-length hair was parted into a double ponytail tied at the sides, and her chocolate-colored pupils made her slender eyelashes look darker and darker. The delicate nose and slightly pouting watery lips clearly indicated that the visitor was not in a good mood. The black and white Lolita dress hidden under her white coat and a pair of delicate patent leather black pointy-toe shoes on her feet speak volumes about her nonchalance and quirkiness. Looking at Ji Yuni in this outfit, Ning Muyin also had to admit that this guy was really good-looking. But the temper is also really weird. There are no major flaws except that he likes to bully himself. Ji Yuni, I want to ask you something today. You help me take this girl for a full-body checkup. It was only then that Ji Yuni realized that Ning Muyin was shrinking a young girl in his arms. And when she fixed her eyes on her, she immediately frowned. Ah, ah. When the young girl saw someone observing herself, she screamed loudly in fear and hurriedly buried her face into Ning Muyun's arms. Piercing screams, confused eyes, plus the blood-red pupils and crystalline white hair of the young girl. Ji Yuni had an initial judgment of the young girl, a mute albino girl with intellectual problems. This girl, stinking asshole, where did you get that? Ji Yuni looked at Ning Muyun suspiciously. Picked it up. Ning Muyun replied calmly. Ji Yuni helplessly blanqued Ning Muyun. I say, you really like picking up these things? Ever since you were a kid, you've loved picking up abandoned kittens and puppies and whatnot. And this time you picked up a human. What are you going to pick up next time? Ning Muyun laughed bitterly twice, but was unable to answer. Ji Yuni sighed helplessly and continued to ask, did you call the police? Ning Muyun's face clouded over. No. Ji Yuni's eyes widened in surprise. Then why don't you go to the police? Didn't get around to it. Besides, Ning Muyun paused for a moment, his face sank. Reporting it probably won't help. Why? Ji Yuni's eyes widened in confusion. Ning Muyun tenderly stroked the young girl's white hair, but the words he uttered did not carry a trace of warmth. When I picked her up, all she had was a tattered silk nightgown, and she was lying in nothing but garbage dump muck, soaking in the rain all day, and almost dying of hypothermia. Probably only abandoned by her family a short time ago. Ji Yuni's face sank as a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. The beasts! Ji Yuni looked at the young girl with eyes full of pity, sighing softly. Ugh, but you might as well call the police. Even if her parents don't want to take her back in the future, you'll at least know what she's really like. Yeah, I know, I'll be there. Ning Muyun nodded with a heavy face. Ji Yuni asked casually while observing the young girl. Stinking asshole. Did you check out what was wrong with her last night? Yes. Ning Muyun pointed at the young girl while introducing Ji Yuni to the young girl's condition. Fractured right calf, malnourished, covered with abscesses and numerous wounds all over his body. Ji Yuni's face grimaced as she listened. The illness in the young girl had exceeded her imagination. Why didn't you drop her off yesterday? Ning Muyun gently stroked the young girl's white hair and explained in a small voice. When I saw her late last night, she was approaching severe hypothermia and had to have her body temperature raised immediately. Besides, she's too weak. If we insist on sending her to the hospital, she won't be able to hold out and die halfway through. Once Ji Yuni heard this, she could only nod helplessly. And yeah, that situation really doesn't lend itself to hospitalization. Is that all that's wrong with her? Ning Muyun sol khaskhayat. Yesterday her pulse was too weak for me to diagnose. So, today I ask you to help me accompany her to have her entire body checked, along with her bones, organs, blood, spirit, and mental problems. I'm afraid she still has dark wounds in her body. What? So many? Ji Yuni immediately quit. Hey, stinking asshole. You asked me to accompany her for so many tests. Then what are you doing? I'm getting a divorce. Chapter 55, Whoever doesn't leave today. Whoever does not leave today. Divorce! Ji Yuni exclaimed in shock, staring wide-eyed at Ning Muyin for 3 seconds before returning to normal once again. Divorce? Ji Yuni paused for a moment before cupping her hands over her chest, looking at Ning Muyun with an amused expression. Ouch! How refreshing. Our big lover is willing to get a divorce? The sun has really come out of the west. Hey, Ning Muyun, I seem to remember you telling this young lady that Shun Yunyin is the best fiancé, right? Such a great fiancé? No. How can you divorce such a good wife? Ning Muyun's head was filled with black lines. Can you stop mentioning this? I was blind in the past, okay? Blind? Humph. Ji Yuni glanced at Ning Muyun in a delicate manner, then asked in a snarky manner. Didn't you just get married the day before yesterday? What happened? Why did you change so much all of a sudden? Ning Muyun froze for a moment. You didn't go to my wedding? I'm not going. Who cares to see you get married? Ji Yuni skimmed her lips and said. Ning Muyun's face sank as he said in a low voice. You weren't there, so I'll tell you that Shin Yunyin ran away from the wedding in front of everyone when the rings were exchanged. Running away from marriage? Ji Yuni rushed forward, startling Ning Muyun and the young girl. It's okay. It's okay. Ning Muyun hurriedly tried to pacify the young girl, and then whispered angrily towards Ji Yuni. Ji Yuni, what are you screaming about? Oh, sorry. Ji Yuni scratched his head in embarrassment and retreated with a smile. And then he cupped his hands over his chest. 2. Water. Honey. Peaches, looking at Ning Muyun with playful eyes. Ning Muyun, I told you a long time ago that Shun Yunyin woman is no good. You didn't believe me before. Now you do. You say, was my lady right before? Ning Muyun nodded helplessly. Right. You're right. Whatever Miss Ji says is right. Humph. Just so you know. Ji Yuni's nose was about to turn up to the sky in triumph. Ning Muyun didn't get angry either, but instead responded to her words and said, Then can our wise and unparalleled Miss Ji do me this favor? No help. Ning Muyun froze for a moment, wondering what Ji Yuni meant by pulling this stunt. Ji Yuni glanced at Ning Muyun, her twin ponytails swinging from side to side with her head, looking very pleased with herself. Stinking asshole. Your divorce is your business. Why should I help you accompany this girl for a full-body checkup? As soon as Ji Yuni put on this look, Ning Muyun knew what she wanted. Ning Muyun sighed helplessly. Say it. What exactly do you want me to do before you're willing to do me this favor? Humbug. The corners of Ji Yuni's mouth were so elated that it was harder to suppress than AK. Xiao Yunzi, this young lady's body has been in poor health recently. So I need you, Xiao Yunzi, to make a banquet of medicinal food for this young lady in order to nourish her body. What do you think? Ning Muyun's head was filled with black lines. Master is idle at home, every day, waiting to cook for you. Why don't you let him do it for you? What? You don't want to? If you don't want to pull over, I won't serve you anymore. Ji Yuni made a move to leave, and Ning Muyun hurriedly pulled her back. Doing isn't good enough. It just so happens that I haven't visited Master for a long time either. In a couple days I'll go to your house, visit Master, and make you those medicinal dishes on the way. What do you say? That's more like it. Ji Yuni cheerfully turned around. Come on, hand this little girl over to me, and I'll take her to be examined. Ning Muyun was about to hand the young girl over to Ji Yuni when he suddenly remembered something. Ji Yuni, when you take her for a skin check, take a closer look at what's going on with her abscesses. I don't see those abscesses of hers as a skin disease. Instead, they look like poisoning. You look into it carefully. Ji Yuni's heart sank as she nodded solemnly. Got it. I'll keep an eye out. Everything is going well. Ning Muyun had wanted to go find Shin Yunyan for a divorce after handing the young girl over to Ji Yuni, but I didn't expect her to pop out of nowhere on her own. Before he could say 2 words, he started to swear and to deliberately insult self and the young girl for being abandoned with such ugly words. For the matter of being abandoned, it had always been a scar in Ning Muyun's heart that she was unwilling to reveal. I just heard Shin Yunyan curse herself like that. Tyrannical rage burned through Ning Muyun's sanity like lava. At this moment, Ning Muyun was no longer willing to look at Shin Yunyan more than once. All he wants now is an immediate divorce. Shin Yunyan, don't lie on the ground and play dead. You get up for me. We're going to get a divorce now. Shin Yunyan slumped to the ground, and the stinging pain coming from her cheeks finally woke her up from her ignorance. Only after confirming it again and again did Shun Yunyan finally determine that Self had been beaten by Ning Muyun. The man who had been treating Self with affection for 8 years had turned on Self. Self is kind to have a family history, a quality woman who wants looks and ability. Neither of them minded the fact that he, Ning Muyun, had grown up in an orphanage since he was a child and was covered in stink. Nor did he mind that he was unemployed and a hobo, much less scold him at every turn. Self also condescended to marry him. It's amazing that he doesn't know how to be grateful. How dare you fight with Self? Intense anger, mixed violently with extreme aggression in Shun Yunyan's heart. A brain had to burst out. Shun Yunyan stood up with tears streaming down her face, her trembling hand pointing straight at Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun, you punk actually hit me? Ning Muyun didn't want to say another word to Shun Yunyan. Ji Yuni, I'm counting on you for her. You take her for a good checkup, and I'll go divorce this woman. No problem. Ji Yuni saluted with a righteous face. Go. Little Captain Ning Muyun, go and make a clean break with this bad woman. A better tomorrow is beckoning you in the future. Ji Yuni, what's wrong? Shin Yunyan, what is it that you're calling this young lady for? Ji Yuni's conspiratorial statement infuriated Shin Yunin, who hissed madly. Ji Yuni, don't you go too far. A-H, A-H, A-H. The young girl was also frightened by Shin Yunyan's hiss and screamed. Ji Yuni, watch over her. Ning Muyun angrily handed the young girl over to Ji Yuni. Then he turned his head to stare hard at Shin Yunyan. Shin Yunyan, I have other things to do today. I don't have time to keep you company. Let's go to the civil office and get a divorce right away. Just go. Shin Yunyan was so angry that she was in tears. Ning Muyun, I'm telling you this piece of trash. Today you are kneeling down and begging me, slapping yourself. This young lady will also divorce you. Yes. Coldness rolled in Ning Muyun's eyes. Pointing at the door, he loudly and angrily rebuked. Whoever doesn't leave today will have his whole family die. Go. Chapter 56, Shun Yunyan. Next time I'll break his legs. Ning Muyun turned around and left after saying that, leaving Shin Yunyan standing stagnantly in place. She couldn't believe that Ning Muyun hadn't come to her knees to beg Self not to get a divorce. Just as she was wondering what exactly Ning Muyun wanted to do, Ji Yuni's conspiratorial voice sounded from behind. I say, Miss Shun, aren't you going to go get a divorce with Xiao Yunzi? Why don't you go? What? Do you still think Yinchan will come back and beg you? Ask you not to divorce him? Oomph. Shun Yunyan turned and glared angrily at Ji Yuni. He's just begging me. I won't agree either. Ji Yuni, I'm telling you, don't think you have a chance just because I'm divorced. Ning Muyun, he won't like you. That one, I won't trouble you, Annie. Ji Yuni couldn't help but cover her mouth and snort. You, on the other hand, should worry about your own face. Ha ha. Oomph. Shun Yunyan snorted coldly and also chased out after Ning Muyun. Ji Yuni looked at Shun Yunyan's furious departing back and spat out her tongue to make a face in triumph. Beat, serves you right. You can lose a husband that good. You deserve to be blind. Shun Yunyan, let's see how you can still fool around in front of my eyes in the future. The young girl looked at Ji Yuni in confusion, confused as to what she was doing. Ji Yuni was amused by the young girl's confused and dull eyes. Huh, okay, let's go too. Time to check in. Ji Yuni hummed a song and turned away with the confused and dumbfounded young girl. Under the hospital, Ning Muyun had just walked out of the hospital gate. A bright red Porsche 718 convertible brushed to a halt in front of Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun's face immediately sank when she saw the man in the driver's seat with a head of dyed yellow hair, tugging like a 2x4. The man in the driver's seat was Shun Xuani, Shin Yunyan's younger brother. A 6'5" man, without 2 pounds of flesh on his entire body. A head of yellow hair dotted that smelly face, a total straw man. It's okay if he only eats, drinks, and has fun, but the key is that he has a bad heart. When Shun Yunyan was sick in his previous life, the Shun group was almost hollowed out by him. He is not a big man, and he acts very wildly, very capable of causing trouble. In his previous life, after Self and Shun Yunyan got married, every now and then, he had to go and help by Yin and Shin Winshan solve those messes at their request. Self didn't know how many troubles he had solved for him, and yet he had no respect for Self. Speaking, but also always with the tone of commanding subordinates, there has been an inexplicable sense of superiority to Self. On the day of Sel's death in his previous life, he was smiling unusually brightly beside Wu Minghui, one of the accomplices in the death of Self. Boo! Shin Shuani closed the car door and swaggered over to Ning Muyun. Raising his head, the corners of his eyes raised, a pair of eyes incomparably contemptuous. Hey, rubbish! Is my sister up there yet? Ning Muyun coldly glanced at Shin Shuani with disgust in his eyes. This kind of beast was worse than shit in Ning Muyun's eyes. Even if she spoke one more sentence with him, Ning Muyun felt that she was losing her value. Shin Shuani's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw Ning Muyun ignoring Self. Oops. Ning Muyun. You. Mom. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? I'm talking to you. Ning Muyun glanced at Shin Shuani contemptuously. This kind of trashy snack with no upbringing at all was indeed the kind of thing that could be raised by that trashy couple, Shin Wenshan and Bai Yin. When Shin Shuani saw Ning Muyun looking at Self so contemptuously, a surge of anger arose in his heart. Ning Muyun. You. Him. Mom. How dare you look at me like that? I think you owe me a beating. I'll kick your ass right now. Shin Shuani had just lifted his leg when Ning Muyun's face sank. Quickly raising his right leg, he kicked Shin Shuani in the knee before he could react. Ah! When Shin Shuani covered his knee and cried out in pain with a low headache, Ning Muyun swung his arm again and viciously smacked Shin Shuani with a big mouth. The whole movement flowed without a single pause. Shin Shuani covered his knee and fell to the ground with his left face red. Stop! Shin Yunin also walked out from the hospital, seeing her brother lying on the ground. Shin Yunin shouted angrily towards Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun, you're crazy. Ning Muyun coldly glanced at Shin Yunyan and ignored it. It hurts so much. Sis, my knee hurts. Shin Shuani covered his knees, and his little mouth barfed in pain on the ground. Henyi! Shin Yunin ran all the way to Shin Shuani. Shin-yi, are you all right? Shin Shuani cried out, his head still inclined towards Ning Muyun. Sis, that punk Ning Muyun, he hit me. Shin Yunyan raised her head and shouted angrily. Ning Muyun, are you out of your mind? Shin, he is your brother-in-law. Snort. Ning Muyun was amused by Shin Yunyan's words. What a brother-in-law? There was never any semblance of deference to my brother-in-law. Calling out at will, all the time as if he were making a subordinate. Now you think it's your brother-in-law? Ning Muyun quickly apologized to Xian-yi. Ning Muyun really didn't want to see that idiot Shin Yunin and turned away out of sight, out of mind, waiting for a cab while contacting a lawyer to get him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When Shin Yunyan saw Ning Muyun ignoring herself, her heart was about to explode with anger, but she just couldn't do anything about Ning Muyun. One could only help Shin Shuani up from the ground first. Shin Shuani looked at Ning Muyun with indignation and was about to ask Shin Yunin to slap Ning Muyun twice to take out his anger on Self. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that there was a bright red palm print on the right side of Shin Yunyan's face. Shin Shuani's eyes widened as he asked in surprise. Hey, sis, who beat you up like this? Shin Yunin gave Ning Muyun a hateful look, but didn't say anything. Shin Shuani immediately understood. Yeah, Shin Shuani was furious. Ning Muyun, you punk dared to hit my sister. I think you don't want to live anymore. I have to beat you to death today. Shin Shuani clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it violently towards Ning Muyun's face. A cold light flashed in Ning Muyun's eyes. Turning around, he kicked Shin Xian-yi in the chest, sending him flying. Henyi! Shin Yunyan rushed to Shin Shuani's side in a hurry, not even bothering to take the bag. Casually threw it to the ground, and the things inside were scattered all over the place. Henyi, how are you doing? Are you okay? Shin Shuani's face paled in pain. Sis, I'm about to be kicked to death by that punk Ning Muyun. Shin Yunyan raised her head violently, roaring in anger like an angry lion. Ning Muyun, you bitch! Why did you hit Shin-yi? Look at how Xian-yi has been beaten. Shun Yunyan, are you blind? Can't you see that Shun Xian-yi is going to hit me? Or should I just stand here obediently and let you guys fight? Ning Muyun's unflinching words caused Shun Shuani to freeze for a moment. This punk never used to talk like this before. What's going on today? Shin Yunyan, I'm warning you, don't let that punk Shin Shuani act wildly in front of me again. Next time, I'll just break his legs. Chapter 57 Bitch. People. Taxi. Ning Muyun stopped the cab and gave Shin Yunyan a look full of disgust before getting in. Shin Yunyan, all of you Shin family members up and down make me feel sick. I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first. And there, I'll wait for you to get a divorce." After Ning Muyun finished speaking, he slammed the door with a bang, and the cab then took off. Only the two siblings, who were full of stupefaction, were left behind. Shinshwani looked at the distant cab in shock. He couldn't have imagined it. The Ning Muyun, who has always been gentle and modest, caring for Shin Yuni, will make a move with the self, and also divorce Shun Yunyan. Everything that happened in front of him made him wonder if self was dreaming. Still, the sharp paroxysm of pain in his chest made Shinshwani certain that this was reality. The indignation from being beaten by Ning Muyun also turned into a ball of rage that burned in his heart. "Sis, it's not said. You must divorce this loser Ning Muyun today. He even dared to fight you today. I can't even imagine what he dares to do in the coming day. Sis, don't hesitate. Divorce him." Ning Muyun's words made Shin Yunyan's heart hurt like a pinprick. Shin Yunyan roughly stuffed those sundries scattered on the ground into her handbag like crazy, turned her head, and got into the Maserati MC20 parked on the side. The car had just started, and Shin Yunyan stepped on the gas regardless. The tires rubbed strongly against the ground. The car broke through the green smoke and chased after the cab far ahead. Shin Shwani covered his chest that was in severe pain, staring wide-eyed at the rear end of the faraway car, frozen in place. It was the first time he had seen Shin Yunyan drive so wildly. Everything that happened today was so unexpected. After resting for a while, Shin Shwani felt that the pain in his chest was greatly reduced, and he was about to get up when he suddenly heard a familiar ringing of his cell phone. Turning his head to look, it was Shin Yunyan's cell phone ringing. When Shin Yunyan packed her things just now, she forgot to stuff her cell phone into her bag. Shin Shwani rubbed his chest, picked up Shin Yunyan's cell phone, and looked at it. Dad's phone. Shin Shwani pressed the answer button. "Yunyan, how is Ningran doing?" "Hey, Dad, it's me." "Shinny, why are you holding your sister's cell phone? Where's your sister?" "My sister just left and she left her cell phone with me." "Leave? Where did she go?" "Divorce that punk Ning Miyun." "What?" The voice coming from the microphone almost shattered Shin Shwani's eardrums, and he hurriedly held the cell phone farther away. "Dad, what are you yelling so loud for? What's going on? Why did your sister go and divorce Ning Muyun?" "The thing is this. Didn't I come to the hospital to visit Ning Ran Ran? When I arrived at the hospital, I saw that punk at the door. I didn't do anything, and that punk just gave me a beating. My sister came over to help me, and I ended up seeing a slap mark on my sister's face as well. That was also from Ning Muyun. I just tried to argue with him, but he got in a cab and ran off in a huff. My sister then drove off to find him for a divorce." "What? That little brute dared to hit you? And Yun Yan. I must beat him to death." Bai Yan's piercing curses came out of the microphone, forcing Shinshwani to hastily take the phone away. "All right, what time is this? You're still in the mood to talk about this?" Shin Winshan's angry voice came out of the microphone. "Shinny, where did they people go now?" "Dad, my sister chased Ning Muyun to the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Ouch! Shinny, you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately now and stop the two of them. Never let them get divorced." "What's the matter, Dad? That punk Ning Muyun is beating my sister like this. Why don't you let her divorce that loser?" "Cut the crap. If you're told to go, you go. If you let the two of them get divorced, I'll get you." "Got it." Shin Shwani had a long-drawn face, and after hanging up the phone, he limped towards the car. Fuck. Ning Muyun, this punk dares to hit me. Son, this time, we must give him a good beating. Make him pay for a Lamborghini, and make him give me a few $1,000,000 of pocket money to spend. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of the anger in my heart. I will not be able to get rid of this anger in my heart." Shin Shwani cursed and got into the car and drove toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shin Family Villa. Bai Yin sat on the sofa with an anxious face. What to do? What should we do? If that punk Ning Muyun divorces Smoke, then won't we not get that money? What should we do? "Stop it," Shin Winshan said with a gloomy face. "No matter what, we must hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau to stop them now. Right, 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 right. Driver, driver." Bai Yan got up in a hurry to call the driver. Shin Winshan looked at Bai Yan's figure with boredom in his eyes. "I hope it's not too late." In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the cab slowed to a stop. Ning Muyun had just gotten out of the car when she saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing an ink blue suit and carrying a briefcase, standing in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. That was the lawyer Ning Muyun had contacted Zhao Zheng. He was one of the top barristers in Magic City and the most trusted lawyer of Ning Muyun's grandfather and a kind elder. Uncle Zhao, you're here. Zhao Zheng squeezed out a smile on his unsmiling face. Young master, you're here. Uncle Zhao, just call me Miyun. Zhao Zheng shook his head and said with a smile. It's okay, I'm used to calling it that. To this kindly elder, Ning Miyun couldn't say anything else. Uncle Joe, are the divorce papers ready? Okay, can I skip that divorce cooling off period? Yes. Zhao Zheng smiled confidently. I've already contacted the young master before you came. As long as you two go to the window and sign the papers, it's considered a divorce. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Ning Miyun bowed her head and thanked Zhao Zheng. It's okay. These are just a show of hands, Ning Miyun looked up at Zhao Zheng, not knowing what he wanted to say. Zhao Zheng curbed his smile and asked with a serious face. Young master, have you really decided to get a divorce? Ning Miyun nodded solemnly. Aha! Why? Ning Miyun looked at Zhao Zheng and realized that his eyes were unusually serious. Uncle Zhao, Xin Yunyan skipped out on the wedding scene. She's been ignoring me, and most critically, she's never treated me as a husband. Zhao Zheng's face sank as he asked in a low voice. You don't think about it anymore? Ning Miyun shook her head. No need. The two of us are destined for each other. Zhao Zheng pondered for a while before spreading his smile once again. Good. No matter what decision you make, Uncle Zhao will support you. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Ning Miyun solemnly bowed to Zhao Zheng. Young master, get up. Sharp brake sounded. Xin Yunyan casually parked the car on the side of the road, carried her bag, and got out of the car. Boom! Xin Yunyan slammed the car door heavily, and carrying her bag, she huffed and puffed towards Ning Miyun. It didn't pay any attention to Zhao Zheng, who was on the side. Ning Miyun's face sank as he said in a cold voice. Xin Yunyan, the Civil Affairs Bureau, is here now too. Let's go in and get a divorce right away. Wait! Xin Yunyan grimaced ironically and took out 2 divorce agreements from her handbag and handed them to Ning Miyun. Ning Miyun, don't you want to divorce me? Then sign it first. Ning Miyun took his hand and looked at it briefly, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The terms were harsh and careful, and really knit itself in every way. It had already been signed with Xin Yunyan's big, bold name in dragon and phoenix. Xin Yunyan looked condescendingly at Ning Miyun. Well, don't you want to divorce me? Sign now. Ning Miyun's smile chilled. I'm not signing. Xin Yunyan revealed an expression that said it all, and shouted angrily. I knew it. You don't want to divorce me. Still playing lust with me here. Ning Miyun, you're... Hey, shut up. Ning Miyun interrupted Xin Yunyan's self-talk with an angry rebuke. Xin Yunyan, don't be crazy here. I will absolutely divorce you. Then why don't you sign it? Ning Miyun ignored Xin Yunyan and turned to look at Zhao Zheng. Uncle Zhao, please give me the agreement. Zhao Zheng nodded and took out 2 divorce agreements from the briefcase he was carrying and handed them to Ning Miyun. Take that. Xin Yunyan looked at the agreement that Ning Miyun handed to Self and realized that the terms inside were pretty much the same as what Self had listed. Faced with these several agreements with the same content, Xin Yunyan's eyes were filled with doubts. Ning Miyun, what do you mean? Ning Miyun said with a cold face. Xin Yunyan, those hands of yours have touched Wu Minghui more than once. I feel dirty from everything you hand me. Ning Miyun. Xin Yunyan quickly reached out her hand to try to slap Ning Miyun. However, Ning Miyun was quick to clutch his hand. Xin Yunyan's eyes were so red that she looked at Ning Miyun, and tears kept flowing down her face. Ning Miyun, it's crystal clear between me and Minghui. Clearly. How can you say that about me? How can you say that about Xinya? Have you forgotten about that summer when Minghui saved you? Are you still human? There was a loud pop. Under Zhao Zheng's surprised gaze, Ning Miyun backhanded Xin Yunyan and slapped her across the face. Xin Yunyan couldn't withstand that force and fell to the ground. Covering her reddened face, Xin Yunyan tearfully looked at Ning Miyun. Ning Miyun, you hit me again? Ning Miyun was so angry that his eyes were scarlet, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Xin Yunyan. Bitch! Man! Chapter 58 Xin Yunyan, don't. Give me back my marriage license. That incident was a major blot on Ning Miyun's life. That day, it was obviously that scum Wu Minghui who plotted against Self. But under the testimony of Xin Yunyan, this idiot, it turned out that Wu Minghui saved Self. That day, Wu Minghui's arrogant and disgusting expression, Ning Miyun still remembered it now. Just now, Xin Yunyan's mention of that incident was tantamount to cruelly uncovering the scar in Ning Miyun's heart. Xin Yunyan, You sign right now, and we'll get a divorce right now. The aggression in Shun Yunyan's heart had accumulated to the extreme. At this moment, there was no longer a company, no Shun family, or that money in her mind. There was only one thing she was thinking about right now. She wants to divorce Ning Muyun. Leave it. Shun Yunyan staggered up from the ground and hissed in tearful rage. Ning Muyun, I will divorce you today. Yes. Uncle Zhao, please give me a pen. Zhao Zheng looked deeply at Shun Yunyan, sighed softly, took out a pen from his bag, and solemnly handed it to Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun signed too hard and almost poked the agreement. After signing it, Ning Muyun directly dumped the agreement on Shun Yunyan. Here, sign it. Shun Yunyan wiped away her tears and stared at Ning Muyun with her teeth clenched in death. After signing his own name with a trembling right hand, he threw the agreement into Ning Muyun's arms again. Give it back. Ning Muyun looked down and saw that the names Ning Muyun and Shun Yunyan were neatly distributed on both sides. The gap in between is like a never-ending moat. Go. Get the divorce papers now. Ning Muyun turned around and left, ignoring Shun Yunyan. Zhao Zheng looked at Shun Yunyan and shook his head as he followed Ning Muyun into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shun Yunyan clenched her hands so tightly that she didn't even feel pain when her nails were embedded in her flesh. Ning Muyun, you bitch. I must divorce you today. After saying that, he stormed into the middle of the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau in a huff. Very few people came to the Civil Affairs Bureau in the morning. The staff behind the glass of the divorce window bored, sipped their coffee, and yawned. Ning Muyun walked over to the divorce window and gently knocked on the glass. Comrade, I want a divorce. The staff member yawned again, not even looking at Ning Muyun, and said carelessly, AI. There's a 1-month divorce cooling off period for divorces, so you guys go to the mediation office first. Shun Yunyan also rushed to the window at this time and instantly understood everything when she heard the staff's words. It turned out that Ning Muyun was trying to use the divorce cooling off period to delay the divorce. No wonder he's been so decisive and determined in the past 2 days. So it was here waiting for self. The anger in his heart peaked again, and part of the overflowing anger turned into smugness. Shun Yunin looked condescendingly at Ning Muyun. Ning Muyun, you bitch. You want to use the divorce cooling off period to avoid divorce? Delusional. I'm telling you, I will divorce you today. Shut up. A furious rebuke scared Shun Yunyan to subconsciously take a step back. Ning Muyun ignored Shun Yunyan and turned to look at Zhao Zheng. Uncle Joe. Zhao Zheng nodded and picked up his cell phone to make a call. Not a moment later, a bald fat man ran out from the office and very enthusiastically ran to Zhao Zheng's side. Hello, Attorney Joe. Hello. Zhao Zheng smiled politely. Hello, Commissioner Ma. My 2 juniors want a divorce. They are no longer in a relationship and both parties are pretty sure they want a divorce, which is why they are here to get one. I wonder, could Secretary Ma allow these 2 juniors of mine to go through the divorce process? Can. Of course you can. Director Ma nodded with a smile on his face. In this new era, we have to support the freedom of marriage. We can't let 2 people with no emotional foundation drag on and torture each other. Counselor Zhao, I'll make the arrangements now. Director Ma, this is a real pain in the ass. Where? Director Ma ran to the divorce window in a huff, and the staff sprang to life when they saw him. Bureau Chief, what are you doing here? Director Ma said with a serious face, pointing at Ning Muyun and Shun Yunyan. Little Li, you hurry up and help these 2 comrades with their divorce. Be quick. Oh. Li responded twice and immediately became energized. Are you 2 getting a divorce? I. *2". Ning Muyun and Shun Yunyan said in unison. And did you 2 bring your IDs and marriage licenses? Brah. *2". The 2 men each took their papers out of their arms and shoved them into the divorce window. Xiao Li opened the marriage license and took a look at the photo of the 2 of them together. Are you 2 sure you want a divorce? Director Ma glared at Xiao Li, who was terrified and smiled awkwardly. Ning Muyun and Shun Yunyan replied in unison with cold faces. Okay. *2". Okay then. It's getting to be a world where 2 people who are so well-matched are getting divorced. Li sighed helplessly and shoved a document out of the window. Since the 2 of you have decided to get divorced, then sign on it. And after signing, the 2 of you will officially dissolve your marriage. Ning Muyun picked up the document and was about to sign it. Shun Yunyan suddenly remembered Lu Xiaowei's suggestion and hurriedly grabbed the document from Ning Muyin. Ning Muyin stared at Shun Yunyan with a gloomy face, not knowing what she wanted to do. Shun Yunyan picked up the pen and signed her own name. He then stared at Ning Muyin dead in the face. Ning Muyin, aren't you clamoring for a divorce? I'll fulfill you. I'll see how you're going to play it down this time. I won't forgive you even if you beg me on your knees this time. Ning Muyin indifferently glanced at Shun Yunyan and signed his own name without the slightest hesitation. The names of the two men on the document stood opposite each other and came together at the same time. Shun Yunyan was dumbfounded at this scene. Why did Ning Muyin kneel down and beg Self not to get a divorce? Didn't he always admit he was wrong first, no matter what happened? Why didn't you beg for mercy from Self today? Why did things develop differently from what Xiaowei said? Shun Yunyan was still skeptical. Ning Muyin had already handed the document back to the window. Shun Yunyan sensed that the big deal was not good and was about to take back the document to backtrack and disown it. But the skillful hands of Li had already put the marriage license of the two under the knife and cut it into two halves. No! Shun Yunyan suddenly exclaimed out in shock, startling Xiao Li. Give me back my marriage license. Ning Muyin stopped Shun Yunyan and looked at Xiao Li and said, Comrade, we both have signed the papers and are no longer married, so please get us a divorce license. Xiao Li was startled by Shun Yunyan's gesture and raised his head to look at Director Ma. Director Ma only gave her a stern look, and Xiao Li immediately understood. With the utmost professionalism, she issued the two fastest divorce certificates of her career. I don't want a divorce. Shun Yunyan was still there, begging bitterly. But Li had already handed the two divorce papers out the window, timidly. Gentlemen, here are your divorce papers, take them. When Shun Yunyan saw the scarlet cover of the divorce certificate, her legs went limp and she was so powerless that she fell to the ground. She thought of the huge hole in her company and her parents' fervent wishes. And then he remembered how carefully Ning Muyin had cared for Self over the years. Endless remorse grew wild inside. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down from the corners of his eyes, and he sat down on the ground in disorientation, muttering, I obviously don't want a divorce. Obviously, I'm ready to forgive Ning Muyin when he admits his fault. Why did it come to divorce? Why? Chapter 59. Shun Yunyan, you and I have severed our ties since then. Ning Muyin glanced down at the mumbling Shun Yunyan, his eyes so cold that they could freeze a person. Shun Yunyan looked disoriented and panicked. But Ning Muyin wouldn't sympathize with her just because of that. Before she died in her previous life, Shun Yunyan stood in front of Wu Minghui and looked at herself with a sight full of disgust, which had already poked a big hole in Ning Muyun's soft heart that could not be healed. Since then, he had completely died to Shun Yunyan. Reaching out to take the divorce certificate from little Li, the cold touch from the scarlet cover made Ning Muyin feel a lot of emotions. Self finally made a clean break with this woman, Shun Yunyan. From the time of his rebirth until now, only this one thing has satisfied Self. Taking a deep breath, Ning Muyin turned around and bowed deeply to Zhao Zheng and the bald fatty. Uncle Zhao, Director Ma, thank you. It's okay. It's all right. What's so trivial about it? Director Ma waved his hand, the smile on that fat face full of enthusiasm. Zhao Zheng just smiled and didn't say anything. Uncle Zhao, I've finished what I asked you to do. Let's go first. Zhao Zheng nodded and said with a smile, Young master, let's go then. The two of them turned around to leave, and when Shun Yunyan saw this, she immediately turned back to her senses. Hastily sitting up, he raised his head and pulled Ning Muyun's hand tightly. Ning Muyun, don't you go. Get off me. Ning Muyun shook off Shun Yunyan with a look of disgust in her eyes. Shun Yunyan was thrown to the ground, and the cold touch from the marble floor underneath her made her truly feel Ning Muyun's current coldness and ruthlessness. Ning Muyun ignored Shun Yunyan, and the sound of their footsteps sounded again. Not minding that her entire body was weak, Shun Yunyan hurriedly staggered to her feet and jogged to stop in front of Ning Muyun. She stared at Ning Muyun with tears in her eyes and asked incredulously, Ning Muyun, how could you do this to me? You used to say you'd love me well for the rest of your life. How could you just divorce me so easily? Ning Muyun's face was ironic, and his sharp eyes were filled with impatience and boredom. Shun Yunyan, are you out of your mind? We're both divorced. Who are you to ask me that question now? Ning Muyun turned around after saying that, ready to bypass Shun Yunyan and leave this place. When Shun Yunyan saw how determined Ning Muyun was, she began to panic in her heart as well. She remembered the company's business situation and Shun Winshan's instructions. Panic instantly spread throughout his body. She hurriedly ran to Ning Muyun and blocked him once again, pleading in a voice tinged with tears. Ning Muyun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said I wanted to divorce you just now. I just got carried away. Actually, I don't really want to divorce you. I just want to be angry with you. I just want you to apologize to me. Coax me. Ning Muyun, you're a big man. Why can't you be a little more generous? Will you forgive me this time? Ning Muyun, please just forgive me this once. We'll remarry right now, right? Let's go to the wedding window and get remarried right away, okay? Ning Muyun was infuriated by Shun Yunyan's words. He restrained his smile and stared at Shin Yunyan with a pair of ice-cold eyes, coldly and angrily. Shin Yunyan, are you deaf? I just said it. We no longer have a relationship. We're divorced. From now on, you take your sunny road, and I'll take my one-wood bridge. We're well-watered. I'm completely done with you. Please don't pester me in the future. Ning Muyun turned around and left after saying that. Shin Yunyan saw this and hurriedly grabbed Ning Muyun's sleeve, pleading with tears in her eyes. Ning Muyun, I'm begging you. Don't you go. Get off me. Ning Muyun threw himself violently, and Shin Yunyan couldn't withstand the force and fell to the ground again, crying out in pain. Ah! Ning Muyun turned to look at Shin Yunyan, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, with an icy cold gaze. Shin Yunyan, I'm warning you. Don't pester me again. Next time, beware I'll be rude to you. Ning Muyun whisked his sleeve away when he finished speaking, only leaving Shin Yunyan with a cold back. Shin Yunyan watched Ning Muyun fade away in stagnation, unable to believe that everything that had just happened was actually reality. Ning Muyun, who liked self so much, didn't even stop for a step and just left. Zhao Zheng looked deeply at Shin Yunyan, sighed, and turned to leave with a heavy step. Couples who came aside to get married picked up their cell phones and filmed what had just happened. The whispers were full of curiosity. Shin Yunyan met the curious gazes of the crowd and sat paralyzed in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, her brain already completely down. It's over. It's all over this time. I'm divorced now. My face is disfigured. From now on, I've lost him completely. There will be no more silent guardians of the self. No one will ever again take care of themselves. It was only at this time that Shin Yunyan remembered those bits and pieces of Ning Muyun's usual treatment of self. It was only now that she felt how good Ning Muyun usually treated herself. Endless remorse surged madly into her heart from all directions, and the strong negative emotions were about to burst herself. Shin Yunyan suddenly felt self-pressurized and unable to catch her breath. What panicked her even more was the fact that she couldn't get that money. If that money is not there to fill the huge hole in the company before the bank loan comes due, then the company is finished. The Shin family is finished too. Xiaoli saw Shin Yunyan paralyzed on the ground for a long time without moving. Fearing that something had happened to her, he asked in a low voice, "That this female Earth, are you all right?" Xiaoli's call brought Shin Yunyan back to her senses completely. No way. Can't get a divorce. Absolutely no divorce. Must make Ning Muyun remarry self. No matter what, there must be a way to get Ning Muyun to remarry with self. The strong desire kept echoing in Shin Yunyan's brain. She endured the aches and pains throughout her body and chased after them from the hall, wanting Ning Muyun to come back and remarry her. But when she went out, Ning Muyun had long since disappeared. Brakes. Shin Xuani, whose left face was red and swollen, pulled up in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau in a convertible Porsche. He jumped out of the car and walked over to Shin Yunyan, handing over his cell phone. "Sis, you left your cell phone with me. Where's that loser Ning Muyun?" Shin Yunyan received the cell phone sluggishly. Her eyes had lost focus, and she lowered her head powerlessly. "He's gone. He divorced me." "Divorced?" Shin Xuani froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha, it's good to be away. Sis, you can find another brother-in-law who's nice to you. That trash Ning Muyun doesn't deserve you at all. Shut up." There was a loud pop. Shin Yunyan slapped Shin Xuani hard on the right side of his face. Chapter 60. Shin Yunyan. "Ning Muyun, where the hell are you?"